The memory of the First World War of martial arts still tormented the souls of all living. It was true hell in the flesh, a bloody confrontation of the blood cult, the greatest crisis since the founding of the Heavenly Alliance. The leader of the Scarlet Sect was a true spawn of the underworld. His skill in martial arts could not be surpassed by anyone in the entire alliance. And yet, despite the boundless power of this Lord of Darkness, the war ended with the victory of the forces of light. Many were convinced that such a mighty ruler could only be defeated by some legendary patriarch of the Heavenly Alliance. The victor was called a warrior named Hamubai. When Feng Do-yul told Mo and Jin-ho about this, the mentor of the fierce dragons almost lost his speech from shock. The noble warrior could not grasp the essence of what he heard. However, the head of the mythical dragon organization made it clear that he had witnessed all these deeds with his own eyes. So this was not empty rumors but the purest truth. Nevertheless, Mo and Jin-ho still found it hard to believe such incredible revelations. Then the venerable leader continued his narrative, reminding that several years later the Second World War broke out, the so-called War of the Lonely Demons. In those dark times, all forces united to fight the demonic cult. If the era of the blood cult was pure hell, then the times of the demonic cult turned into a terrifying underworld. Mo and Jin-ho clearly remembered the leader of the demon cult. He was a true monster, surpassing even the head of the blood cult. From these distressing memories, Feng Do-yul longed to distract himself, so he immediately drained a full cup of wine, after which he decided to find out if Mo and Jin-ho suspected who had defeated that fiend. The mentor immediately understood that most likely the conversation would again be about the head of the Endless Sky Alliance. The noble warrior could not believe such a thing, thinking that the head of the mythical dragon was trying to deceive him. From such distrust on the part of the mentor of the fierce dragons, the honorable leader only slammed the cup on the table. He perfectly understood that it was precisely because of this distrust that all people considered what happened to be mere rumors. Even in the entire region, there would hardly be 20 souls who knew the truth. For this very reason, Mo and Jin-ho felt that such a thing simply could not be true. The head of the Endless Sky could not possibly possess such incredible power. Still, slightly worried, the mentor decided to find out from Feng Do-yul why he had even decided to tell him all this. It turned out that Hamubai was supposed to arrive at their mythical dragon institution. Unfortunately, the head did not know any details. He had simply received an order from above. Hamubai himself was heading here, as he had been appointed instructor of the army of fierce dragons. After digesting this staggering information, the unfortunate mentor of those very fierce dragons simply screamed in shock. He could not believe that the legendary warrior would arrive right to them, to the organization of the mythical dragon. From the shock, he simply dropped the sticks from his trembling hands. This news struck the poor mentor like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. It turned out, if one believed the words of the leader and Feng Do-yul, that the killer of the demon and blood cult leaders would now be under his command. The events moved to a secluded forest, through which at that very moment someone was running with incredible speed. The mysterious figure literally flew over the treetops, frightening the birds, and finally a tall cliff appeared ahead. The unknown decided not to stop to survey the surroundings. From here opened the most majestic view of the educational institution of the Celestial Alliance, exactly the same organization of the mythical dragon. From here, one could even see the specific building where that very night, Feng Do-yul and Mo and Jin-ho were conversing. It turned out that not long ago the leader of the Endless Sky Alliance, Hamubai, had been appointed instructor of the fierce dragons belonging to the organization of the mythical dragon. Obviously, when the young man received this message, it could not be said that he was immensely happy. Therefore, looking at the men standing before him, the noble warrior decided to find out the reason for such an appointment. The frightened head of the pavilion of the Heavenly Eye only nervously rubbed the back of his head, and the head of the Supreme Court angrily shouted at the young man, who had caused a lot of trouble and now had to bear the appropriate punishment. Of course, Hamubai was quite angry that the honorable men had no other justification. Understanding this, the judge maliciously reminded the boy that such words could be perceived as rebellion against the order and ordered him not to forget the existence of the rank hierarchy. It did not matter whether the young man intended to reach the 50th rank or not. His behavior was already disgracing the whole place. Obviously, Hamubai was furious with all these accusations and, rising from his seat, wanted at least to find out from the judge what exactly he was accused of. The judge had no idea how the young man dared to ask about this at all, and reminded him that in any case he could not disobey the order. While the embarrassed leader of the pavilion, observing everything, understood that the judge did not understand people at all, since he immediately began to pressure them. In the end, Konsan Dangen explained that this punishment was for the fact that the young man attacked the authorities. However, it seems that the elder Unhakja did not know about this, so the leader of the pavilion had to explain that the warrior attacked precisely his superior, not even his mentor. The noble warrior himself, calmly listening to all this, ran his hand over the table, and honestly admitted that he had done nothing of the sort and was not going to admit it. However, since they dared to slander him, he already intended to really beat the offender, if only so that the punishment would be deserved. Of course, the head of the Supreme Court tried to reason with this young man, who behaved like a true madman. However, the young man did not understand the reason for such speeches. After all, he was merely going to attack the authorities, which, in fact, was what he was accused of. In the end, the enraged Unhakja immediately stretched out his hands to grab the boy. After all, he considered him simply a nobody from a third-rate clan, who got arrogant because of the mentor's favor. The elder wanted to beat all this nonsense out of him so that he would finally become a normal person, after which he lunged at the young man, using internal energy that wrapped and swirled around his hands. The young warrior just laughed, looking at this strike, understanding that the opponent decided to defeat him with some technique of the fallen wild goose martial arts. Hamubai did not even intend to seriously fight this opponent, so he immediately raised his leg. And when it touched the ground the next moment, such a powerful explosion occurred that the old man was thrown back by the blast wave alone. In the end, this became another victory in Hamubai's collection, and another defeat for the head of the Supreme Court. The venerable man was simply knocked away, and Hamubai decided to add to it by punching him in the stomach. The leader of the Pavilion of the Heavenly Eye just froze, observing such cruelty, but did not dare to intervene. This is how the head of the Supreme Court paid the price for his insolent behavior. And only when the elder rushed to the wall did the leader of the Pavilion of the Heavenly Eye block the boy's path, asking him to stop and be gentler with Unhakja. In the end, the young man agreed to listen to him, but threatened that the head of the Supreme Court should not even dare to open his mouth towards him again. The elder began to protest again, but even the pavilion leader did not stop him. So the young man brought the honorable man to his senses by giving him a decent number of slaps. Only when everything was over did the pavilion leader decide to guide the young hero on the right path, who clearly did not understand the current situation in the alliance. Many did not approve of Hamubai, and moreover, conflicts increased even more. Of course, the young man was annoyed that everyone was trying so hard to expel him from the Boundless Alliance. Konsongdan Genu was actually also sorry that the situation was not developing in the best way. He himself did not want the heavenly warrior Hamubai to languish in the position to which he was sent. But the young man simply had no real choice, and Hamubai himself had to be prepared for this, because now everything was happening exactly as his mentor had warned him. Back then, the wise man warned that now, when the wars were over, the enemies would seriously go after Hamubai, and even he would not be able to stop them. So for some time, it would be difficult for him to meet with Hamubai. Of course, the mentor himself was immensely angry at these martial arts factions, and was disappointed that the Heavenly Alliance was controlled by a corrupt force. But at that moment, the mentor, looking at the young man, sincerely wanted to ask for something, and the noble warrior listened carefully to his request, trying with all his might to follow the words of the wise man. In the silence, Konsan Dangen decided to find out whether the warrior would go on a mission to the organization of the mythical dragon. The young man did not argue, already realizing that it would surely become easier for everyone if he simply disappeared. It was very hard for Konsan Dangen to hear these words from the young hero. However, the young man quickly interrupted him to find out what the army of fierce dragons was actually doing. Soon he was already walking through the city, recalling the history of this place. Here, the Great Wall of the Moon Mountain was erected, rumored to be for fighting monsters, and the fierce dragons were a military unit supporting the group of armed forces of the Celestial Alliance and protecting this place. And here in the distance was heading Hamubai to become their instructor. At that moment, ordinary residents saw the bulletin board where the selection was soon to begin. Cannon fodder was being recruited. Of course, the monthly salary was quite decent, but this price was still insignificant compared to the price of life. Kamubai, having heard all this, withdrew, approaching closer to the mansion. However, he was not at all pleased that he had now become an instructor who taught young men how to be cannon fodder. Those cursed elders seemed to have deliberately chosen the place where it would be hardest for him. After that, the noble warrior entered the estate, inspected its territory, and soon came to meet with the leader. It was their first meeting after the war, and Feng Doyul very much hoped that the young man was doing well. Moreover, he knew perfectly well that as soon as the warrior arrived, the alliance became very noisy. However, Kamu Bai, with the straightforwardness of a true warrior, honestly admitted to the honorable man that he had absolutely no interest in such intrigues. The head of the mythical dragon humbly asked the young man to behave as calmly as possible, at least while he was within the walls of their institution. Kamu Bai hastened to explain that he usually always remained unshaken. Only his opponents made noise. Feng Do-yul believed him, and deep down he felt sorry for this noble young man. The greatest misfortune of the warrior was that he, a native of a poor clan, had become the leader of the Endless Sky Alliance and the closest ally of the head of the Heavenly Union. Thus, the young hero became a thorn in the side of people from prestigious factions. He should behave here quieter than water and lower than grass. At that moment, pouring himself some alcohol, Kamubai decided to find out what the army of fierce dragons was actually doing. Moreover, he honestly told what he had heard, that people supposedly considered the fierce dragons to be cannon fodder. The honorable man hastened to object that it was not quite so, although indeed the survival rate of their troops was about 5%. Therefore, they literally trained children ready to go to certain death. This number truly managed to shake the head of the Endless Sky to the depths of the soul. After all, if you look at the order of things, about 100 people were recruited into the army, who were taken immediately after submitting applications and began training. After 2 years, they were sent to the battlefield, and only 5 out of 100 survived. After that, Kamube decided to find out if the mentor of the fierce dragons was going to the battlefield together with the students. But it turned out that he is responsible only for training. Only soldiers are sent to the battlefield. Having heard these words, the young man was convinced that even here nothing differed from the degenerates of the Boundless Alliance. Moen Jinhao, after these speeches, bit his tongue in confusion, while the head of the mythical dragon only sighed heavily. After that, he hurried to explain to the young man that it was already late. He should rest after the long journey, as he was clearly weary from the negotiations. Moreover, the honorable man suggested giving Hanbei at least one group, as there was a catastrophic shortage of instructors. Let him teach the children. However, the leader, eager to get rid of problems, immediately questioned the mentor of the fierce dragons whether there were any problematic individuals among the recruits who arrived this time. When he found out that there really was a couple of such ones, he immediately ordered to gather them all and send them to the care of the new instructor. Of course, the dragon mentor tried to explain that it was better not to take risks. After all, the Alliance's reaction to such antics might be immediate and harsh. However, Feng Doyul reminded the words of their guest that he himself was quiet. Usually only those around make noise. The leader wanted to test the warrior and find out if he could cope with this trial. As expected, around that time the young man was lying in his bed, not even bothering to undress. However, the longer he thought, the more he realized that spending 3 or 4 months in this place was not such a terrible task. Therefore, he decided to try as much as he could. For this reason, after 3 days had passed, he, as agreed, appeared at the training barracks. It seemed that it would not be very good to be late on the very first working day. He was the instructor of the kids from the 7th group of fierce dragons. They were the very ones, as the leader put it, the problematic ones who were assigned to him for training. And he was finally interested to see these cadets. However, for some reason, this group of kids seemed strangely familiar to the young man. According to his observations, people with such posture simply could not be cannon fodder. He decided to take a closer look at them and, applying the technique of the inexhaustible eye of the circulation of true vision, Hamubai's eyes immediately shone, literally scanning everything in front of him. The noble warrior immediately examined the energy centers of the young people. First of all, he analyzed the young man who was standing, chewing a blade of grass. Judging by the distribution of the center of gravity and the unconvincing posture, he definitely had some knowledge of the basics of martial arts. Perhaps he even possessed a natural talent. The next young man belonged to the Shanxi clan. The only girl among these young people was from the Hubei family. The guy wearing a face bandage looked like a fan of manipulation in battle. Only the last one remained, the most insecure of all 4 previous ones. Just one look at this kid gave the impression that the boy did not even know the basics. In the end, Hamubai finally realized that the head of the mythical dragon and the mentor of the fierce dragons had decided to fool him. Apparently that's why they told him to sit quietly, not to stick out, and slipped him the corresponding hopeless students. At that moment, breaking the silence, the children decided to find out who the young man standing before them was. In the end, he hurried to introduce himself as the instructor of the 7th squad, and he also told the children his name, allowing them to introduce themselves in response. However, very soon the head of the mythical dragon visited the young hero, who scolded the warrior for simply greeting the students and then leaving immediately. Moen Jinhao had already reported everything to him. The honorable man himself ordered the children to disperse to their homes. Therefore, the head had to explain that Hamubai, as the instructor of the 7th squad of fierce dragons, was supposed to train the wards. However, no one considered these children from the Sichuan family, the Shanxi clan, and also the Hubei family hopeless. It seems Feng Doyul and Moen Jinhao specifically gathered a trio from prestigious families, who themselves looked down on commoners. This trio was hardly suitable for the army of fierce dragons as cannon fodder. They diluted the whole matter with only 2 suitable problematic ones, and presented such a team to the new instructor. Apparently they wanted him to take care of this trio, make them stronger, and the other 2 they would simply send to their deaths. And although Hamubai expected that the head of the mythical dragon was no different from the others, he did not know that he would turn out to be such a sick degenerate. They were surely under pressure from 3 provinces to take care of these children. They tried to use him as a human shield. Apparently that's why they hinted that he should be quieter than water and lower than grass. Of course, the frightened Feng Do-yul began to insist that it was all just a misunderstanding, and he could explain what had happened. After that, he revealed that the youths were sent directly by the heads of the Sichuan and Shanxi families. Meanwhile, Yanha Min came on her own, and they found themselves in a hopeless situation. They could not refuse to accept her. However, Hamubai still did not understand why he needed this information. Then the leader explained that Hamubai seemed to everyone the only person capable of training them. Other instructors were unable to cope with the pressure or interference from the Sichuan and Shanxi clans. By qualification, they were between first and second class, but Hamubai would not have to bow his head and humiliate himself before them. Of course, the young man himself felt that this was just a wonderful excuse. Therefore, the leader of the mythical dragon had to explain that whichever squad these children were assigned to, they would still cause similar problems. But the leader did not understand what the problem was with the other 2 boys. Hamubai only got angry that Feng Do-yul asked him such a question after he had taken cannon fodder into the team. In the end, the leader had to remind him that their survival rate was still no more than 5%, so they wanted to fix that and entrusted the matter to Hamubai. The honorable man hoped that the warrior would cope with this task. After all, since he was forced to stay here, he must be devoted to his cause. But the young man simply turned calmly and walked away, demanding that the leader find some other person for this role. Since Hamubai did not want to take on this matter, there was nothing left but to try to persuade him otherwise. Feng Do-yul loudly declared that whether Hamubai succeeded in the task depended on the future of these children. Of course, the young hero was quite angry that the leader was trying to manipulate him like that, but he tried to calm down, understanding that he had to behave quietly and obediently. At that moment, the leader himself reached into his clothes, searching for a hidden pocket. From there, he pulled out documents with detailed descriptions of each recruit. He took them in case Hamubai refused to train them. In the end, although the noble warrior saw no particular need for this, he accepted these letters. And the leader hurried to explain that among the recruits was a boy named Dan Mok-un, who had applied voluntarily. Although he does not know martial arts, he cannot be sent home. He really needs the money, since many of the applicants apply only because of this. Also, Feng Do-yul hastened to explain that at least the Hubei family would not interfere in the training. Only he knew where Yanha Mina had come from. But he expected that Hamubai would also quickly understand this. So the leader asked that the young man destroy the documents about her after reviewing them. After all, they were composed by himself personally to maintain confidentiality. Of course, the honorable man very much hoped that from the next day the instructor Hamubai would behave more appropriately. And the young man, looking at the leader with magical hatred, only shouted through his teeth, "Do I really have to train with such bastards?" In the end, returning to his room, he immediately lit an oil lamp and began to read. Without realizing it himself, the young hero was indeed trying to force himself to take on these children. Moreover, when he read the reports, he realized that Dan Mok-un and Yanha Min had an especially sad story. He felt disgusted to the point of nausea, but he simply could not abandon these kids. Therefore, as agreed, after familiarizing himself with all the cases, he destroyed the sheets so that no one else could read them. However, at that moment, the young man felt that all the guys had gathered in a group somewhere nearby. He became worried that they were planning to riot, so he immediately teleported to them. The noble warrior appeared as if out of nowhere right in front of the group of 5 people. He wanted to know what they were doing and why they still hadn't gone home. And all 5 just exchanged frightened glances, not understanding when the instructor had managed to approach them. Hamubai believed that these kids did not respect his words at all, since they were still lingering here at such a late hour. However, Dan Mok-un immediately declared with the firmness of a true warrior that he simply could not go anywhere. His voice carried unwavering determination, as if he was ready to stand until his last breath. Tanjin-san gave a bitter smile, indicating that no matter how much he wanted to leave, his parents would definitely bring him back. Moreover, the way home was incredibly far. It would take many days of exhausting travel. But Paikri Pen and Yanha Min chose to quietly remain silent, like stones hiding in the shadows. Hamubai realized that this group clearly understood he desperately wanted to get rid of it. So there was nothing he could do. Therefore, the noble warrior at least decided to find out whether they had eaten anything at all or not. However, it turned out that these stubborn ones had been waiting for the teacher here since early morning, neither leaving nor thinking about food. Of course, the young man wanted to read them a lecture about how he ordered them to leave. But first it was worth at least feeding these poor souls. Unfortunately, at such a late hour, both the institution and the dining hall were tightly closed. Therefore, Hamu Bey could think of nothing better than to go to the nearest restaurant. In the end, when they found themselves at the table, literally overflowing with a variety of exquisite dishes exuding tantalizing aromas, he ordered the children to eat their fill and then go to sleep. After that, the noble warrior calmly watched as those hungry wolf cubs filled their empty bellies. He was a little annoyed with himself that, not having received his first salary yet, he had already spent a considerable amount of money. At least he was glad that the acquaintance with these children went great, and the atmosphere was quite warm. At that moment, Dan Mok-un was especially pleased with the food. It was truly delicious, and he had never tasted anything like it before. Each piece seemed to melt on the tongue, giving unprecedented pleasure. However, suddenly, when he was chewing another portion, the boy simply could not swallow. The piece of food literally got stuck in the middle of his throat, like a lump of bitterness. The fact was that his family was starving while he sat at such a luxurious feast table. The thought of this pierced his heart sharper than any blade. In the end, the poor boy had to hold back with all his might to avoid crying right into his plate. After all, the food on this table was quite enough to feed his entire family for several days to fullness. Hamu Bai, with the insight of an experienced warrior, clearly saw that apparently Dan Mok-un was thinking about his loved ones, which is why he could not eat calmly. In a sense, he could perfectly understand this young man. He himself had once experienced similar torment. Therefore, wishing to support the sufferer, the noble mentor approached and reminded the boy that the food on the table was quite cheap, so he could not worry and eat heartily. And the young warrior was clearly pleased to know that he was not living too lavishly while his family was starving somewhere in the slums. At that moment, all the boys sitting at the table noticed that Dan Mok-un was literally sobbing from the overwhelming feelings, thanks to the instructor's generosity. At that moment, Hamu Bai decided to find out where the boy's house was. He thought it would be useful to scout the situation in his dwelling and see with his own eyes the conditions in which the family lived. Soon, gathering the remains of food into tight bundles, they followed the path to Dan Mok-un's house. The way lay through picturesque ponds reflecting the moonlight in their waters. Soon Dan Mok-un stopped as if rooted to the spot and pointed to Hamu Bai where his modest dwelling was located. However, Hamu Bai was extremely surprised. He saw no house, only a deserted area. Only later did his gaze notice a small, miserable dugout in which a dim light flickered. Soon, Dan Mok-un approached the shabby dwelling, and his mother and sister heard the familiar voice of the boy. However, the women thought that it was surely some kind of auditory hallucinations caused by longing. After all, now that Dan Mok-un had gone to serve in the army of fierce dragons, he could not have appeared here so soon. However, the younger sister was absolutely sure. She definitely heard his native voice, which cannot be confused with anything else. And finally, the young man pulled aside the tattered curtain, entered the house, and greeted his dear parents and sister. The girl was immensely happy that she was right in her premonitions, and the mother could not believe that her son had really come home so quickly. She was extremely curious how he ended up here. After all, he said he could only come once every 3 months. Then the young man explained that he was allowed to leave briefly for a special occasion. At that moment, everyone noticed that the young man was carrying something in his hands. Immediately the boy smiled, understanding how surely his relatives would be surprised when they saw what he had brought. Therefore, the young man hurried to open the box to show them the exquisite food. And in the end, he was right. The little sister was truly amazed, as she saw such luxurious dishes for the first time in her life. And the mother was extremely curious where he got them. After all, these were too fancy dishes for their modest means. The young man hurried to explain that the new instructor treated them, and what they did not finish, he collected and brought here to please his family. Listening to their touching conversation, Hamu Bai felt an unprecedented sadness that squeezed his heart with an iron hoop. This brave young man, for the sake of his mother and sister, was forced to give his life to the army of fierce dragons. And yet the survival rate there was only 5%. That is, he knew perfectly well that with a 95% probability he would perish. The noble warrior could not come to terms with this monstrous injustice, and longed to find out how he could influence and change the cruel fate of the boy. Soon, late at night, returning home, Dan Mok-un told the sad story of his family. Previously, their clan was quite influential and prosperous. When he was 8 years old and his mother was pregnant with his little sister, almost all people from influential families were involved in a bloody war and mercilessly perished. At that time, the brave woman took him and fled here to hide from the horrors of war. After some calculation, Hamu Bai realized that this happened about 10 years ago, just at the moment when the region was at the very epicenter of the war. Whole groups and clans disappeared and appeared overnight. Although Dan Mok-un said this quite restrainedly, he still revealed that his family was completely destroyed due to a vile betrayal. It was precisely for this reason that he decided to join the army of fierce dragons. He needed not just money, The young man longed to possess true power that would protect his loved ones. But there was not a single clan that agreed to accept such a rootless boy as him. Therefore, the army of fierce dragons, which accepted anyone willing, became his last hope for salvation. Therefore, he tearfully begged the captain not to send him home and not to write him off. Hamubai carefully listened to this heartbreaking motivation, after which he decided to talk about the young man's family. He thought that the poor boy's sister might be seriously ill. Of course, Dan Mok-un was extremely surprised. After all, he had never mentioned it and had carefully hidden it. But nothing could be hidden from the gaze of an experienced hero. When he saw the fragile little sister, he quickly realized that the cause of her ailment was impaired blood circulation due to energy blocks. It was a severe disease, in which a person does not live beyond 20 years if they do not receive proper expensive treatment. It turned out that as soon as the girl fell ill, they visited several healers, but no one knew how to help her, and those few who understood the nature of the disease demanded an exorbitant fee. Therefore, Dan Mok-un needed to earn even more money, and he again pleaded with Hamubai not to abandon him despite all his disabilities and uselessness. Of course, it was extremely unpleasant for the noble warrior to hear these words, considering that the boy would remain in the army and simply perish like a stray dog. But he could neither leave nor expel him. His conscience would not allow it. However, at that moment the young man suddenly stopped, remembering that it seemed all entrances to the Fierce Dragon's institution are tightly closed after midnight. They were catastrophically late. Therefore, they had to run swiftly to make it in time and not spend the night under the open starry sky. In the end, they still managed to somehow get home, and thank heavens. Everyone spent the night at home and met only the next day. Kamube clearly did not have enough time to get a proper sleep after a rather exhausting evening walk. Moreover, he had to avoid vigilant guards and lead Dan Mok-un straight to the very bunk. When they arrived, a formidable guard was already standing at the entrance. Therefore, the noble warrior pressed the boy's acupuncture points so that he would lose consciousness, and threw him over his shoulder, and very quickly and quietly reached the very house across the rooftops. All this secrecy was because if Kamube got caught by the guards, he would no longer be able to avoid meeting the head of the Supreme Court. Therefore, after throwing the guy into his room, he immediately went away to rest. In the morning, he approached the training ground and, to his greatest surprise, saw that absolutely all the wards had gathered. Of course, approaching closer, Kamube immediately scolded them for all gathering here against his order. He reminded them that they needed to go home, and even if they were sent back, they could leave again. After all, these unreasonable children had no idea what was happening in the army of fierce dragons. However, they immediately and unanimously declared in one voice that they were fully aware of all the deadly risks. Dan Mok-un was already very offended that the instructor acted this way, considering that he had already explained his desperate situation to the man in detail. When all five did not move from their place, the noble mentor quickly realized that they were not going to retreat even a step. Therefore, he addressed Tanjin-san directly. He thought it would be much better for the boy to return home, rather than continue making foolish mistakes here. After all, if he and Bakery Pen stay here, they will inevitably cause serious trouble for the remaining 3 students because of the influence of their clans. Therefore, he ordered these 2 to leave immediately and continue living their carefree lives. However, Tanjin-san bitterly stated that by his father's strict order, if he returned home, he would be brutally beaten and forcibly sent back. Baekri Pen also could not leave, so as not to disobey the iron command of his clan leader. Hamubai was quite disappointed that these stubborn guys were not going to back down. Therefore, he sternly warned them not to take risks, because they would be sent to certain death after 2 years of intense training. He wanted to remind them where soldiers are sent after 2 years of preparation, but they themselves knew they would be sent beyond the Great Wall, into the sinister forest of the moon and mountains. But the important thing was that they were to destroy the remnants of the blood cult and the monstrous creatures they had created. Then Hamubai decided to find out if his students were aware of the terrifying creatures that lived there, and immediately Tanjin-san and Baekri Pen hesitated, because they had no idea what was hidden behind the cursed wall. This was not surprising, because throughout the region there were only vague rumors that monster lands lay beyond the wall. Therefore, he grimly reminded them that the survival rate in the army was only 5%. After 5 years of service, only 5 out of 100 return, and if they do return, it is not certain that they are healthy and sane. He decided to find out how many of his students, in their own opinion, were destined to return home alive. While he waited for an answer, he was seriously angry in his soul at the cursed elders who had led to all this. They entrusted the cleansing of that cursed place specifically to prestigious clans to keep the Alliance leaders' forces under iron control. Obviously, this was the worst choice possible. The elders must have thought it would be easy since they had already destroyed all the main forces, including the leader of the blood cult himself. But that cursed place was by no means simple. Therefore, he ordered the kids to listen carefully to him, and told them that those damn elders were deliberately hiding the truth about that place. At the very least, the truth about it was known to absolutely everyone who held high positions. Of course, this was also known to Tanjin-san's father. Because of this, the boy, honestly, was truly shocked and turned as pale as a sheet. Then Hamubai decided to tell all 5 of them what had been so carefully hidden from them about this cursed world of death and horror. The noble warrior explained what those unfortunate children did not suspect: that the blood cult had cast a sinister curse on those cursed lands, causing walking corpses to constantly appear there. It was truly a cursed land where their comrades who died yesterday would block their way the next day in the form of disgusting monsters. And it was not only people, even wild beasts became walking dead. Deadly, bloody, poisonous spirits, hellish fiends, all of them endlessly appear in that ominous place. This heartbreaking conversation made the children's hearts skip several beats, and cold sweat ran down their backs. They all understood with horror that they had never even heard of such a classification of the walking dead. Behind the wall was a cursed forest where such nightmarish creatures appeared endlessly. Hamubai wanted the guys to understand. They would be nothing more than living meat shields of the Alliance, helping to fight these spawn of hell. The children themselves were extremely curious about how the instructor knew all these terrifying details, but he only modestly implied that he had earned the right to this knowledge through his deeds, but now it was not so important. After that, he decided to find out the children's opinion. Would the story they heard change their decision? Would they continue to be stubborn or still go home to their families? However, to his greatest shock, on their determined faces he saw complete confidence that they were ready to cope and face such a monstrous trial. None of them flinched or retreated a step. Returning to his quarters, Hamubai only spat and was angry at these reckless fools. He could not believe that the children, even after all this terrifying story, really wanted to become cannon fodder and go to certain death. He remembered how he decided to ask Dan Mok-un if it was true that he was not going to return home to his family. After all, then his mother and sister would be crying bitter tears over his grave in 2 years. But the young man perfectly understood. If he went home, it would not take 2 years before he himself would be crying over the graves of his loved ones. And indeed, Hamubai realized, if this desperate brat left the army, his family would die of hunger and disease in less than a couple of years. In the end, he allowed the children to stay here. At least for these 2 years they would be well fed and supplied with money. But he did not want to waste his nerves on idiots who would soon be sent to their deaths. For this reason, he cold-bloodedly ordered them to train independently, according to their abilities. Of course, they tried to protest and object somehow. Therefore, the departing instructor only indifferently reminded them that from this moment they are on self-study. Thinking about his decision, he did not regret it at all, allowing those stubborn fools to do as they wished. Kamubei tried to convince himself that he had no reason to be upset about such a matter. Moreover, his stomach hurt, and he realized that he had been talking with the students all the way until lunch, missing mealtime. Therefore, he had to go back for them so that everyone could go to the dining room together. He asked everyone to hurry up, because due to their antics he couldn't eat properly yesterday, and hunger was tearing him apart from the inside. Dan Mok-un was amazed by the behavior of their instructor, who didn't even conduct the training but was already so hungry from just talking. Before entering the dining hall, Hamubei carefully examined the menu hanging at the entrance to the building. It was simply excellent. Therefore, he suggested to the guys to go inside quickly. From the very first steps, they immediately felt the delightful aromas of food, awakening a savage appetite. However, to his surprise, after stepping inside a couple of steps, those around immediately began whispering that it seemed he had come to the wrong place. Food for the army of fierce dragons was being distributed somewhere else. At that moment, those sitting at the tables began whispering to each other. No one in the army understood what these people were doing here, considering that their dining hall was located in the southern part of the complex. And Hamubai, as if not noticing the awkwardness of the situation, immediately joined the queue to get a portion of food. Bekri Pen tried to explain to the teacher that they needed to use the dining hall in the south. However, the noble warrior discontentedly reminded them that they were allowed to use any dining halls in the institution. However, the surprised Yenha Mina heard for the first time that someone was allowed to use absolutely any places for dining. Then Hamubai recalled the words of the head of the mythical dragon, who allowed him to eat anywhere, in the northern, southern, western, or eastern dining hall. But it seems the honorable man allowed only him to dine anywhere, not the children. But Hamubai could not accept this, considering that the very southern dining hall was the farthest from the lecture hall. At that moment, one of the men demanded that the members of the army of fierce dragons explain their presence in this dining hall, and the guys hurried to explain that their instructor had brought them here. However, after these words, the chief instructor of the water dragons almost laughed with contemptuous laughter. After all, the freaks from the army of fierce dragons could not enter here. Hamu Bai was immediately amazed by such rude and offensive words. Therefore, he carefully moved his students aside and stepped forward. After that, as if nothing had happened, scratching his ear, he decided to find out from the heated man what his problem was, since he had shouted so loudly. The enraged impudence immediately introduced himself as the chief instructor of the Water Dragon Army, Sa Do-guan, and Hamu Bai calmly introduced himself in response as the instructor of the 7th Squad of Fierce Dragons, to which Sa Do-guan hastily and arrogantly reminded that instructors must eat in the northern dining hall. Moreover, there was no place here for some pathetic fierce dragons. Of course, Hamu Bai calmly hinted that he could decide for himself where to eat, and the angry Sa Do-guan hurried to explain the strict rules to the newcomer. Although formally one could use any canteens, in fact they were all clearly allocated. Water dragons ate in the eastern dining hall, fallen dragons in the western, officials in the northern, and small fry and fierce dragons in the southern. At that moment, even the students were outraged by such unfair policy, and the hero was especially indignant about the treatment of the recruits who faced such a harsh fate. And Hamu Bai was very angry at that arrogant guy Sa Do-guan, who behaved as if he believed in his great powers. But even looking at his smug face, one could quickly conclude that he was not that cool. The chief instructor of the Water Dragons arrogantly ordered Kambayu to leave immediately with his students, and not to disturb them while they peacefully rested in the eastern dining hall. After all, they will have serious problems if, God forbid, dear students smell their disgusting odors. And honestly, even guys from high-ranking families found it extremely difficult to accept such humiliating treatment. Hamu Bai calmly explained to Sa Do-guan that his guys from the Water Dragons were much nastier and stinkier than his wards. The arrogant man was quite enraged that some pathetic instructor dared to be so insolent to him. And after these words, Hamu Bai was not afraid to openly challenge this self-satisfied man, in order to immediately prove his true authority in practice. After that, the two immediately met tense glances, waiting for someone to make the first decisive move. But the man who suddenly appeared in light blue clothes strictly ordered the chief instructor to stop this disgraceful behavior. Of course, Sa Do-guan was extremely surprised that he was being scolded, not that arrogant new guy. At that moment, the senior Water Dragon instructor asked Sa Do-guan not to behave so disgracefully in the dining hall, especially in front of the students. Of course, Sa Do-guan hurried to explain that this stupid bastard had dared to challenge him without any reason, and he had no idea what the low scoundrels would have done here if there were no seniors present. And Hamu Bai coldly reminded the man that the stupid bastard is the one who starts a senseless argument, not the one who stands up for himself and his students. At that moment, the frightened Water Dragon instructor demanded that Hamu Bai also stop arguing and disputing with his superiors. However, Hamu Bai, completely ignoring his timid order, asked the man's name by which he could address him in the future. After that, he also admitted that from the clothes it was clear the man was from the Pavilion of the Heavenly Eye. As is known, the Pavilion of the Heavenly Eye is a prestigious place related to the military pavilion, and is one of the organizations of the 7 groups of the Heavenly Alliance. Most often, this place is respectfully called the Military Pavilion, and its representatives enjoy great respect in all circles. Jaejagal Men was overwhelmed with the deepest astonishment. The noble warrior was shaken to the very depths of his soul that this mysterious mentor possessed knowledge of his former position. In confusion, he hastily stated that the young man was clearly mistaking him for someone else. However, Hamu Bai defended the truth of this fact with unshakable determination. Even the venerable chief instructor was greatly shocked that this young instructor had knowledge about people from the mysterious Heavenly Eye. This meant only one thing. Before them was by no means an ordinary newcomer. Earlier, the extremely frightened Jaegal men turned to the chief mentor with a humble plea that he show magnanimity and not make a fuss, since many curious eyes had gathered around them at that moment. Sa Do-guan clearly understood. If this mysterious instructor really had a serious past, then he could become a real thorn in his side. After all, the main mentor did not achieve his high position just by chance. In the end, agreeing with the wise opinion of Jaegal men and considering that he saw Hamu Bai for the first time, the ruler decided to show truly boundless generosity to the mysterious young man. The only thing he asked was that in the future the young man be much more cautious, for he might run into someone significantly more ferocious. Hamu Bai, however, felt the deepest indignation that he was barely given a proper meal, and now everyone was hastily dispersing. Meanwhile, the Water Dragon instructor was glad that the conflict was resolved. But still, the hero tried to ignore what had happened, headed to his students, signaling that now it was their turn to enjoy the meal, and asked them to take everything without hesitation. Finally finishing the feast, Hamu Bai was the first to leave the dining hall, but found that Jaegal men was patiently waiting for him. Therefore, the noble warrior politely commented that truly excellent meat was served in this dining hall. Jaegal men extremely disliked how the mysterious mentor avoided the topic, Everyone had long understood that he was far from an ordinary person. But the respected instructor advised that instead of worrying about the cadets' nutrition, it was better to think about their martial arts, because if he wished to stay here, he should not force the young warriors to train on their own. However, Hamu Bey saw no point in honing their combat skills. They would lose their lives anyway, even if they possessed them. And Jagelman tried to somehow soften the bitter truth, although he himself perfectly understood that their sad statistics were well known. Then the determined hero made it clear to the instructor that since he was so confident in himself as a mentor, he could send the brats he trained to the battlefield. But he warned that the tales about what happens beyond the wall were very far from harsh reality. And the young man was furious to the limit at how little respect he had, so he only reminded the youth of his sacred duties. Since he was an instructor, he must train soldiers, do everything to improve survival statistics, and not leave them unattended and simply send them to certain death. He thought that since Hamu Bai was abandoning the cadets entrusted to him, it meant only one thing. He was a real coward. And although Hamu Bai considered Jagelman reckless or naive, at least he was not a loser or a hypocrite. Of course, the hero was quite amused by the words of this passionate young man, but he did not clarify anything, allowing him to leave. At the end, the mysterious instructor only pondered about Jagelman, when he was here a good deputy of the Endless Sky Alliance. He was modest, honest, and had a decent character, although he excessively praised clans and the appetites of the great families. In the end, after some thought, Hamu Bai decided that such a person would not be a hindrance as an ally, and decided to get along with him if possible. Soon the mentor returned to the training ground to his cadets. There he immediately scolded Tanjin-san first for not kicking his legs but dancing, and Dan Mokun, who was trying to do something there with a crooked back. And immediately the students, deeply shocked, looked back at the instructor who had just started giving them advice. And Hamu Bai tried to ignore the radical changes in himself, only ordering the young warriors to listen to him carefully. From this moment, their self-education came to an end forever. Soon, Hamu Bai came to the head of the mythical dragon squad to discuss that all cadets of the institution must know the basics of martial arts, and the guys from other squads diligently studied basic skills. However, it seemed that the cadets under contractual leadership knew absolutely nothing. Feng Do-yul hurried to explain that the books given to them on the first day described all the necessary skills: the art of swordsmanship, rules of hand-to-hand combat, moral standards, strength of spirit, and other wisdom. Kamu Bey, of course, was amazed that the head of the mythical dragon believed that issuing some collections of junk with beautiful titles was enough to teach cadets the basics. However, the man closed his book and reminded Kamu Bey that in the army of the fierce dragons, most cannot even learn this very trash with a pompous title. At the same time, the army of the fallen and water dragons had already studied everything. After all, as is known, among the ranks of the fallen and water dragons were offspring of prestigious families who had long mastered the basics without their help, staying in their ancestral nests. Of course, he perfectly understood that Kamu Bey might hold a different opinion, but it seemed to him that for someone like the fierce dragons, it was better to give the basics of martial arts right away. And indeed, Kamu Bey understood that starting from scratch in a short time, only 2 years, was quite pointless. As a result, at the dawn of the next day, the mysterious mentor returned to the training ground. He made it clear that from today they would begin studying the basics of martial arts. The young warriors were very happy that finally, they would also start real classes. But Kamu Bey hastened to disappoint them. After all, he was talking about the most basic martial arts skills, some of which they probably already knew. It was about the art of swordsmanship, the rules of hand-to-hand combat, norms of morality, and strength of spirit. But in practice, skills from 3 sources of the universe, heaven, earth, and man, were more important. However, immediately after finishing his story and seeing Dan Mokun's excessive admiration, Kamu Bey realized that he was the only one who understood nothing. But still, the instructor decided to ask the cadets what they thought about his training plan. Right there, Pakri Pen hesitantly raised his hand, having already honed these basics in his clan. Tanjin-san also knew them, so he didn't need to learn anything anew. But unfortunately, let's say Yenhamin did not know these basics, and immediately the 2 previous ones turned to her in surprise, not believing that she had never been taught this. Even Hamu Bai was curious how a daughter from the Hubei family could not know this. Therefore, he decided to first check the level of these kids. At that moment, Tanjin-san indicated that he wanted to join the training. After all, although he had studied the basics, he had never encountered the 3 sources of the universe. And in the end, Hamu Bai decided that everyone would participate in the first lesson. Of course, those who already knew the basics were supposed to help their comrades understand. After talking with the head of the mythical dragon, the mysterious mentor concluded, since he had taken on training the young warriors, he must do everything properly. At that moment, Sado Guan unexpectedly entered the training ground. He decided to observe the dragon squad's lesson a little. For the most part, The man was interested in seeing how Hamubai would demonstrate his skills. At that moment, having seated all the students, Hamubai advised them to breathe evenly. After all, this was the foundation for training the strength of spirit, which would allow them to cultivate inner powers. Of course, as expected, Baekri Pen and Tang Jin-san had a fairly high level. For the others, however, everything was not easy at all. Therefore, looking at the three panting cadets, Hamubai pondered how to deal with them. In the end, he made it clear to the laggards that the skills they were honing could not be mastered instantly. Calming the mind was the basis of martial arts. He would teach them the basics of the three sources of the universe, not the silly martial arts basics of this institution. After that, the mysterious mentor decided to explain the basics again to the laggards, when suddenly an indignant voice from behind was heard. "Sadogwan!" He was extremely dissatisfied that Hamubai was going to teach the basics of the three sources, and not the usual basics. But Hamubai did not even recognize this impudent fellow at first glance. Only later did he realize that it was the same guy from the cafeteria. At that moment, Sadogwan boiled with righteous anger, not understanding how some instructor dared to spout such nonsense. At first, it was completely unclear why he was interfering in someone else's training process at all. But then Hamubai remembered. This man was the chief mentor of the water dragons. Apparently, that was why he showed such persistence. Nevertheless, the young instructor calmly explained that it was better for the man not to meddle in his teaching methods. Sadogwan objected. Although these youths were not his wards, he could not ignore it when someone was spreading outright heresy. After all, other warriors could also hear this nonsense. Hamubai coldly replied that he was not going to care about other people's ears during his own lessons. Moreover, he demanded not to worry about the quality of his lessons. The angry mentor of water dragons reminded that those stupid basics, as Hamubai called them, are combat techniques created by him with great passion and persistence. Therefore, he has every right to intervene. Now everything fell into place. Someone dared to insult the creation of Sadogwan, but Hamubai mercilessly noted that no matter how much he followed the rules, he never reached the top. That means his instructions are truly worthless. The man exploded with rage, not understanding how some miserable mentor of fierce dragons dared to speak to him so boldly. He reminded Hamubai of his place and warned he would answer for his words. Moreover, he must prove that Sadogwan's methods are indeed useless. Hamubai only sighed, wondering why everyone here treated fierce dragons with such contempt. But regarding the proposal to demonstrate skills, he agreed to show what he was capable of, after which he demanded that the opponent follow him to the center of the training ground. All the cadets became anxious. The lesson had just begun, and the mentor had already gone somewhere. The students stayed behind, worrying that because of their teacher's character, they might be disbanded as well. However, Tanjin-san saw in the events a chance to learn the true abilities of the instructor. Soon the opponents met on the training ground under the watchful eyes of many cadets. Finally, the duel began, which everyone watched with bated breath. Hamubai understood. With such a number of spectators, both had a chance to clearly demonstrate their strength. Therefore, he suggested to the opponent to attack first. Knowing his own capabilities, he decided to give a 3-second head start. Sadogwan was furious at the behavior of this impudent fellow. He was sure, after the very first move, that one would sing a completely different tune. Spreading a purple aura around himself, he greatly strengthened his arms and legs, and then instantly rushed at Hamubai. But at the last moment, he dodged the attack like a feather, letting it pass by. The same happened with all the other strikes, and no matter how Sadogwan strained, he couldn't even touch the opponent with his fingertips. By this time, the allotted 3 seconds had just ended. All the observing cadets froze in amazement. They couldn't even keep up with the movements of the main instructor, and Dan Mok-un and his comrades were amazed by Hamubei's abilities. They didn't expect that the man training them would be so swift. Although Sadogwan was fast, Hamubei seemed simply invisible, dissolving into the air. With a satisfied smile, the young instructor concluded, 3 seconds have passed, and the opponent hasn't landed a single blow on him. By this moment, Sadogwan was slightly exhausted, causing his limbs to tremble a little. All the students froze, watching what was happening. Hamubei hurried to explain to his wards how mastery of the sources of the universe manifests exactly. He wanted them to pay attention. He didn't even use internal energy. The mentor of the water dragons was extremely angry that in such a situation this brat continued to treat him with contempt. He was especially concerned that the fight was being watched by the new recruits of his squad as well. This meant that by any means it was necessary to save face as the sole representative of the Sado family. Having finished instructing the students, Hamubai once again turned his attention to the opponent. Since he had already used his 3 seconds, now it was time to demonstrate the power of the universe's sources himself. Enraged by the behavior of this scoundrel, Sadogwan decided not to hold back his strength any longer. He intended to demonstrate the technique destroying Steel Fist. Hamubai had heard about the Sato family, They were not wealthy and not very influential, but their steel fist technique was quite good. At that moment, everyone began whispering, eager to see how Hamubai would handle the main instructor's best technique without using internal energy. It seemed like this was already too much, considering that the young instructor even gave the opponent a head start. Hearing the whispering behind him, Sa Doguan was convinced that he had to repay the offender for the humiliation he had suffered. He charged at the young man to strike with a giant and powerful fist. Hamubai began to dodge calmly, but immediately felt that the opponent's speed and strength of blows had changed. Looking at the technique, he gradually began to understand where the innovations in the methods of the mythical dragon institution came from. They were created based on 3 sources of the universe. It turns out Sa Doguan mixed 2 incompatible types of combat. The result was worthless. That's why Hamubai didn't like the methods. The mentor of the water dragons himself had already begun to panic. He couldn't reach Hamubai, even using the power of spirit. It felt like he was fighting not a human. No matter how hard he tried and how close he got, the opponent each time at the last moment seemed to disappear from under the strike trajectory. Dodging once again, Hamubai even decided to give some advice. He noticed the opponent's extremely clumsy technique, in which he exposed his own weak spots. The cadets froze in amazement. They couldn't believe that during dodging deadly strikes, their teacher still found time to give instructions. Deciding to demonstrate his talent, Hamubai reminded the students, when you find the opponent's weak spots, even internal strength is no longer needed. It took him only 1 strike for the opponent to lean back and lose balance. The strikes hit the knee and shoulder. Then he rewarded the chief mentor with jabs to both sides. The technique consisted in the fact that if you aim at the right spots, the opponent will bleed out, and the warriors will not depend on internal energy. Although it looks complicated for now, when they learn the wisdom of the 3 sources, it will become easier. At that moment, he had already pressed all the necessary points on the man's body. Because of this, he collapsed to his knees right in the middle of the arena. Looking at the defeated enemy, Hamubai explained, "This is exactly what he meant when he spoke of unskilled technique." All the students, especially those related to the fierce dragons, covered their mouths in amazement. By this time, Sa Doguan was already coughing up blood from internal injuries. No one had ever been able to dodge the attacks of his fist before, and here he was defeated. Moreover, he started bleeding, and Hamubai really did not use internal power. Many of the witnesses present were still in a state of complete bewilderment, unable to grasp the true essence of what had happened. However, the few who understood martial arts clearly realized. They had just witnessed the power of the 3 sacred sources of universal energy. True, they were taught completely different methods of comprehending this ancient power, and Dan Mok-un, in a burst of fierce enthusiasm, shouted at the top of his voice that their mentor was a true genius of martial mastery. At that very moment, the noble Bekri Pen was plunged into the deepest amazement, observing the soft, like the flow of a mountain stream, yet restrained movements of the mighty Hamubai. The warrior did not resort to mysterious internal energy, overcoming the opponent only with the art of ordinary but impeccably precise strikes. It was obvious to everyone present what would happen next. The chief mentor of the water dragons would never leave such a defeat unavenged. At this fateful moment, Master Hamubai revealed to his devoted disciples a secret truth. If a warrior gains sufficient external strength, he can achieve the swiftness of lightning even without using internal energy. However, the wise mentor warned his young followers, such a technique must never be used recklessly, for the price of a mistake could be unbearably high. By that time, the proud Sa Doguan had already risen from humiliating knees, tormented by the bitterness of understanding. He simply could not bear such disgrace. If the duel ended this way, the noble warrior would no longer be able to look any of his comrades in the eye. Therefore, the enraged master sprang from his place, burning with a single desire to take revenge by any available means. Like an enraged tiger, he swiftly charged at the opponent, concentrating all his power in his fist for a crushing blow of retribution. However, despite all this raging fury, the unshakable Hamubai remained as cold as mountain ice. The master only sighed heavily, for he wished to part peacefully after demonstrating his superiority. The skilled warrior's reaction followed with the speed of a lightning strike. First, the young master swiftly ducked, discovering a vulnerable spot in the opponent's defense, the abdominal area. After that, he delivered an accurate kick to the found breach, then finished off the fallen enemy with a fist aimed straight at the proud man's chin. As a result, the man was thrown backward as if caught by a hurricane. A crimson stream of blood poured from his nose, and then with a deafening crash, he collapsed onto the training arena. The entire surrounding scene began to gradually blur before the defeated man's eyes. The world doubled and drifted in the fog of oblivion. By this moment, the chief mentor of the water dragons was finally defeated. The wise Hamubai explained to the gathered cadets, "If the enemy has reached the peak of their abilities and can no longer use self-defense techniques, then a skilled fighter can even break their bones by striking the most vulnerable points. Therefore, the main thing in battle is to identify the weak spots through which the opponent can be immobilized or defeated without any use of internal power. All present listened to his wise words, with the admiration of hungry beasts, eagerly absorbing every instruction into the depths of their consciousness. At that fateful moment, among the students appeared the familiar face of the mentor of the fierce dragons, the noble Moen Jinhua. Initially, he thought that Hamu Bai was a worthless instructor when he made the children train on their own. But now, observing the defeated mentor with first-class skills, his opinion changed drastically. The mysterious master crushed the technique of the three sources of the professional, who had exerted full power, while not using internal forces himself. It was obvious, he was definitely not some ordinary instructor. However, many, unaware of his true identity, were eager to find out who this mysterious warrior really was. At that moment, the displeased JJ Gal men stepped onto the training ground, immediately shouting at the students. By that time, the training session had long ended, but they still had not dispersed. When the students respectfully stepped aside before the water dragon instructor, he noticed Hamu Bey standing on the training ground, as well as the beaten chief mentor lying nearby. Unwavering Hamu Bey was already prepared for the fact that this man would now start reading him tedious rules again and brainwash him with moral lessons. Meanwhile, the fierce dragon mentor went to the head of the mythical dragon to report everything that had happened. He told about the duel, as well as about the behavior of the chief instructor, who always spoke disparagingly about the fierce dragons. Despite this, the brave Hamu Bey agreed to a duel with him, which was like a person voluntarily putting their head into the mouth of a hungry tiger. Now the question arose, what was the best course of action? An ordinary fierce dragon instructor could not defeat the chief water dragon mentor in a fair fight. But if the supreme water dragon mentor found out about this, the situation would become significantly more complicated. Feng Doyul asked his subordinate not to indulge in excessive worries, since many eyes had seen the duel, meaning even the water dragon mentor could do nothing. But still, the situation pleased no one. Everything had become too complicated, and controlling the mysterious Hamu Bey was not easy. But at the same time, even the head of the mythical dragon could do nothing with the young man, considering that he had been transferred here. He had no right to expel him. At that moment, the action shifts to a remote part of the mythical dragon institution. Soon the head of the house learned about the ominous rumors that had been circulating all day. The deputy head of the institution hurried to explain that these alarming rumors were most likely unfounded and asked the leader not to worry. But he already knew perfectly well. This situation was somehow connected with an instructor named Hamu Bai. The authoritative ruler ordered his subordinate to immediately find out everything about this mysterious man, even how many pairs of underwear and socks he had brought with him. Soon the deputy withdrew, leaving Namgunhua in alone. He continued to burn with anger, realizing that this despicable army of fierce dragons had aces up their sleeves. He was especially angered by the pathetic Sado Guan, an unfinished bandit who wags his tail before him and tries with all his might to penetrate the society of the 5 prestigious families. Namgunhua In was even going to help him before this shameful defeat. But what angered him the most, even the noble Jegal men failed to reconcile them. He remembered when the young man arrived at the mythical dragon. Then the man made him understand that he was not the person who should be here. After all, even the prestigious clans do not recognize him. On the contrary, if he had stayed in the pavilion of the heavenly lesson, he would have reached much greater heights. Of course, Namgunhua In understood. From time to time, important persons visit here. But he promised Jegalmen that he could fully rely on him here. With his help, the master could do whatever he wished within the walls of the mythical dragon institution. However, despite this generous offer, the stubborn Jegalmen wished to occupy a place closer to the weak cadets. He was quite satisfied with the position of instructor of the water dragon recruits. Namgunhua In was quite surprised then, as the man could have taken talented guys and helped them develop. The perceptive young man quickly understood. Namgunhua In was hinting at his nephew. He, of course, was frightened when his intrigues were exposed, but tried to explain. He still did not know why his nephew had joined the army of water dragons. But still, if he had talent, he could rise to a high position. But the proud Jegal men refused to listen any longer, making it clear. His current position as an ordinary instructor suited him more than enough. Remembering this, Namgunhua In burned with anger because the stubborn Jegal men did not accept his helping hand, remaining a stubborn fool. But still, he was necessary for the fulfillment of the plans of the head of the house of the mythical dragon. Initially, the Lord even appointed Sadoguan as the chief instructor to persuade Jegal men to take this position. But he did not expect that the pathetic Sadoguan would be beaten by someone like an instructor of ordinary fierce dragons. He simply could not allow this. Therefore, he immediately maliciously promised to repay this cheeky boy for the shame he had suffered. The next day, unaware of anything, the valiant mentor arranged training for his guys. He saw. They all took the matter very seriously and gave their maximum effort. Apparently the reason was that they were extremely inspired by how he crushed the chief instructor. A couple more hours passed. The sun was already high in the sky. It was lunchtime. But the wise Hamubai did not know whether they should go there. The Eastern Dining Hall was famous for its delicious food, but that time the guys were so scared that they could not eat properly. This meant that they would have to go to the southernmost dining hall. Rising from their seats, the warriors headed to the southernmost refectory. The wise mentor explained to his wards the choice of this place. It was located closest to the students' barracks, which meant that after the meal they could immediately return to their studies. Everyone unanimously agreed with the master's reasoning. Although the Eastern Dining Hall was famous for its exquisite dishes, the atmosphere there caused discomfort. In the southern refectory, hardly anyone would stare at the arriving warriors. At that moment, the sharp gaze of Hamubei noticed workers also heading to the refectory. Unlike the Eastern establishment, here a crowd of people in rags and tatters gathered. Soon, the master noticed the menu hanging on a withered sheet at the entrance gates. Picky about food, Hamubei instantly realized this refectory was radically different from the Eastern one. But since they had already arrived here, the noble warrior decided to give the establishment a chance and taste the offered food. However, when the students approached the serving area, they were given food that more resembled scraps for dogs. Astonished, Hamubei discovered they were not even given a choice, and in the Eastern refectory, they could take dishes according to their own taste. The cook coldly suggested to the youth, if something did not suit him, to go back where he came from and not hold up the line. Although the noble master did not get angry, he still stepped back amid the indignant murmurs of the crowd behind. After him, the other students received their portions. However, even the undemanding Dan Mok-un almost shuddered at just one glance at this abomination. The shocked Hamubai was struck by the monstrous difference in the food. Here the dishes turned out to be of disgusting quality, meager portions, revolting taste. The noble warrior burned with righteous anger, not understanding how living people could be served such dog food. When he spoke with the head of the mythical dragon and the mentors, they claimed everything was done for the benefit of the cadets, but in reality it turned out completely differently. Therefore, the angry master sternly ordered his wards not to touch the food and to wait for his return. Immediately he left. The children wondered where their instructor had gone, but clearly felt a great storm was coming. But no one dared to stop the enraged mentor. Soon, a real commotion arose in the office of the head of the mythical dragon. Hamubai brought there the menus of all the dining halls located on the institution's territory. The frightened Feng Do-yul had no idea why the daring young man had dragged them there. However, the master insisted that the ruler familiarize himself with them. The man did not understand what was going on, but still took the sheets. He tried to find at least some problem in the description of the dishes. However, the longer he read, the more he noticed. One sheet looked extremely strange, and this sheet belonged exactly to the southern dining hall. The angry ruler thought that the cunning Hamubai was deceiving him. After all, such a difference seemed simply impossible. One of the reasons for such judgments was that the leader had never been to the southern dining hall. The office of Feng Do-yul was located closest to the northern one, which he constantly used and knew perfectly well what dishes were served there. Therefore, the unyielding Hamubai demanded that the ruler immediately go with him to the southern dining hall. He needed to personally look at the food served there. He tried to excuse himself with excessive busyness, but the master only became more angry. The leader clearly does not understand the seriousness of the situation. There should be no such difference. The ruler must personally taste this refuse, and not feed such crap to the fierce dragons who are to face certain death in 2 years. It is unacceptable to treat people like this. The ashamed leader immediately agreed to go with the young man. However, when they arrived, the cooks blocked the ruler's way. Soon, a stout little man appeared, the owner of the southern dining hall, who respectfully greeted the head of the institution and decided to find out the reason for such an unexpected visit. Fen Do-yul explained that he was passing by and decided to drop in, but did not understand why the cooks were blocking his way. And the frightened owner timidly tried to explain, this is not the place where a worthy head should enter, especially considering that nothing was prepared for his arrival. The enraged Hamubai protested. Are they really going to pompously welcome the head while people are fed scraps? The ruler fully agreed with the instructor's words. He always visited the northern dining hall, but when he came to the southern one, he was denied access. The terrified owner, glancing repeatedly at the unfamiliar warrior, tried to explain. The conditions in the 2 dining halls are too different. However, these words seemed extremely strange to Hamubai, since the head considered all 4 dining halls the same. The rules are equal for everyone. Fen Do-yul was amazed that the subordinates suddenly began to speak to him so respectfully. With others, he really treated him as the head. Therefore, the ruler harshly demanded to be allowed into the southern dining hall. The owner tried to justify himself, although he knew the rules. In this place, the workers had their own circumstances. By that moment, the man had completely driven the young man out of his mind. The master could no longer tolerate him. Right then, he released his energy, which swirled around like a hurricane, after which he threatened the owner. If he does not let them in, he will simply finish them off. The owner truly shuddered under the onslaught of such powerful energy. Therefore, when the resolute Hamu-bai headed inside, he simply led the chief behind him. No one even dared to block their way. The master was clearly trembling, but now that they had entered, he could do nothing. Soon the head of the mythical dragon found himself before a table with the stew placed there. Obviously, the man could not believe that cadets were fed such food. The fare on the table did not even look edible. Moreover, he could not lift his head from shame, seeing people who truly devoured this abomination. The ruler was ashamed. The new warrior had been in the institution for only a few days and already learned everything, while it had not reached him for so many years. At that moment, the wise Hamu-bai suggested to the chief to conduct an inspection of the kitchen of this dining hall. There was a real mess. Vegetables were not just absent from baskets, they were lying right on the ground. Nearby, a cat was licking itself. The conviction that dishes are the same everywhere led to such monstrous results. Even the meat here was stale and rotten. Flies were already circling above it. Calmly, the mentor explained to the chief. He was greatly mistaken regarding the equality of dining halls. In the south, they serve stew for dogs, a common thing for fierce dragons and workers. All that remained for Feng Do-yulu was to apologize for not knowing about it earlier. But he promised to immediately detain the owner of the dining hall and conduct a thorough investigation. The grateful Hamu-bai was glad that the ruler took the problem seriously, after which he made it clear. All those who eat here earn this food with great difficulty, and the dishes are not even worthy of spending money on. At that moment, the owner of the dining hall was already approaching the lord, trying to come up with excuses on the go. But he did not even manage to come close when he immediately felt the rage, which became literally tangible, and it came from Feng Do-yulu himself. Soon the entire dining hall was filled with the piercing cries of the angry head of the institution. The next day, the warriors and workers who came to the dining hall noticed radical changes in the quality of the dishes. Moreover, the portion sizes increased, and many wondered why this had happened. The satisfied Hamu-bai was happy that everything was fixed so quickly. However, the ruler saw no reason to delay such an urgent matter. Because of this, the master was even more disappointed. After all, for so many years, absolutely nothing was done. Although in essence, the problem could have been solved in just one day. And the head did not even know how to justify himself after these words. At that moment, the wise Feng Do-yul revealed to Hamu-bai the dark truth about the origin of this corrupt system. Initially, when the institution was just being established under the blessed heavens, people regardless of origin and status could partake of the dishes in all 4 dining halls without distinction. However, gradually a custom took root. The warriors of the army of fierce dragons were overwhelmed by the superior forces of their aquatic and northern kin. Between them developed relations steeped in mutual hostility and contempt. For this reason, the humiliated dragons were driven out to the southern refectory like lepers. And to the perceptive Hamu-bai, the fact that the weak were equated with ghosts and outcasts of society did not seem surprising at all. Such were the harsh laws of this world. The lord knew perfectly well that the others perceived the fierce dragons and ordinary workers as a lower class, incapable of doing anything to them. Therefore, the greedy tavern owners gradually began to lower the quality of the food. After all, nothing threatened them either the first or the second time. The enraged Hamu-bai blazed with righteous anger, because even in the system of ordinary sustenance, everything had rotted to the core. However, the humble head swore to both the master and himself that he would no longer allow such abominations to be committed within the walls of his institution. From now on, he planned to eat 3 times a day in each of the dining halls. Hamu-bai only hoped that the ruler's determination would last long in this corrupt system. Fen Do-yul was even slightly amazed that such a young warrior dared to order him, but he did not dare to argue with the unyielding master on such a delicate matter. At that moment, the noble Hamu-bai left the foul-smelling dining hall and unexpectedly collided with Jagalmen, who was heading towards him along the dusty path. The instructor was extremely curious about what his comrade in arms had forgotten in such a remote and despicable place. However, he had come here by no means accidentally. The noble warrior came to express his deepest gratitude. He humbly apologized for being excessively short-sighted and could not even imagine that something like that was happening within the walls of the institution. The vicious custom of allocating dining halls among social classes gave free rein to greedy owners, who began feeding valiant warriors and honest workers with such scraps. Listening to these explanations, Hamubai was, frankly speaking, deeply shocked. For he had never before seen representatives of 5 prestigious clans bow their heads before someone like him, a simple instructor from a shabby unit. At that moment, the sincere Jegal Men admitted that previously he only cared about feeding the water dragons, and the food in the other dining halls did not trouble his heart at all. He naively believed that the dishes there were just as exquisite as in the eastern and northern abodes of abundance. The magnanimous Hamubai did not blame the worthy Jegal Men for his ignorance of this terrible truth. It remained only to hope that the leader would keep his solemn promise, and such a thing would never happen again within the sacred walls of the institution. After that, he friendlily patted Jegal Men on the shoulder, making it clear, caring for the warrior's nourishment was by no means part of the simple instructor's direct duties. However, at that moment, not letting his interlocutor leave, the courteous mentor decided to address him with a special request. Monthly on the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th, he conducted group training sessions for the dragons, and earnestly wished that the wise Hamubai would observe these sessions. The trainings began on the spacious training ground exactly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun reached its zenith. Although the surprised Hamubai was somewhat puzzled by such an unexpected invitation, he nevertheless accepted it with the dignity of a true warrior. On the appointed day, when the morning fog had not yet completely dispersed under the rays of the rising sun, the master arrived at the spacious training ground. Finally, the students of the fierce dragons grasped the meaning of group training. Absolutely all the trainees were gathered together. The curious Dan Mok-un overheard that the water dragon's instructor was supposed to teach their brethren the art of survival. This would be a practical martial arts lesson, where theory would take flesh and blood in real exercises. At that moment, the mentor himself appeared, making sure that all the students had gathered at the designated place. For this reason, he carefully scanned the motley crowd of young faces and suggested immediately starting the lessons. Satisfied, Hamubai was glad that this was after all a group training under the guidance of an experienced master, which meant he did not need to intervene. He could simply observe the development of events. However, at that unexpected moment, Feng Doyul silently approached from behind, who was genuinely surprised that the young man had come to the group session. The ruler believed that such training would seem boring and uninteresting to him. But what amazed Hamubai himself much more was that Feng Doyul himself had deigned to arrive at such a remote place. Apparently, the Lord is already beginning to closely monitor his every step, like a hunter tracking prey. But he hastened to explain that this meeting was truly a coincidence of fate. Today was the first group training of the fierce dragons in a long time, and he simply decided to take a look at how the sessions were going, and then unexpectedly met the mysterious Hamubai here. Then the cautious young man asked the leader to just pretend not to know him, and not to start a conversation with him in public, which considerably disturbed the head of the mythical dragon from his mental equilibrium. At that solemn moment, the authoritative Jegal Men was explaining to the gathered students that this lesson was truly important, for it gives a chance to increase the survival rate of the fierce dragons in the upcoming trials. Everyone knew the harsh truth well. Before the arrival of Master Jegal Men, their survival rate was a miserable 1%. After all, the army of fierce dragons is a place where people come who have neither a bit of combat skills nor noble origin. That at least 5 people out of 100 survive in the cursed lands is truly a real miracle of the heavens. Observing how selflessly the noble Jegal Men strives, the perceptive Hamubai could not help but admit, he really differs from other representatives of noble families, mired in luxury and arrogance. The head of the institution hastened to explain that Jegal Men was a man who is extremely proud of his family and origin. He makes every effort to properly fulfill his duties as a member of one of the 5 prestigious families. Now a huge responsibility for the success of this training lies on his shoulders. At that moment, Hamubei's attention was distracted by a loud metallic sound. A massive shield landed with a dull thud on the trampled ground of the parade ground. Resolute Jegalmen intended to demonstrate how to properly handle this ancient defensive weapon. All present were amazed. They would be taught not elegant fencing or the art of self-defense. They expected to master swordsmanship, but harsh reality prepared different lessons. Jegalmen hastened to explain to the puzzled students. Among people practicing martial arts, many consider the shield an insignificant trinket. However, this magnificent weapon repeatedly saved not only Jegalmen's own life but also many other warriors in the most desperate battles. The shield was the most important defensive tool, and a guarantee of survival for the cadets who would soon have to go into the cursed forest, where death lurks at every step. Soon, absolutely all the young men were already standing in neat rows, each with his personal shield in hand. The moment came when the experienced Jegal Men decided to demonstrate his skill. He asked the children to watch every movement of his without distraction and to remember what they saw deep in their memory, for he was firmly convinced these skills would soon save their lives in deadly fights. Even the seasoned Hamu Bai froze in anticipation. He was extremely curious about what the man from the legendary pavilion of the Heavenly Eye would demonstrate. In the next moment, armed with a shield, the master began to gracefully maneuver across the training ground, like a dancer in a deadly dance. He simultaneously dodged imaginary attacks from the opponent and himself went on a swift offensive, demonstrating the unity of defense and attack. The amazed students were struck. Despite the impressive weight of the shield, the skillful Jegal men possessed the astonishing agility of a mountain leopard. Having captured their undivided attention, the patient mentor decided to show each movement in slow motion and asked the students to precisely repeat after him. Thus, step by step, the young warriors mastered the ancient art of shield bearers. After observing the session, the chief and instructor went their separate ways, and the thoughtful hero immediately noted that the session was quite commendable. The presented techniques seemed fairly simple to perform yet extremely effective in combat. The chief fully agreed with this assessment. After all, there were not many ways of defense in martial arts capable of surpassing the art of shield mastery. Moreover, the wise Jegal men created this defensive technique through trial and error, combining military strategies and classical martial arts into a single whole. Therefore, in principle, there was nothing surprising in the fact that this young instructor was revered as a true genius of military affairs. He voluntarily volunteered to conduct group training sessions with fierce dragons, although the water dragon instructor had no reason to do this. Even representatives of prestigious clans told him this. However, the persistent instructor Jegalmen relentlessly trains the outcasts 4 times a month. He is by no means one of those arrogant young men who understand nothing about the harsh realities of this world and live in an ivory tower. The perceptive Hamu Bey immediately understood the true state of affairs, so he intended to leave at once in order not to interfere with the noble cause. Of course, the chief asked the master to stay a little longer and observe the techniques, but he wished to go to the meal. In fact, he was deeply touched that the noble Jegalmen does not abandon cadets to die alone, but sincerely strives to increase their survival by any available means. Even now, hearing his instructions behind his back, the warrior saw that the devoted Jegalmen was giving his all in training, sparing neither time nor his own efforts. Kamu Bayu was extremely interested in understanding what all these selfless efforts of the noble instructor would lead to in the long term. Soon a late evening descended over the land, enveloping the institution in soft twilight. Meanwhile, Hamubai did not succumb to sleep. The master preferred to immerse himself in thoughts about his pupils, whose serious faces during lessons made an indelible impression on him. Initially, the mentor believed that a handful of hopeless simpletons had gathered before him, but now he understood how cruelly mistaken he was. With such reflections, the sage downed another shot of the strong drink and continued to indulge in philosophical inquiries. It became crystal clear to the master that the leader had deliberately entrusted these young talents to his care, however. All the pupils demonstrated a strikingly similar level of natural giftedness. The mentor realized this during the breathing exercises. Even the timid and indecisive Naku Jin possessed extraordinary potential. Nevertheless, Hamubai was extremely intrigued by how the leader managed to find and bring together such remarkable youths. Of course, there was a possibility of a fortunate coincidence, but the wise mentor suspected that the matter was somewhat different. Undoubtedly, even among this quintet, one special student stood out, and it became perfectly clear that it was the young Dan Mok Une, who came from an impoverished family. The youth had never before mastered the mysteries of martial arts, had an ordinary physique with tightly sealed energy channels, yet the passionate young man longed to gain power and begged the mentor to assist him in this noble pursuit. Kamubai was racking his brains over how to help the diligent student, for his fervent desire to do everything possible for the well-being of his family deeply touched the master's heart. Therefore, filling a new cup with a noble drink, the mentor plunged into thought, whether he should approach this delicate matter with all possible seriousness and responsibility. At that very moment, the young cadets, settled in their quarters, were having a lively conversation among themselves. Dan Molkyun passionately wished to find out from Tanjin-san whether their venerable instructor had indeed refrained from using internal energy during the fight with the chief mentor. Frankly speaking, the young man had already tired everyone with his endless questions. But Tanjin-san patiently explained that the master had indeed defeated the first-class warrior without using internal powers, and this circumstance inspired the ardent Dan Mok-un even more. The young man imagined that since they were being taught by such an outstanding master, with due diligence and effort they would inevitably acquire unprecedented power. In principle, Tanjin-san agreed that such an outcome seemed quite likely. However, looking at Dan Mok-un, the young man could not come up with a delicate way to hint to his comrade about the unpleasant odor emanating from him. In the end, unable to endure the torment, The young man made it clear that he had been patient for a long time, but could no longer remain silent. The young man was puzzled as to why it was so difficult for his neighbor to perform ablution before going to bed, since the noble offspring could not concentrate because of the unbearable stench. Of course, Dan Mok-un felt incredibly embarrassed, considering that the boy sincerely believed himself to be clean. The young man diligently washed his hands, feet, and face before going to sleep. Then the astonished Tan Jin-san asked whether the young man had at least once taken a full bath since arriving at the military camp. However, the simple-hearted young man was sincerely convinced that one should immerse in the baptismal font only a few times a year on especially solemn occasions, or when favorable warm weather arrives. Tan Jin-san could not believe in the naivety of this simpleton. The same one, laughing, explained that the weather was too cold for washing the whole body. The communal bath had icy water flowing, and excessively frequent washing seemed harmful to health. Only then did the noble young man finally have an epiphany. His comrade was diligently exercising, pouring streams of sweat over himself, but washed only his limbs, crying out from realization. The scion of a noble family finally understood why his comrade's odor was becoming more and more unbearable every day. The angry young man shouted that such neglect of hygiene posed a serious threat to health, and immediately drove this ignoramus to the bathhouse so that he would thoroughly wash his entire body. Of course, the frightened Dan Mok-un was puzzled as to why he should immerse himself in water in such cold, and timidly promised that he would definitely bathe tomorrow. However, Tan Jin-san decisively grabbed his comrade by the wrist, indignant at his stubbornness. After that, he sat down nearby and directed a stream of his internal energy, filling Dan Mok-un's body with it. The commoner immediately felt how his entire being was filled with a pleasant heat. He became unusually warm, and Tan Jin-san explained that this beneficial effect was precisely due to the internal energy. Unfortunately, with his current level of mastery, the young aristocrat could only warm his comrade's body to such a state. But the young man's body would continue to maintain an elevated temperature, so the commoner could calmly go and wash properly. Finally, when Dan Mok-un left, Tan Jin-san rejoiced that he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, the young man was amazed, since when did he care about matters such as concern for others? Previously, the noble offspring would never have wasted precious inner strength for a stranger. Such behavior was completely uncharacteristic of his nature. Nothing like this happened in his father's house. Due to the constant dissatisfaction of his relatives, the young man behaved like a complete scoundrel. He committed deeds that now he was painfully ashamed even to remember. But now the young aristocrat showed concern for others, which left him in complete stupor. However, indulging in memories of his childhood years, Tan Jin-san realized that until adolescence, he had been quite a kind-hearted lad. After all, the young man was the direct heir of the glorious Sichuan family. Apparently, the emotional wounds inflicted on him in his boyhood years were much deeper than initially thought. Surely the reason lay in the harsh, contemptuous looks directed at him from all sides due to insufficient talent. However, now the young man looked completely unlike his former self. Soon, and quite soon indeed, Dan Mok-un returned after washing, while Tan Jin-san was indignant, because the comrade was supposed to wash much more thoroughly. Therefore, the noble youth had to explain to the commoner that for them, warriors who sweated daily, it was extremely important to thoroughly cleanse the entire body to avoid catching an infection. Fortunately, the young man had not yet harmed himself, so from now on, he had to perform washings more often. The aristocrat also requested that the boy address him simply by his name. If they met in the secular world, Dan Mok-un would call him older brother, since the noble youth was 4 years older. But here they were on equal footing, so they could call each other by their names. The most surprising thing was that before going to sleep, Tan Jin-san even apologized for grabbing his comrade's hand so abruptly. Moreover, the noble youth apologized for using internal energy on him without warning, since such actions were strictly forbidden, and he should have at least explained his intentions. Of course, the commoner was grateful for the help rendered, but Tan Jin-san swore that he would no longer grab his comrade so suddenly. Thus, after a rather turbulent and eventful night, all the students gathered in the morning for lessons. This was already the lesson in which they practiced the sacred breathing techniques. All the disciples immediately sat down on the ground, and the venerable Hamu Bai paced among them, carefully observing their progress. Unfortunately, the master still could not reveal to the cadets the secret of the 3 sources of the universe, as these were deadly martial arts. But still, the mentor could teach these young men something useful. Therefore, approaching the pupils, the sage asked them to remain motionless and fully concentrate on their breathing. When the students' breathing became synchronous and measured, the master immediately spread the finest streams of his internal energy, and, having established its flow, he decided to proceed with the sacred procedure. The mentor promptly placed his palms on the backs of the 2 nearest seated students, filling their bodies with life-giving energy. All the pupils immediately felt how the energy hovering around them began to be absorbed into their mortal shells. At that moment, Hamubai asked that they all continue to breathe and under no circumstances stop. Only then did the wise Hamubai pay close attention to Danmokun. It seemed as if the young man was quite experienced, since he was able to easily accept his energy. The young man did not even lose rhythm, continuing to breathe as evenly as all the other seasoned comrades. At that moment, Tanjin-san felt how the energy transmitted by the master slowly spread through his body and concentrated in the abdominal area. It was truly amazing. It accumulated in the same place and then circulated through the blood vessels. At that moment, Baekri Pen noticed that all the fellow students' breathing technique had sharply improved. The instructor definitely did something to everyone except himself. At that moment, noticing his bewilderment, Hamubai asked Baekri Pen to focus on spirit training. Otherwise, the young man would not even be able to accumulate internal energy. After that, the master addressed the young man through telepathic communication, surprised that he did not understand why the mentor did not touch him. After all, the young man was a disciple of the famous Shanxi clan, and of course, he should not neglect the martial arts techniques of other clans, so he was supposed to concentrate on breathing. The young man perfectly understood that the instructor was right, but he was still offended that everyone was helped except him. Soon the lesson was over. Closer to noon, all the students immediately began sharing their impressions. They felt how the internal energy concentrated in the abdomen. However, the disciples were puzzled as to how such a miracle could happen. Indeed, for those encountering such a phenomenon for the first time, it was extremely difficult to control this power. The energy was about the size of half a rice grain, which was even difficult to call a size. And only then did Baekri Pen bitterly realize that all his comrades received precious energy, while he exhausted himself with training to accumulate a miserable tenth of a rice grain. At that moment, Tang Jin-san decided to ask Hamubai whether the mentor had by any chance used demonic power. Immediately, as soon as the conversation turned to forbidden energy, all the students opened their eyes wide in amazement. The master, although shocked by such a suggestion, calmly explained that it was simply impossible, and with a laugh added that in the sacred institution of the mythical dragon of the Heavenly Alliance, no one would allow a person possessing demonic power to be present. Moreover, the warrior reminded that he himself was a member of this honorable alliance, so he definitely did not possess demonic power. However, Tanjin-san had no idea how such a miracle could be performed without using forbidden techniques. The young man was simply trying to think rationally. Even Yeon Ha-min supported his doubts. To infuse energy into two people at once and simultaneously concentrate it in force seemed impossible in such a short time. Such a thing was not practiced even in the most prestigious clans. The two inexperienced students, Nakwu Jin and Dan Mok-un, only looked at the instructor, waiting for explanations. However, Hamubai with a mysterious smile made the students understand that for their mentor nothing was impossible. After which the master asked the young men to stop filling their heads with such nonsense and continue training diligently. The mentor announced that after lunch, it would be time for independent exercises, after which he sent the students to the southern dining hall, and he himself headed to the northern dining hall for instructors. At noon, many instructors from various dragon squads gathered here for a meal. There, Hamubai met with Jaegalmen, who was extremely surprised that the master had separated from his students. Therefore, the hero hastily explained that there was supposed to be something special on the menu today, so he had come. The comrade said that because of the recent incident, he tries to visit different dining halls every day and meticulously records everything in order to monitor the quality of the provisions. The man was very worried that such a nightmare could happen again due to illegal manipulations. Even in this dining hall, there could be substandard food. But Hamubai did not pursue such a noble goal. The master simply came to taste the beef. Today was the day of remembrance for the deceased, and it turned out that Jaegalmen had also not yet tried the local dishes, so he was glad that Hamubai would keep him company. Finally, it was their turn to choose dishes for themselves from the many offered meals. Soon, having chosen everything necessary, they began looking for a table where they could be alone. At that moment, the instructors were whispering about the leader of the 7th squad of the Fierce Dragons. They still considered the Fierce Dragons unworthy, and their instructor a real degenerate. But everyone still understood that Sado Guan had disgraced the Water Dragons. Although he was the chief instructor among them, he got into a fight with an ordinary instructor of the trash squad of the Fierce Dragons. So the level of the Water Dragons themselves was certainly low. Jaegalmenu became incredibly embarrassed that these fools were whispering, completely careless about their language. Apparently, these ignoramuses had no idea that the very man from the 7th squad was sitting with them. Therefore, the comrade became painfully ashamed and awkward before the hero. But Hamubai paid no attention to their empty talk. But the master did not care. He enjoyed a delicious veal lunch. When he destroyed the leader of the devil cult, he was treated to veal in the village, and it tasted exactly the same. The instructor clearly calmed down upon seeing that the hero was more concerned with the quality of this food than the whispers, and understood that there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, it turned out that Yahello himself was trying such a dish for the first time, and it seemed extraordinarily tasty to him. But while he was just tasting the dish, Hamubai had already finished his portion and was about to go for seconds. While the master was marching, he listened attentively to the conversations of those around him. People were gossiping that a real female assassin had joined the fierce dragon's army. Of course, they were talking about Yun Ha-min. She had exactly the same name as the girl from the Hubei family, who was also called the Ice Hammer, the first flower of martial arts. However, it is unlikely that the head of Hubei would have sent her to the army of the fierce dragons. It was just a funny coincidence that they had the same names. Moreover, men were more concerned that the girl was stunningly beautiful. The master clenched the sticks in his hands in fury after these words, causing a whole network of cracks to appear on them. He was furious that these men, future instructors, dared to lustfully ogle the students. It was no wonder the hero did not want to come to this institution. The level of the local mentors was simply disgusting. The master was about to hit those scoundrels when suddenly the beauty Yeon Ha-mina herself entered the dining room. Right there, the instructors made lecherous faces, devouring the girl with their eyes. But Kamu Bey was extremely surprised. What was the pupil doing here, and why had she come? It turned out she came because she wanted to ask the master in more detail about creating a grain of internal energy in the abdomen. However, unexpectedly, a strong male hand blocked her way. One of the instructors made it clear that cadets have no place here, and he was surprised. Could it be that the girl had not been told about this rule in the army of the fierce dragons? The girl was shocked that such a disgusting guy blocked her way, but tried to politely explain that she had come to talk with her instructor. But at that moment, the lustful old man decided that instead of her useless instructor, he would give her advice himself. After that, the scoundrel grabbed her firmly by the shoulder, offering the girl to join the fallen dragons. The villain promised that he would give her everything she wished for, and she would not regret coming here. Obviously, this was real harassment. Yeon Ha-mina gritted her teeth, not knowing what to say. At that moment, the hero noticed this scum watching from afar. A Galman literally jumped up from his table, realizing that serious trouble was about to happen. In the next moment, the men had already surrounded the girl from all sides. The scoundrel admired the softness of her hands, and when she resisted, he found it even attractive. But when the girl dared to point out how pathetic this man was for harassing cadets, the villain raised her hand high. After that, he shouted at her because some insect from the fierce dragons dared to talk back to him. The scoundrel could not allow such treatment. It is unknown what he intended to do next. However, Yeon Ha-mina immediately sensed the presence of her teacher behind the offender's back. The master was already prepared to crush this impudent fellow with a single crushing blow. In the end, the scoundrel crashed at full speed into the wall, shattering it into the smallest fragments. And Hamubai remained standing beside his student, making it clear that no one else would dare approach her. Only when Yeon Ha-mina called the hero her instructor did everyone realize that the young man they had been whispering about so contemptuously all this time was among them. As soon as the instructor came to his senses a little, he immediately began to spew selected curses at the hero, and the master was not surprised that nothing worthy came from the mouth of this scoundrel. The hero strictly ordered that he dare not insult his students anymore. Then the man realized that before him stood the instructor of this girl, and the hero only sighed discontentedly, finally understanding what kind of place this northern canteen was, where he was not even allowed to eat in peace once. Moreover, the master understood that apparently the student had come here because the matter could not be delayed. Therefore, he asked the girl to stand behind him. Immediately, as soon as she hid behind the mentor's back, the man began to rage. How dare some instructor from the fierce dragons touch him? However, Hamubai did not care. He did not want to know a person from whose mouth nothing more worthy than selected curses came out. Moreover, looking at how he could only stand helplessly and curse, the master had an unshakable feeling that this pathetic man was simply trembling before him out of fear. The scoundrel was clearly burning with mad rage, believing that this degenerate dared to be proud of his sudden and vile attack. Of course, Hamubai was well aware that if he now released even a small fraction of his inner energy, the man would die right here in the middle of the canteen. But too many curious eyes gathered around, which made it extremely difficult for the master to restrain his righteous anger, but simply necessary. At that moment, everyone present immediately whispered, realizing they had already seen this mysterious young man. He really was the instructor of the 7th group of the fierce dragons, and Jagalmen was fearfully pondering what to do, whether to intervene in this confrontation or prudently refrain. In the next moment, the man had already spread his formidable aura. The inner energy took on a sinister shade. Assuming the most threatening and terrifying appearance, the scoundrel warned the novice that he was an instructor of the 4th rank of the fallen dragons, sent here directly from the sacred Dorim. Someone like the pathetic Hamu Bey cannot afford to humiliate his dignity, especially considering that for a person who committed such impudence and audacity, the young man looked overly calm and unperturbed. At that moment, watching the events unfold, even Yeon Ha-min was worried, although the girl perfectly knew the true strength of her instructor. The hero saw that the power of this man really could not compare to the strength of Sado Guan. This warrior was undoubtedly a master above the first class. Therefore, he calmly noted that since the man came from Dorim, he must have been from the same place as the head of the alliance himself. The young warrior began to wonder how the leader would act upon learning how this scoundrel dared to treat the cadets. At that moment, the man became extremely furious, not understanding how the boy dared to mention the head of the alliance in conversation with him. The scoundrel furiously attacked to shut his filthy mouth, tear out the insolent tongue, and cut the muscles and veins of all limbs to turn the impudent one into a living vegetable, a helpless puppet. However, the hero barely restrained a mocking smile, recalling that Sado Guan sought roughly the same in their fight. Of course, the forward quickly made it clear that he was incomparable to that pathetic Sado Guan, but soon realized that Hamu Bai was the very person who defeated that idiot. The master calmly made it clear to the opponent that he should hold his tongue, because when he was uttering threats, he very much resembled the very person he had just contemptuously insulted. After that, the two men began to exchange crushing blows even more fiercely and actively. However, all attacks only reached the opponent. The master elegantly dodged all the strikes. After that, having knocked the scoundrel to the ground with a lightning-fast move, he delivered the final touch, a crushing kick directly to the shoulder. As a result, the villain crashed into the wall with such a deafening crash that he broke through it and flew outside, landing on the ground near the dining hall. Even there, he rolled unknown meters, 50 or even 100. The scoundrel left behind only a deep furrow, literally plowing the earth, and a pile of debris from the destroyed dining hall wall. After such a stunning spectacle, absolutely everyone present fell silent, froze, mouths agape in mute amazement, and did not dare to even breathe. Jegal men simply no longer knew how to react to the monstrous strength of Hamu Bai, which was comparable to the power of a true ancient monster. The hero himself awkwardly brushed off his clothes, apologizing for unintentionally destroying the doors and walls of the dining hall. Only at that moment did everyone start whispering, unable to believe that someone had managed to defeat this first-class instructor with such ease. But in the next moment, the opponent himself regained consciousness and drew his blade, gleaming with cold steel. The scoundrel understood that the guy had brought serious trouble upon himself, so he had to put the impudent one in his place. And despite his pathetic battered appearance, with the most menacing and fierce expression possible, the villain promised to tear the young man into tiny pieces. In the end, the space near the dining hall literally began to tremble. Everything around shook as if a real bloody battle to the death was unfolding there. All the onlookers from afar could not understand what had happened and thought that someone had dared to intrude on them during the sacred meal. Of course, they were extremely astonished when they realized that all this chaos was happening near the northern dining hall where all the respected instructors usually gathered. Therefore, everyone immediately rushed there to see with their own eyes how the instructors were fighting each other. At that moment, the running crowd was noticed by the students of Hamu Bai. All five immediately remembered that Yeon Ha-mina had just gone there to meet their instructor, and apparently all this deafening noise was connected with her. When the disciples arrived at the place, they noticed that their mentor was fighting a first-class master with bare hands. Everyone literally held their breath and fervently cheered for Hamu Bai so that he would put that impudent man in his place. The opponent himself only contemptuously challenged the little bastard and his pathetic students to somehow try to cope with his crushing onslaught. Hamu Bai was already quite tired of listening to empty threats. The master wanted the scoundrel to finally start a real fight. After all, since the villain was from Dorim, he used sword technique, but he boasted as if he were almost a god incarnate. The man found it unbearably difficult to accept the fact that this degenerate continued to mock him with such ease. Therefore, the scoundrel decided to demonstrate the unique and sacred martial arts of Dorim, as his opponent desired. In the name of the head of the Heavenly Alliance, he prepared to use the deadly devilish power of the split skies. Immediately, everyone present felt how the very energy of the air twisted and compressed under the monstrous pressure of his inner strength. The man sprang from his place in a fraction of a second, lightning fast heading towards his enemy. However, the hero calculated all the trajectories of his movement with astonishing ease, thereby effortlessly dodging the attack. The master had simply been avoiding blows all this time, pondering where he had seen the deadly devilish power of the split skies until he realized it happened during the Second Great War. He had to cover the head of the Heavenly Alliance so that he could use this sacred technique. At that time, the hero carefully observed how this technique developed, thanks to persistent and exhausting training. However, it was obvious This ignoramus, unlike the head, knew nothing substantial about this technique. That is why the scoundrel was left completely bewildered when the hero remained whole and unharmed. Although he expected to have sliced the boy to pieces, only at the last moment, lightning fast approaching the enemy, did the master make it clear that he was far from mastering the deadly devilish power of the split skies. After that, the hero rewarded the impudent man with a crushing blow to the stomach, making it seem as if all the scoundrel's internal organs had swapped places. The villain flew backward with a deafening crash and disgraced himself even more in front of all the onlookers. Thus, with a single lightning-fast attack, the young man completely crushed his opponent. His disciples were no longer surprised that Hamu-bai managed to defeat such a professional. All thanks to the technique of the three sources of the universe. At that time, Hamu-bai still showed a faint bluish aura enveloping his hands. The master warned the opponent that getting up from the ground would not be so easy, because unlike the battle with Sado Guan, this time the hero used internal energy. However, despite this warning, the opponent still tried to get up, struggling to rise on all fours. At that moment, scarlet blood still continued to flow from his mouth. However, despite his pitiful condition, the scoundrel was full of determination. Whatever happened to him, he would definitely finish off this degenerate. Hamu-bai was genuinely amazed that the man managed to get up. This meant that the scoundrel possessed an unyielding spirit. But the master warned that if he continued the fight, it would cause him even more serious and irreversible injuries. However, suddenly the hero saw the man begin to activate the technique of the devil's doom of the collapsed sky. In the blink of an eye, his entire blade began to sparkle with some sinister dark lightning. With a battle cry filled with rage and despair, the scoundrel charged at the enemy to send him to the underworld as soon as possible. Hamu-bai, looking at this pitiful execution of the sacred technique, could not believe that this man really considered himself a professional. The villain did not even know how to properly use this technique and could seriously harm innocent bystanders. Therefore, the master immediately shouted in a thunderous voice, ordering everyone to disperse immediately. In the end, everyone scattered while fragments of stones and clumps of earth flew straight at their heads. The lightning flashed, almost reaching the faces of the cadets. Therefore, Zhagalman hurried to protect the frightened girl. And the rest of the cadets from the 7th group of fierce dragons ran away, escaping from here. At that moment, the enemy seemed to have completely lost touch with reality, because he just attacked randomly, not distinguishing between enemies and allies. Hamu-bai could only mentally scold the man for his outrageous clumsiness. No matter how fiercely the scoundrel swung the blade and how much strength he applied, he still had not hit the target even once. The man could not believe his eyes. The young man dodged the attack again. No one had ever dodged his attack with the sacred technique of the alliance leader. However, the hero, appearing from the shadows, calmly explained that this pathetic parody could not be called the devilish power of the severed skies. The master understood that the enemy was unlikely to demonstrate anything worthy, so he decided to lay the scoundrel down with one final blow. For this, the hero swiftly moved above the opponent's head and struck directly into the solar plexus. The master released a stream of his inner energy, and from this monstrous pressure, the man instantly forgot how to breathe, sinking into unconsciousness. Of course, that same evening, Hamu-bai had to go to the head of the mythical dragon Feng Do-yul, who sternly scolded him for causing the same bloody massacre today as he did back then, with Instructor Sado Guan. Of course, Hamu-bai patiently tried to explain that the scoundrel himself started the conflict. After that, the master calmly explained to the head that the villain initiated the dispute, and then was the first to start the fight. The hero did not understand why the head protected and kept so much of such trash. The head really did not expect such outrageous behavior from this fool. Although he had heard about his bad character, he did not suppose that the scoundrel would go so far in his impudence. However, Hamu-bai understood that such blatant neglect by the head towards his own instructors and subordinates was literally equivalent to contempt. The master thought that Feng Do-yul, on the contrary, should be grateful that the hero dealt with this riffraff, and it would be better to report everything that happened to the Hubei family. However, the head understood that this could not be allowed under any circumstances. Then the Hubei and Dorim families would unleash a bloody war. Moreover, the institution carefully concealed the fact of the girl's presence here. Otherwise, colossal problems would arise between their institution and the powerful Hubei family. Therefore, Feng Do-yul tried to explain that if the family found out about Yon Ha-min, even she herself would be in danger, because the home was a real hell for her. In principle, Hamu-bai guessed that since the girl ran away, it was not easy for her. All the guys in his group had their own tragic story. In the end, as he left, the young man only insisted that the leader finally deal with his instructors, because Feng Do-yul allowed such trash to show off only because they had at least some skills. But the hero was not going to tolerate this. If the chief did not do it, the master would kill them one by one himself. After that, Hamu-bai loudly slammed the door and elegantly walked away. Only then did the chief exhale calmly, realizing that since the hero's arrival he had not had a single day without incidents. All these days had been harder for him than the last several years combined. The very next day, everyone around was whispering that the fallen dragon's instructor caused an incredible commotion yesterday. And the members of the 7th group wondered, who exactly was their Hamubei really? Apparently the master knew the sacred techniques of the alliance leader perfectly. Without a doubt, the hero was incredibly strong, having easily defeated even 2 first-class instructors. Moreover, Tanjin Sana was struck by the fact that their instructor showed such touching care for Yon Ha-min. The young man thought that perhaps they were close people. However, the girl immediately ordered the guy to shut up because she believed that Kamubei treated all the pupils equally fairly. Tanjin-san flew into a rage at the rudeness of this girl. Thank heavens Baek Pen broke them up in time, asking his friend to calm down. After all, it was obvious that Hamubai was just standing up for the frightened cadet. Remembering that fateful day, the girl understood that she could not allow such a thing to happen again. Therefore, she had to become much stronger at all costs. At that moment, it was time for independent study, so she went off for exhausting training and asked her comrades not to be lazy either. Everyone, of course, was amazed that the girl was always so serious and purposeful. However, at that moment, an embarrassed Dan Mok-un suddenly ran up to her, who timidly suggested to the girl to train together with shields. The warrior woman was extremely surprised by this unexpected proposal, and did not immediately figure out what to answer. At the same moment, Nakwoo-jin also decided to train diligently with a spear. Baek Pen preferred to hone his swordsmanship technique, but Tang Jin-san did not choose anything, as he was completely exhausted. The young man just wanted to rest a little. However, unexpectedly, just as he voiced his desire, a hero approached him, extremely displeased that Tang Jin-san was the only one relaxing. Everyone was amazed to see the instructor appear as if out of nowhere. Moreover, the trainees were very surprised that the mentor came so early. Usually they had time for self-study during the day. However, the hero came to have a serious talk with them. Initially, they were supposed to train independently, but the master decided that they should achieve significant progress faster. Besides, the mentor changed his mind because he realized, if he completely neglects the student's progress, he himself will feel painfully nauseous from it. Unfortunately, the hero understood this only today. Of course, all 5 were extremely amazed that the instructor suddenly cared about their fate. After all, everyone expected that Hamubai would soon give up and tell them to go home again because they would inevitably perish in 2 years. But the hero's opinion on this matter did not change, and as long as the trainees were here, the master could not leave them and tolerate this filthy, contemptuous attitude of others. Finally, everyone realized what had so enraged Hamubai. He was infuriated by the blatant disrespect of everyone around towards the fierce dragons, not their survival. And the master was genuinely furious that this brat dared to undermine his authority. In the end, the hero decided to appoint the young man as the leader first. It was obvious from him that the guy was a specialist in expressing his opinion. And since Hamubai had not previously decided on a group leader, now this young man became the leader. Moreover, Dan Mok-un really liked this brilliant idea, which greatly angered Tanjin-san, who with a single deadly glance made it clear that the friend would be in trouble. After that, the young man began to look around fearfully at the other comrades, hoping that at least someone would decide to take this place instead of him. However, everyone unanimously believed that for Tanjin-san, who talked the loudest, the position of leader was the most suitable. Of course, the guy was insanely angry that the whole group so treacherously decided to betray him. However, Hamubai with a single scorching glance made it clear that becoming the leader was the instructor's order, and the young man could not resist. In the end, although the guy was furious at the injustice, he really had no choice left. In addition, he sincerely feared Hamubai, a true monstrous monster in human form. Soon the mentor summoned his wards again to offer them to master the basics of combat skills. The wise teacher decided to remind the students of the basics of ancient techniques about the 3 sources of the universe. Dan Mok-un barely contained his joy. Finally, they awaited training in the true fundamentals of the martial art. However, it turned out that the young Baek Pen already possessed the spirit technique. But the stern Hamubai immediately corrected the overconfident youth. His knowledge had no relation to the sacred art of the 3 sources, therefore he was to train on par with all the others. Then the master decided to test the boy's ingenuity. What would the warrior do if in the heat of battle he lost his blade? But Baek Pen remained silent, as if stunned by surprise. At that moment, Yen Ha-mina timidly raised her hand, wishing to ask her question. Yesterday morning the mentor helped them awaken their inner energy, and the girl passionately longed to learn how to properly manage it. However, Hamubai, with slight displeasure, reminded them that they had only nurtured a tiny seed of inner strength. This energy embryo was still extremely small. Moving it through the body at will was simply impossible at the moment. All the students became incredibly curious to know when this dormant power would cease to be useless. Hamubai solemnly promised, if they continued to tirelessly improve, they would surely learn to control their inner energy. After all, he had already taught them the basics of accumulating inner strength. If they trained the principles of the three sources of the universe, they would themselves feel the moment when they could direct their inner power. After mastering the basics, moving energy would become significantly easier for them. Enchanted by the teacher's stories, the children shyly parted their lips, listening to every precious word. And Hamubai could not believe that Yenhamina so passionately wanted to get an answer to her question, that the young girl even went to look for him in the dining hall, and endured all those humiliations. The girl immediately began to apologize, but the master asked her not to rush anywhere in the future, and above all to take care of her own safety. Because next time everything could turn out very differently, and he might not be nearby. After this instruction, the teacher suggested everyone begin training. So, after an exhausting day of training, the events shift to the evening in the barracks of the fierce dragons. Due to the recent shocks she had experienced, Yen Ha-min could not fall asleep at all. She still remembered how the valiant Hamu Bai stood up for her, forbidding anyone to insult his disciple. Reflecting on this, the girl realized, after the death of her stepfather, her only protector from family pressure was not even her uncle or brother, but her own mother. Now she understood. Sending her away from the cursed house to the army of fierce dragons was indeed a wise decision. But the maiden still did not understand why the man who had known her for only a few days had stood up for her, especially considering that for a couple of days before, he simply drove them away, unwilling to take risks. Therefore, Yen Ha-min was extremely curious to find out where this mysterious man had such perfect martial arts skills. Moreover, it seemed that their mentor was hiding an even more powerful force. Arriving here, the girl felt her inner energy for the first time and also met the person who protected her. Thus, she was finally convinced. Coming to this place was the right choice. Trying to fall asleep, the young warrior decided for herself. It was much better to fall on the battlefield than to return to a home where everyone despised her without exception. Meanwhile, while everyone was resting, Dan Mok-un was honing his shield skills. Kamu Bei watched him from afar. Late at night, feeling someone's presence, he finally understood who it was. The master really wanted to scold the negligent student who obviously forgot about the need for sleep. Appearing before the youth, the mentor decided to find out why he was practicing techniques instead of sleeping, and the boy just blinked in surprise, not expecting to meet the instructor. Kamu Bei repeated his question again and also pointed out to the student that it was deep night. Even the moon barely shone tonight. In the end, Dan Mok-un hurried to explain that he hadn't properly worked on shield handling today and still wanted to train his strength a bit more. The master sighed heavily and tried to explain to the young man that it was too early for him to engage in this. Still, he did not understand anything yet. He did not own the shield, but the shield owned him. After that, the mentor felt the student's body. He had too little muscle mass. It was insufficient for balance in martial arts. A warrior needs a strong muscular corset, which Dan Mok-un did not have yet. He simply lacked the strength to properly execute shield techniques. The boy immediately declared that he would train more to build muscles. But Kamu Bei reminded him again that additional training was unnecessary now. It was not the stage to be diligent in exercises. It was more important to eat abundantly and gain mass. With his bony physique, it would not be possible to develop strength. Training would only weaken his body. Therefore, he needed to eat a lot, even to the point of nausea, and postpone training for later. However, Dan Mok-un was extremely worried that he would fall far behind the other boys. After all, everyone else in the 7th group was much stronger and more talented than him. But the wise Hamu Bai advised the youth not to torment himself about this now. At the moment, he was only harming himself. Moreover, the technique of the three sources would not make him a great warrior if it did not lead to a balance of internal and external strength, and his body was too weak. At first, he needed to build up his muscles, and for that, to eat abundantly, primarily meat. Then his flesh would strengthen, and they could talk again. Dan Mok-un tried to argue something else, but Hamu Bai was already openly furious that the brat did not believe his mentor. Therefore, he immediately sent him to the barracks, reminding him that for effective training he simply needed to eat well and sleep. They met with angry glances. Dan Mok-un forced himself not to start arguing, but in the end agreed, bowed before the instructor, and decided to go rest. Watching him leave, the master realized that he feared this kind of stubbornness from the children more than anything. He did not think that convincing the obstinate one would be so difficult. However, suddenly, turning around, the mentor heard strange sounds coming from the women's barracks. It turned out that Dan Mok-un was not the only one awake at that time. Yen Ha-mina was also honing her techniques, training late at night. The girl was worried that sleep wasted too much of her precious time, during which she could become stronger. After all, she did not want to face such humiliations again. However, the newly arrived Hamubai decided to find out from this disciple what she was doing so late. He reminded her that the maiden should have been resting long ago, and asked what the girl was doing at such an hour. Of course, she tried to justify that she could not sleep, so she went out briefly to get some fresh air. The master immediately sensed that the real reason was the recently occurred incident. After that, he applied his analytical abilities to examine her body. Fortunately, the body of Yenha was more resilient than that of the same Dan Mok-un. In the end, he praised the girl who trained alone, but warned that incorrect exercises only wasted her time. After all, the movements she performed did not develop muscles and bones. They were simply unsuitable for martial arts. Everything she did rather just helped her create beautiful body shapes. Of course, it was hard for the girl to believe that the muscle and bone strengthening training she was taught was wrong. She was always told that they were aimed at perfecting her own body. But apparently, it was only preparation to sell her for a higher price in a political marriage. And she was so naive and simple-hearted that she did not suspect the truth even in this treacherous plan. Hamubai remained her last hope for salvation, so the maiden decided to find out from the wise mentor what she needed to do for true perfection. An experienced master advised her to start by developing external strength, as she lacked much for comprehending the sacred principles of the three sources of the universe. Most warriors neglect bodily power, focusing all their attention exclusively on internal energy. But this was a gross mistake. You see, internal strength without a strong external foundation remains absolutely useless. Therefore, she needed to strengthen her body, preparing muscles and bones for serious study of martial arts. Obviously, the passionate girl immediately asked the mentor to teach her everything right now. And Hamubai only skillfully tried to get rid of her with excuses about being extremely tired, although he praised her eagerness to learn. But when the persistent Yenha continued to insist on her requests, the magnanimous hero had no other choice. He agreed to help her. Fortunately, the girl already knew how to use internal energy, so she could be taught without starting from the very basics. Therefore, the master asked her to prepare for the lesson and repeat the movements after him. The next morning, the wise mentor gathered all his wards to tell them about the strict training plan. In the morning, every hour they developed external strength, then part of the time was devoted to training internal power. And after lunch followed exercises with the shield and mastering the basics of martial arts. On days when group training was not held, the students strictly followed this schedule. And of course, everyone immediately agreed to the instructor's requirements. However, Hamubai's behavior seemed somewhat strange to them. He was the first to arrive at the training ground, and also made such a detailed schedule for them. Everyone wondered why their mentor had suddenly changed, as if replaced. But before starting the training, Hamubai asked Yenha and Dan Mok-un to step forward. They were still too unprepared for general exercises, so they had to focus on strengthening their bodies. Calling Dan Mok-un closer, the master pointed to a small shield that the instructor had carefully prepared especially for him. Proper use of this weapon could strengthen the muscles of the whole body, but for the fragile Dan Mok-un, the previous shield was too heavy a burden. The weight of this one was quite sufficient to start training. The boy was clearly immensely grateful that the teacher did not leave him to simply idle away, but came up with a useful exercise even for him. After that, Hamubai addressed Yenha, reminding her that she had overexerted herself with exercises yesterday. Therefore, today the young warrior would be a mere observer. The mentor hastened to reassure her. Even just watching others train, one can learn a lot and grasp the secrets of martial mastery. After this, accepting no excuses, he suggested the students begin the session. At that moment, 3 young men in a deep squat held huge stone boulders, trying not to sink under their incredible weight. The main task was to slowly lower and slightly raise themselves with the weight of the stone. As a result of such exhausting training, the students were supposed to harden the muscles and bones of their bodies to iron strength. Moreover, the strict Hamubai immediately warned them not to even think about easing their work with internal energy, for he could not tolerate anyone daring to use such cheating in his presence. Yenha watched this harsh training with genuine admiration. From the outside, it was clearly visible that it was extremely difficult for the 3 guys to hold these heavy boulders, but they obediently followed the instructor's orders. Although these young men came from families just like hers, they still underwent thorough basic training. Meanwhile, the mentor did not forget to guide Dan Mok-un, ensuring that he developed the correct technique when working with the shield. Simultaneously, he also controlled 3 students behind to ensure their technique remained flawless. After that, shocking everyone with his demands, he ordered them to squat with these boulders a full 100 times. However, when the students tried to fearfully object to such a harsh decision, the hero only ominously threatened that if they did not complete the assigned task, they would be left without lunch. Somewhere around the same time, All the high-ranking officers gathered in the office of the head of the mythical Dragon Army institution to discuss this mysterious instructor who appeared among them like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. It had already become obvious to everyone that Kamube possessed considerable combat skills. It was extremely strange that he was sent specifically to the army of fierce dragons. The chief hurried to explain that he was obliged to accept him, as he had been officially appointed to his staff. However, everyone felt that the name of this mysterious young man sounded painfully familiar. The leader hastened to justify himself, saying that there are many people in the world with similar names, and secretly hoped that no one would recognize his lie, for here were gathered born masters of martial arts who preferred teaching warriors, rather than showing interest in the political affairs of the alliance. In the next moment, Mo and Jin-ho spoke to find out if everyone was well prepared for the ascetic practice that was about to begin. The mentor of the water dragons immediately reported that fortunately, many boys with excellent skills had joined their army. Also, exclusively talented youths who should not have been here due to their origin ended up with them. And indeed, these were simply wonderful news. Regarding the fallen dragons, the situation was exactly the same. They had very promising guys from the new intake this year. The leader understood that they had gathered so much talent that everyone eagerly awaited the ascetic practice this year to see firsthand what these children were capable of. Everyone was also curious. Would the fierce dragons participate this year? But Mo and Jin-ho hastened to explain that the skills of his wards were still insufficient. The mentors were unlikely to allow them for such practices. However, it turned out that instructors from other units had heard that the fierce dragons had two promising students, one from the powerful Shanxi clan and the other from the noble Sichuan family. Therefore, they suggested trying to participate. After all, the fierce dragons had missed this important event for 4 consecutive years, and this year they simply had to join the general exercises. Mo and Jin-ho only gave a forced smile in response. However, he clearly saw that the mentors of the water and fallen dragons were just mocking him, enjoying his difficult position. Of course, Mo and Jin-ho really wanted to wipe those arrogant, smug faces, but he was worried that he simply would not be able to negotiate with the instructor of these two guys. But suddenly the leader categorically ordered Mo and Jin-ho to prepare these two boys for the ascetic practice. After all, they really were extremely talented, so their participation became quite possible. He made this decision to personally make sure that everything was fine with the kids and that Hamubai had not caused any trouble. Somewhere at that very moment, for 3 days, everyone continued their relentless training, honing the technique of the Fist of 3 Sources, which at first glance looked like an ordinary strike but was still a complex martial art. When properly applied, it had countless variations and subtleties. The same applied to all their exercises today. They were mastering the basic movements, on the basis of which they could already create as many variations as they wished. After that, Hamubai carefully observed his kids. However, as he expected, the best posture and natural talent belonged to Yenha-mina. At first, he thought that the most outstanding talent belonged to the determined Tan Jin-san, but Yenha-mina attracted his close attention even more with her abilities. Distracted from these thoughts, Hamubai immediately began to correct the students' movements, ordering them not to use other techniques yet until they perfected this one to absolute perfection. After that, he also noticed that over time Tanjin-san lost his rhythm and began making incorrect hand movements. But despite these minor flaws, the mentor watched their synchronized movements with satisfaction. For beginners, they were doing quite well, which could not but please the experienced master. At that moment, one of the servants approached the hero, reporting that all the preparations the mentor had requested were fully completed. The young man thanked the diligent man with a grateful smile, allowing him to leave. After that, he addressed the students, suggesting they take a short break and head towards the dormitory. Everyone even guessed that their training might end early, and Hamubai would put them to bed earlier than usual. However, the students were only glad that they could at least rest a little. After all, the last training had been truly exhausting and merciless. But it turned out that at that very moment, near the dormitory, lay all the equipment they needed for further exercises. The wise Hamubai perfectly understood that even training with stone blocks has its limits, and it was necessary to move on to something more advanced. Therefore, from tomorrow they would use this new equipment. Even the determined Dan Mok-un felt slightly discouraged when he looked at this formidable equipment. However, Kamubai, looking at their indignant and frightened faces, understood that most likely, since they still had the strength for indignation, they were not that tired after all. Therefore, he was ready to start training right now. Thus passed the days in relentless exercises. The last days of May were just about to come. The bodies of all the students ached unbearably. They still saw stone boulders in their dreams, with which they trained. From the accumulated stress, the youths could not even enjoy their food, which was quite sad. The most surprising thing was that their mysterious instructor had recently often visited the northern dining hall. Most likely, today he would not miss such an opportunity to indulge in exquisite dishes as well. Many envied the fact that the mentor ate such appetizing food alone. However, suddenly Dan Mokun suggested to his comrades, since the instructor did not come to them today, they should go to the southern dining hall to have a snack. The timid young man was afraid that they might encounter water dragons again, but the comrades only laughed at his cowardly fears. Tanjin-san coldly explained to his comrades that even when the instructor was not nearby, they still had him. After all, he came from an influential Sichuan family and possessed not only strength, but also a significant name. In the same way, Paek Ri Pen tried to calm the young man, asking him not to torment himself with vain fears. After all, they did not believe there was anything special about the water dragons. They only pretended to be stronger than they really were. In the end, everyone unanimously ignored the bad premonitions of the fearful young man and went to the dining hall. However, as soon as they approached the cherished place, they heard a mocking voice directed at the respected son of the Sichuan clan. One of the guys stepped forward. He had heard before that the cousin had joined the army of fierce dragons, so he came personally to see him. After that, he finally appeared from the crowd, standing right in front of the stunned young man. He was quite surprised, not understanding what this guy was doing here at all. This was their first meeting since the heir left the family and entered service. The appearing relative was extremely surprised that Tanjin-san received an order from the head of the family to obediently go to the despicable fierce dragons. Dan Mok-un had no idea who this arrogant young man in expensive clothes was. Therefore, Baekri Pen hurried to explain that this guy also came from the powerful Sichuan family. However, it was noticeable to everyone that Tanjin-san was somehow excessively tense in the conversation with him. And indeed, the heir had no idea what his dear cousin had specifically forgotten here. At that moment, the newcomer decided to introduce Tanjin-san to the members of his team who had come with him. They were a brother and sister from the Anqing family. Their names were Namgunji-hu and Namgunji-yu. Also present were two others, Cheon Wu-ja from the Mudan clan and Yon Ho-jung from the Hwasan clan. After that, the cousin also introduced the heir of the Sichuan family, Tanjin-san, to his comrades. Then the relative sincerely expressed joy that his friend had stopped taking the easy path. He considered it the right choice, otherwise an endless bleak future awaited him. Moreover, he believed that it suited the heir to be in the army of fierce dragons, and to train primitive external strength instead of studying noble principles. But obviously everyone immediately became wary, because these words sounded like a real insult. And the cousin hurried to justify that he would never insult Tanjin-san. He really came just to greet him. However, the hot-tempered heir immediately ordered the arrogant young man to let him pass and allow him to go through. After that, he demonstratively bumped into him with his shoulder and led his guys after him, heading straight to the dining hall. After that, everyone realized these two were clearly not best friends, and the young guy who appeared openly disliked their leader. Therefore, the comrades followed the angry Tanjin-san as quickly as possible. However, suddenly the glance of the cheeky guy caught on the girl who was walking among four guys. He did not even hesitate to remark that her presence among the fierce dragons was simply a wasted display of divine beauty. However, as soon as the enraged girl directed her scorching gaze at the insolent fellow, he immediately shut up, lowering his eyes to the floor. But Tanjin-san hurried to defend the maiden. After all, although he himself was used to the cousin's caustic insults, the latter did not even dare to be insolent to his friends. And the suddenly approaching senior comrade also considered that the young man behaved extremely rudely towards the noble Enhamin. And Tanjin-san was clearly pleased, watching how his little cousin could not even say a word in his defense before the son of the influential Anqing family. At that moment, the eldest young man respectfully bowed and apologized for his ill-mannered friend. And Dan Mok-un was sincerely puzzled why this noble young man was apologizing if the fault did not lie with him at all. Of course, everyone immediately wondered how the rough boy did not even know such elementary things. So the arrogant youths ordered the man without family or tribe not to interfere in their conversations. And the cousin used it as yet another opportunity to embarrass Tanjin-san, who was always showing off but was studying with ignorant commoners who did not even know basic manners. However, the enraged heir of Sichuan slowly and sternly ordered that Kuzan bite his evil tongue and immediately apologized to his friend. But the relative understood that he could only be forced to apologize by force, and wanted to test how strong the skills of these boastful guys were. Despite the protests of the senior comrade, the daring young man immediately rushed and attacked Dan Mokun directly to find out how good he was in battle. Tanjin-san immediately sprang from his place to protect his friend from inevitable injuries. Of course, the insolent Kuzan did not want to admit that he had clearly crossed the line of decency. He was eager to take revenge on the heir for daring to insult him in public. At that time, unaware of everything happening, Hamu Bai was calmly having lunch in the northern dining hall. The food was delicious, as always. He had not enjoyed such appetizing beef for a long time. After that, the master wanted to take a little walk in the fresh air. However, barely stepping outside, the mentor felt that something was wrong. It was the energy of the Sichuan family. Of course, the hero was surprised, as he did not even suspect that someone from this clan was present on the territory of the mythical dragon, besides his own student. At the same time, the opponent was extremely shocked, as Tanjin-san almost managed to completely repel his attack, using some incomprehensible techniques of the three sources. But even so, this was absolutely insufficient for the respected son of the noble Sichuan family. But the angry guy only ordered the rival to shut up, as this power was quite enough to deal with him. Obviously, the insolent one was enraged by Tanjin-san's confidence and decided to punish him severely. He drew his blade, making it clear that the heir could never defeat such pathetic techniques. And after that, he attacked using a weapon that Tanjin-san was well acquainted with, for it was the Whip of Death. Everyone immediately realized that their comrade was in mortal danger, for this scoundrel had used a real combat weapon, and the senior comrade, who was still standing far away, only fumed, for this reckless fool had caused serious trouble again. At that moment, the attacker even wanted to see how Tanjin-san would dodge his deadly attack, after which he used the formidable technique Whip of 9 Poisonous Snakes. The heir of the Sichuan family was fully aware that with his current skills, he could never evade this strike. Moreover, the principles of the three sources were completely useless against the Whip of Death. Perhaps he would still have to use the forbidden martial arts of Sichuan. The heir decided to use triple power, spinning in all directions like sun rays. After that, he applied the ancient technique, Return to the Origin. As a result, by harnessing his internal energy, the young man managed to repel the whip's deadly attacks 3 times in a row. But he perfectly understood that this was still completely insufficient. It turns out that what he had been taught all his life in noble Sichuan was not even enough to properly reveal the technique he possessed. But still, he had to do at least something. At the end, the heir turned towards his loyal comrades and saw that they were all watching him with genuine faith in his strength. At that moment, the arrogant cousin simply burst out laughing, not believing that Tanjin-san had just demonstrated his best technique. He considered him a complete talentless person. After all, even some pathetic cicada larva would have more natural talents. After these mocking words, the aggressor attacked the young man again to show him what true power of martial skill was. And at that moment, the desperately fighting guy noticed that the opponent suddenly changed the trajectory of his whip. In the end, no matter how hard he tried to dodge, one of the attacks still hit him straight in the chest with crushing force. After that, several more merciless blows followed, leaving deep bleeding wounds on his body. Tanjin-san desperately tried to dodge while the malicious opponent laughed, enjoying the fact that he had finally put this upstart in his place with his formidable weapon. Now he would no longer dare to tease or contradict him. Indeed, it was extremely difficult for the young man to cope with the situation. Now that the treacherous opponent mixed various techniques with his natural powers, the heir definitely could not defeat him in an honest duel. Dan Mokon could no longer passively observe this massacre from afar, and immediately intended to intervene in the fight. However, the wise Baekri Pen asked him not to be hasty. After all, the opponents would not stop even if the timid youth found himself between them. But Dan Mokun simply could not leave everything as it was. If necessary, let him suffer, but he had to stop them at any cost. However, Baekri Pen was convinced that both warriors were now at the limit of their abilities. And if the inexperienced youth intervened, the situation would become even more catastrophic. The cousin no longer knew where to put himself from boundless happiness, realizing that Tanjin-san had seriously blundered when he dared to oppose him. And the heir just had to sit quietly, for he had made a fatal decision for himself. And at this critical moment, no longer able to endure the ongoing outrage, an elder comrade from the retinue approached. He grabbed the aggressor by the hand, signaling that this was quite enough. He had already achieved a convincing victory. However, when the insolent one tried to resist, the elder began to scorch him with his angry gaze, making it clear that joking with him was a bad idea. Of course, the bloodthirsty youth was extremely disappointed. After all, he had almost completed his sweet revenge. But he still agreed to retreat, so he no longer struck anyone with his deadly whip. Tanjin-san, almost stripped of his clothes, stood and breathed heavily. He could barely hear the voices around him because he was stunned by the blows and had no idea why the attacks suddenly stopped. He was at least glad that he had endured until the very end and had not been completely disgraced. Moreover, the heir understood that their harsh training had yielded certain results. After all, if something like this had happened in his native Sichuan, he definitely would not have endured such monstrous abuse. Finally, all the loyal comrades ran up to him to help the beaten young man get up. And Baekri Pen only looked disapprovingly at this smug braggart, not understanding what he had done to a person who came from the same family as him. As for Tanjin-san himself, he could only thank the wise young man for not allowing anyone to interfere in the duel. But Bakery Pen made it clear that he did this not for the heir himself. He was simply afraid of worsening an already difficult situation. Watching the departing enemies, Tanjin-san perfectly understood that the strongest in their team was precisely Bakery Pen. But even his outstanding skills would not have been enough to win this unequal fight. Moreover, they felt that after this painful clash, their life in the army of fierce dragons would become even more tormenting and exhausting. At that tense moment, the mentor himself approached and immediately noticed the battered state of his protégé. And the cadets began to indignantly ask why the hero did not intervene when that insolent brat was mocking their comrade. After all, he had been through a lot. However, the wise Hamubai perfectly understood that this was a purely personal problem between the young warriors. If he had intervened in their duel, it would have looked extremely ridiculous and only disgraced Tanjin-san in the eyes of others. But the master did not think that the young man would be beaten so cruelly. Therefore, he suggested first treating his wounds, and only then discussing everything in detail. After that, the mentor ordered the cadets to take the injured to the medical station. While he receives medical care, the others will go for a well-deserved lunch. Immediately, the tearful Dan-mok-un offered his back to his comrade to carry him to the infirmary. The timid young man did not expect the wound to be so severe. But he did not abandon his noble words and continued to carry him on his back, overcoming fatigue. And Hamubai, watching the departing students, fully realized that what had just happened would only be the beginning of very interesting and dramatic changes. Therefore, the master decided to learn more details about the upcoming ascetic practice. Finally, by evening they met again at the training ground, where Hamubai scolded Tanjin-san for his excessive submissiveness. After all, he looked too meek when the arrogant guy was beating him. The mentor advised the young man that next time he wanted to take revenge, he should be full of righteous anger and not look so dead and lifeless. What's done is done. It's clear that he really had no chance of winning. Maybe that's why his mood was so depressed. But the hero believed that the student must take revenge. Then this disgusting feeling of humiliation would finally pass. And for this, Hamubai offered him an excellent opportunity, the practice of asceticism. But Tanjin-san was surprised by something else entirely. That the instructor seriously suggested he take revenge. The young man himself ignored his puzzled question and told in detail about this harsh practice. It was a large-scale group sparring between different squads or an imitation of guerrilla battles. As is known, during the ascetic practice all units were driven up the mountain, where they fought each other all day long. At night they rested. Attacks were strictly forbidden then. The team that lasted 7 long days ultimately won the trial. The event was held in sacred memory of the great warriors of the past, and also gave the opportunity to at least indirectly experience the hardships that legendary martial arts heroes went through during bloody battles to achieve victory. Therefore, Hamubai decided to find out from Tanjin-san whether he wanted to participate in this harsh event in order to take revenge on his offender. And of course, the young man's affirmative answer followed immediately. Dan-mok-un was also immensely glad for such an opportunity, and passionately wanted to help his friend take revenge on the arrogant cousin. However, no one else supported his fervent enthusiasm. Everyone was still considering this dangerous possibility. But in the end, the wise Bakery Pen was the first to give in, followed by all the other students. Everyone was filled with iron determination to definitely win this formidable trial. The mentor was glad that absolutely all team members agreed to participate. After that, with a sinister predator's grin, he warned that from this moment their training would become even more difficult and exhausting. As a result, they trained from the very early morning until the very late evening. It was extremely hard for everyone. So much so that even censored words could not describe this hellish difficulty. Only now did they begin to understand that before this, they had actually been playing childish games, not serious training, and they had not appreciated this at all. The mentor saw that with such a gloomy mood, it would be even harder for them to prepare for the trial. Today was only the first day of their intensified training, so they had to stop complaining and start all over again with new strength. Of course, everyone immediately began to argue desperately. After all, they simply had no strength left. They had been tirelessly training all day and considered the mentor too harsh and merciless. Hamubai decided to make concessions to them. Their last training session for today would be sparring 1 against 5. Of course, no one could believe that the master seriously offered them to fight him. After all, there was too great a difference in strength and experience. And the exhausted Dan-mok-un simply had no endurance left due to endless exercises, so he thought that sparring was already too cruel. But Hamubai coldly reminded these whiners that in war, enemies would not look at the difference in strength and fatigue. Moreover, he asked them not to worry in vain. After all, they would unite together, and he would fight alone. In the end, despite all their exhausting fatigue, the students agreed, hoping that at least this way their personal hell would end sooner. And with the onset of evening, before going to sleep, the hero went to scout the area. He reached the very mountain where the legendary ascetic practice took place. Considering the number of recruits, it really had a suitable size for this grand event. However, the master was still worried about his wards. Would they cope with this harsh task? The mentor remembered how they fought just a couple of hours ago against him himself. Hamubai, of course, was surprised that even a group attack was not easy for these kids. Only then did he notice a cunning detail. While everyone distracted his attention with direct attacks, Yen Ha-mina silently approached from behind like the quietest shadow of all. And of course, the young man was amazed that the team had already managed to agree on their roles in the upcoming battle, and clearly decided who would be the attacker, and who would be the bait to distract the enemy. Therefore, he was much more inclined to believe that the kids might hold out on the mountain for at least a couple of days, rather than give up in the very first hour of the trial. Only then, looking at the majestic views unfolding, did the mentor realize that he had changed very much as a person over the past few days. Moreover, he began to remember his great teacher from the past extremely often. The master could not call these cadets his true students. Perhaps he simply felt a deep responsibility for the 5 children who depended on his wisdom and protection. Hamubai recalled his difficult past. When he first descended from the mountain, he sometimes only sent letters to his mentor since they could not meet in person for certain reasons. Besides, he lacked the courage to show his bloodied appearance, especially to one dear person. But Hamubai promised himself that when the smell of blood on his body at least somewhat disappeared, he would definitely come to the teacher with a contrite head. With these heavy thoughts, the master returned to the territory of the mythical dragon. However, it was surprising that on the way to his dwelling, the hero saw Tanjin-san waiting for him. Of course, he wanted to know what the young man was doing near his house at such a late hour. And looking at the worried expression on the boy's face, it immediately became clear. He had something to say, he just did not dare to do it. Therefore, the hero kindly offered him to proceed to a more secluded place for a confidential conversation. Thus, they found themselves on a beautiful little street decorated with twinkling lights, where many people were strolling. As it turned out, Tanjin-san's anxiety was related to the fact that he did not believe he could take revenge on his arrogant cousin. But Hamubai saw every chance for this if the young man trained to the point of exhaustion. At the moment, they had only 1.5 months left for intensive preparation. After that, the master poured the young man a cup of fragrant tea so that he could calm down a bit. After all, tomorrow they would have to train to near death again. The student gratefully accepted the cup and immediately drank it to the bottom. Only then did Hamubai decide to find out from the boy why he had come and what he wanted to tell. In the end, he told the mentor what the hero already knew from other sources. Tanjin-san's father was the powerful head of the Sichuan family, and he was the 4th son in the lineage. There are children called the 3 talents of the family, the 3 most outstanding in the family at the moment. They were indeed extremely talented. Tanjin-san's older brother and younger sister were also among them. The 3rd turned out to be the very scoundrel with whom they had recently fought. However, this information greatly surprised the hero. Of course, the opponent's technique looked quite good, but he felt that it was not enough to be called a true talent. Moreover, the character of this young man was also far from perfect, so the mentor did not understand how he was even recognized as an outstanding talent. He would even think that this guy was taken there just for the sake of the beautiful number 3. Tenjin-sen knew perfectly well the true powers of his cousin. Moreover, they were about the same age, though the heir himself was slightly older. This young man was the son of his uncle. And when grandfather Tanjin-sana was still the head of the family, the cousin was a direct descendant and grandson of the head. As soon as the father of the current heir took the grandfather's place, the relative was considered a collateral branch of the family. According to a harsh family tradition, anyone not in the direct line of succession became a representative of the collateral branch. In the end, his soul was simply pushed out of the circle of the chosen ones. And since the talented guy ceased to be a direct descendant, the attitude towards him changed drastically. After all, many secret knowledge is passed only to direct heirs. It happened when they were about 10 years old. Perhaps for this reason, he developed a deep resentment towards the whole world. The heir learned several techniques and secret knowledge that were strictly forbidden to members of the side branches, solely because he was a direct descendant. However, even with this invaluable knowledge, he did nothing properly. It was truly a pitiful sight. And his main nickname in the family became the Chief Failure of Sichuan. This surprised Hamubai no less than everything else. After all, when he first met the young man, such thoughts did not occur to him. But it seemed to him that something had radically changed in the guy today. And indeed, reflecting on everything that had happened, the heir realized that he was no longer the same as before. Earlier, he could not dodge the blows and always simply endured the mockery and beatings without resistance. The wise mentor calmly explained to the young man that creating a large vessel requires a lot of precious time. That snot-nosed kid cannot be called a large vessel of wisdom. Moreover, Hamubai did not consider that the shape of his cup was suitable for the noble Sichuan family. And the fact that Tang Jin-san managed to change so radically in just 2 months may be proof of that. If he really did not possess natural talent, he would not have been able to accumulate so much internal energy for the rotating sun technique, and would not have been able to follow the complex training of the principles of the 3 sources. Therefore, Hamubai could confidently tell the student that he was truly talented. The young man might not believe in himself, but he could trust the insight of his teacher. Therefore, the master simply asked that from this moment on the ward, not think about other people at all and simply follow the instructor's instructions strictly. The mentor asked him to come to training tomorrow with the thought that he was already dead. More precisely, the former weak Tang Jin-san. Finally, they finished drinking tea, after which they decided to return home for a well-deserved rest. And the next day at the training ground, they were already awaited by round shields, as well as 5 sharp blades. Of course, everyone was extremely curious about what this meant. Until now, they had been training with stone boulders, hardening their bodies with harsh exercises. However, the mentor coldly reminded them that they would not fight with bare hands in the practice of asceticism. It seems each of the water and fallen dragons will bring battle weapons with them, and his still weak students will not be able to use only combat techniques. They also need appropriate armament. Therefore, Hamubai advised them to use the shield technique taught to them by the legendary Jegalmen. Of course, Dan Mok-un immediately grabbed the shield, noting that it was much smaller and lighter than before. To wield such a one hand was enough, unlike the other massive shields. And there really was a difference. After all, Hamubai made them to order so that the young man could hold a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. They were to use the same technique as Jegalmen, but with the addition of sword techniques from 3 sources. Fortunately, 2 of the students were already familiar with it. Right there, Pek Ri-pen raised his hand, explaining to Hambei that he had quite enough sword technique in the 4 scripts of his clan. But the master reminded that there were no exceptions for anyone in the training. And that means all 5 will be retrained because this technique was not only a martial art, but also special skills for passing the upcoming trial. The shield technique itself was primarily developed with the aim of passing such exams. The sword technique from 3 sources was also perfectly suited for this. It was one of the universal methods of blade mastery that forms the basis of any book on noble fencing. However, the stubborn Pek Ri-pen still tried to argue. Apparently, he was too proud of these 4 writings of his ancient clan. Therefore, the hero immediately grabbed one of the swords lying on the ground, and drawing it from the sheath, he decided to immediately demonstrate everything to the student in practice rather than explain the theory to him 100 times. After that, to the shock of everyone else, the mentor directed his gleaming blade straight at the body of the frightened Pek Ri-pen. Then he suggested that the young man take up the sword and use his praised fencing technique from his native clan. After that, a real duel broke out between these 2. Indeed, Pek Ri-pen tried very hard to strike his teacher at least once, who every time swiftly dodged the attacks. The master was so fast that the young man could not even touch his clothing with the edge of his blade. Therefore, the desperate student decided to use his signature attack, the technique with the formidable name, Heavenly Technique of the Star Sword. The mighty Hamubai, like an unshakable rock amid a stormy sea, effortlessly deflected all attacks aimed at him. The mentor did not even summon his inner energy. Yet he admired that the young warrior had excellently absorbed all the teachings they had studied over 2 months of grueling training. In the blink of an eye, the young man vanished from the opponent's sight like a ghost disappearing at dusk, and suddenly materialized right above his master's head. The student understood. Although the brave youth had managed to deflect all previous strikes, with this last blow he would face truly incredible difficulties. However, none of those present could comprehend what had happened in that fateful moment. The fearless Pek Ri-pen was already frozen on the ground with the tip of his teacher's blade pressed to his throat. The resolute mentor made it clear to the defeated student that he had suffered a crushing defeat without landing a single blow. Now they would study the majestic technique of the 3 sources of the universe. The students were deeply amazed to see that their formidable instructor possessed not only the highest art of hand-to-hand combat but also unsurpassed fencing mastery. Even the most skilled Pek Ri-pen, who wielded the sword flawlessly, was completely helpless before his mentor. The young warrior himself could not believe that his famed star sword technique had turned out to be so useless. Looking at the darkened face of his protege, the wise mentor realized the student still wished to disregard the principle of the 3 sources. Perhaps the proud swordsman pondered whether he should use the technique of the celestial Milky Way instead of the technique of the star sword in the duel. Of course, the young man was amazed that Hamubai was aware of the secret techniques of the Shanxi clan and roughly understood that the result of the attack would still be identical. The magnanimous hero hastened to comfort his protege, reminding him that the fencing techniques of the main Shanxi lineage are truly magnificent. However, in practice, it is necessary to comprehend the principles of the three sources of the universe. In the end, the stubborn Bakery Pen finally agreed to follow the will of his instructor. Hamubai only smirked. He knew that the proud young man absolutely needed to fight him in order to admit his own mistake. After that, the master turned his keen gaze to the other 4 students, wishing to know if anyone else had objections. Since none were found, the mentor suggested starting the lesson. The wise teacher explained that if they wish to simultaneously wield the sword and shield, they need to perfect the basic skills. After that, until late evening, everyone tirelessly honed their techniques, and the mentor constantly reminded them that in a real battle, the opponent's movements are completely unpredictable. Real combat is by no means a serene training, because defeat means inevitable death. This means that the students must remain focused until the very end and think only about their own victory, for there is no place for fear on the battlefield. To survive means to triumph, and that is true justice. Finally, when the warriors were already exhausted to the limit, the relentless hero ordered them to continue training until their legs completely refused to serve them. Only after that would they gain freedom and be able to go home. Although the students did not like it, they completed everything according to the requirements and returned to the training ground the next day. Their young warriors met the beautiful Yenha Mina and told her they wished to visit the house of the noble Dan Mok-un to admire the city streets. They invited the charming girl to join them on this exciting journey. However, the determined beauty insisted that since they still had the strength to move, it would be better for them to devote time to training. The young men grumbled that such a young and charming lady was behaving like a strict parent and insisted that everyone just calmly take a walk and have fun together. At the same time, they could unite before the upcoming practice of asceticism. Moreover, the determined Tan Jin-san, being the squad leader, was very persistently persuading the girl to join their group. Even the stubborn Nak Ujin and Bakery Pen gave up quite quickly. Although at first they wanted to train, their comrades still persuaded them to go on a joint journey. At that time, humble Dan Mok-un was most worried that the noble Tang Jin-san wished to visit his dwelling. All his comrades had grown up in prosperous and wealthy families, and they would surely be frightened by his shabby home, and the young man did not know what excuse to come up with. At that moment, the wise Enhamina agreed to go along with everyone, understanding that the persistent Tanjin-san would relentlessly follow her and disrupt the training until he got his way. Moreover, everyone except her seemed agreeable to this scheme. Therefore, the whole company immediately cheerfully headed to the exit of the mythical Dragon Institution's premises to have a proper rest that day. Soon the young warriors found themselves on the busy streets of the city. In this crowded place, the very scent of life literally hung in the air. First of all, the noble Tanjin-san wished to have lunch, so he asked the humble Dan Mok-un to recommend an excellent establishment as he himself knew nothing here. However, upon learning that Dan Mok-un was also unfamiliar with the local restaurants, the noble young man suggested going to the most luxurious establishment in this city. After all, although the quality of dishes in such places corresponds to their price, at least they maintain decent standards. The friends were glad that Tanjin-san's mood had finally improved. After the duel with his mentor, he had been in deep sorrow. However, the perceptive girl saw that he was simply trying to keep his promise to take revenge. She was glad that this noble warrior had stopped constantly tormenting himself over the defeat and had become much calmer. Soon after the meal at the restaurant, the caring Tanjin-san wrapped a box with dishes to go to Dan Mok-un's house. It was extremely awkward to appear before his family empty-handed. Moreover, he placed in this box the most exquisite dishes he had ever tasted, and the modest young man was immensely grateful to his generous friend, after which he immediately began to apologize for not being able to repay him in any way. Soon the whole company found themselves outside the city limits. The experienced Bakery Pen had heard that the poor usually lived here. However, to their surprise, safety reigned in these parts, although in similar places in other cities, fights and thefts often occurred. At that moment, seeing a familiar face, a toothless old man ran out to greet Dan Mok-un, whom he had not seen in these parts for a long time. Immediately, the kind boy decided to treat the old man and share the dishes with him. However, the old man hastened to explain to the young man that for a beggar like him, begging was quite enough. The old man was glad simply to have been able to see Dan Mok-un. But the noble boy still insisted on treating the old man to food. His friends were amazed at how kind-hearted their comrade was. He never left anyone in trouble. Soon, after talking a little more with the old man, they set off through the forest thicket to the modest young man's dwelling. On the way, Dan Mok-un told that this man was the leader of the destitute in this area. He lived on alms, yet continued to help the young warrior's family in every possible way. although he himself had almost nothing to eat. Finally, they reached Dan Mok-eun's very house, the very dugout where a faint light still flickered. Of course, everyone was quite surprised to see such modest conditions, but sincerely tried not to show it. And Dan Mok-eun himself only smiled, greeting the parents. Immediately, the mother and sister ran out to meet the boy, who this time had brought friends from his squad. From this moment, events rushed forward lightning fast. The end of May came, and there were just over 20 days left until the ascetic practice. Fortunately, the training of the 7th Squad of Fierce Dragons with Shield and the technique of the 3 sources of the universe was going very successfully. Finally, another training session was completed. The wise Hamubai allowed the students to rest during the remaining time. Tomorrow they would spend the night at the site of the ascetic practice and conduct trial tests. From this moment they must rest more diligently, for tomorrow the true gates of the underworld will open before them. In the evening of the same day, the tireless Hamubai did not rest, standing on the roof in deep contemplation. The mentor knew that in one-on-one duels his students would never achieve victory. However, the ascetic practice involved team battles, so the young warriors had a chance for triumph if they correctly calculated the enemy's strength and developed a skillful strategy. The wise master personally witnessed the power of his cousin Tanjin-san, so he decided to find out details about the other 4 opponents as well, in order to obtain the necessary information about their abilities. That is precisely why the insightful mentor settled in a place from which he could carefully observe his wards. Right there, his gaze caught a brother and sister from the renowned Anking family. Watching them fight, the wise Hamubai found it very strange that by this time they had not been recognized as heirs to the head of the clan. Instead, the offspring of the noble family were sent to the institution of the mythical dragon. After prolonged observation, the mentor retired to rest, and by dawn the entire group found themselves on the great mountain ridge, which stretched along the border of 3 provinces from northwest to southeast, and extended as a majestic mountain range. The specific trials were to take place on Mount Monon. Gathering his students, the resolute Hamubai immediately warned that the training for ascetic practice would take place right here, and the practice itself would begin in this very place, so decided the head himself. However, looking around the harsh terrain, the students had no idea how one could rest or satisfy hunger in such a place. The strict Hamubai immediately interrupted the outrage, reminding the young warriors that this was their base during training. From night till morning they would temper their spirit and basic skills, and afterwards, the real combat training. The curious Yenha Mine was very interested in how exactly the real battle training would proceed. The wise mentor explained that it would begin with hunting a wild beast. If they succeeded, they would gain food. If they failed, they would remain hungry. Everything depended solely on themselves. Also, the master did not bring provisions. They had to be obtained. Therefore, the youths had to catch their own game. Many protested this arrangement. However, the inquisitive Baekri Pen immediately decided to find out if they could gather plants for sustenance. The ruthless Hamubai did not object. They could choose any suitable food. However, the prudent Dan Mok-eun was quite alarmed by such a desire of the skillful swordsman. After all, in spring it was impossible to find even fruits, and grasses or mushrooms could be poisonous. It turned out that if they didn't catch game, they would have nothing to eat. And the determined Tanjin-san was well aware that without meat, such grueling training could not be endured. And the stern Hamubai rejoiced, watching how these young warriors finally had seriousness in their eyes. Therefore, he reminded them again that war is hunting, only aimed at people, not animals. If they can't even catch a beast, they won't be able to defeat a man. Fortunately, they only had a competition, but they must treat it as a real war. Only then can they achieve victory, especially when dealing with the first squad of water dragons who surpass them in strength. And indeed, the proud leader perfectly understood that his goal was to defeat the first squad of water dragons and avenge the humiliation on that fateful day. If they do not gather now, they simply will have no chance for triumph. First, they were awaited by a hunt for the beast. After that, the wise Kamu Bey decided to take on the role of prey, and then the trainees would hunt him, and vice versa. In the end, they will hone the basic elements of war: tracking, ambush, sudden attack, and retreat. After all, the role of the hunter excellently trains tracking and attacking, while the role of the beast trains ambush and escape. After that, the relentless mentor ordered the students to start hunting, and threatened that if they caught nothing, they would starve on the very first day. Hamubai himself decided to take care of his own sustenance independently, while the students would take care of their own sustenance. The young warriors were enraged, not understanding how just such a distribution was. The wise mentor himself was glad that the cadets' skills had at least somewhat improved, but considering the gap with other squads, it was still not enough. Only these young men depended on how much they would improve their skills in the remaining time. When the master withdrew, He already heard that the pupils had gathered to discuss their plan and talk about what each of them could do. Soon the young hunters had already made themselves bows for hunting animals. They tracked the first rabbit, and, loading an arrow, the modest Dan Mok-un tried to catch it. But the nimble rabbit turned out to be faster, so they failed to shoot it. Of course, everyone was very angry that they caught no one, so they had to find at least some fruits to satisfy their hunger. After that, they resumed hunting, hoping that at least this time they would manage to taste meat. But once again, they fell asleep hungry. They still could not defeat anyone, and the wise mentor was all this time nearby, rejoicing that he had brought dried beef with him after all. Finally, the next day he came to the students to teach them to wield weapons together. Until now, they had only trained the basics, and these techniques were based on the three sources of the universe. The master suggested calling these techniques handling the sword by the three sources. The main attacker in this case was to be the skillful Baek Ri Pen, because he could carry out a powerful attack. The secondary attacker was appointed the determined Tang Jin San, and the front defense was taken by the steadfast Nak Woo Jin. The beautiful Yeon Ha Mina and the noble Dan Mok-un were attackers from the sides and behind. After that, the wise Hamubai decided to suggest some training so that the team of 5 warriors would act cohesively. After all, the swordsmanship techniques by the three sources need to be intensively trained, selecting the basics suitable for each situation. After that, he loudly ordered the students to take up arms and stand in their places. After this, all 5, as agreed with the mentor, began to attack as a single team. However, at that moment, the resolute Hamubai was not just defending himself, he was also fighting back, although of course not very seriously. And when the formidable Hamubai aimed at the skillful Baek Ri Pen, comrades immediately joined the fight to protect him. Having driven the enemy into a dead end, the noble Dan Mok-un and the beautiful Yeon Ha Mina attacked from above from the tree. However, unfortunately, they were late, so the strict mentor scolded the students. Because due to their slight distraction, the whole team suffered a crushing defeat. Thus, the first 15 days of their training in the mountains flew by like a moment. The thoughtful Baek Ri Pen sat calmly, reflecting on everything that had happened. He quickly realized that their mentor was simply magnificent. Much in his life had changed in this short time, but the young man was troubled by fencing, because he and the other members of the squad had subtle differences in skills. The main reason for these differences lay in the strength of spirit. In the Shanxi clan, powers suitable for sword mastery and the sword techniques of the three sources of the universe were developing. For the sake of the team, the noble Baek Ri Pen very much wanted everyone's swordsmanship to be simply perfect. However, the young man felt that studying martial arts and the strength of spirit, whose source was only victory, represented a kind of betrayal of the pride of the Shanxi clan. When the warrior was still a boy, grandfather strictly ordered Baek Ri Pen not to forget the pride of the Shanxi clan, for their heritage was the most important, and he must remain faithful to this heritage until the end. When he reaches the pinnacle in 4 martial arts, a completely different path will open to him. Soon after that conversation, it became known that the commander died on the battlefield. The new commander of the Shanxi clan was appointed a skilled fencer, who was also Baek Ri Pen's mentor. Everything happened because the successor could not be immediately determined. Therefore, the mentor was given 4 months. During this time, he had to gather supporters and take the post. In the end, the commander became a man who forgot about his pride. After that, he also rejected his student, stating that he could no longer study the martial arts of the Shanxi clan. Therefore, the proud young man left his home and joined the army of fierce dragons. Now the proud scion could not understand the new leader. He disagreed with being condemned for taking this place instead of the rightful heir. And being the grandson of the former commander, the young warrior became the usurper's only threat. But the noble swordsman intended to return after successfully completing his service in the army of fierce dragons. After all, he needed to become stronger in order to finally protect the pride of the Shanxi clan and act as his grandfather taught him. However, it turned out that his reflections were overheard by the wise mentor. Therefore, the master decided to talk with Baek Ri Pen about it. He perfectly understood that the young man was worried about the spirit technique. That means, living here, in the institution of the mythical dragon, the proud warrior had already learned a lot. And the noble young man himself admitted that, through exhausting training, he had studied the principles of the 3 sources of the universe and the sword technique. But he also realized that all this went against his beliefs. Here the wise Hamubai remembered that the young scion of the Shanxi clan should know one important fact. The technique of the heavenly sword belonged to one of the recently deceased elders of his family. It was about the boy's grandfather. And the insightful mentor just laughed, now finally realizing, since these two were relatives, the honest character of Baek Ri Pen, which he inherited from the venerable elder, was fully explained. The inquisitive Baek Ri Pen himself wondered how Hamubai knew his grandfather. He died in the heat of the war. The instructor could not have known him. but they were clearly somehow connected. Therefore, the proud warrior assumed that perhaps during the war these two were comrades in arms. Upon hearing his assumption, the wise mentor only smirked. It was unclear. Was it a yes or a no answer? After that, Hamubai, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out exactly what the elder said about pride, and the young man recounted absolutely everything he remembered. Then the venerable elder reminded the young warrior that their clan was a place founded on honor and justice, and the pride of their family consisted in being just and not going against one's own conscience. Obviously, Hamubai thought that these were too complicated words for a small child. Moreover, the wise mentor was surprised that the noble swordsman recalled his grandfather's teaching in such a situation. The sincere young man admitted that he still could not fully understand the meaning of his words, so his personal homework was to think carefully about these wise speeches. Only then would he himself be able to find the answer. In the end, the thoughtful warrior remained standing, pondering everything and recalling that moment. He also realized that by simply beginning to study the principles of the three sources, he had not betrayed himself. The proud scion also did not steal techniques from some other clan and did not abandon the Shanxi clan. This did not prevent him from studying the martial arts of his lineage, and did not force him to go against the pride of Shanxi. It turns out that even while studying other techniques, he did not forget the pride of his family. After all, the pride of Shanxi did not mean that he could only study the martial arts of his clan. And so, only by morning, immersed in deep reflection, the noble swordsman finally understood what kind of pride was being spoken of. Now the young man had no reason to hesitate. He would simply study the principles of the three sources of the universe. From that moment on, there was great progress in their training. Although they advanced toward the goal slowly, they did so surely. Hamu Bayu had previously thought that it was basically impossible, but the young man's technique had significantly improved. Moreover, the comrades noticed that it was as if an enlightenment had descended upon Paikri Pen, for he had changed greatly recently. Distracting them from idle chatter, the strict mentor made it clear that the level of physical strength he demonstrated to them today was close to the level of the offspring from the On-King clan. Before that, he tried to show them the Blue Sky Sword technique, so that they would understand how to react to it in battle. The wise master also suggested they rest a little, as there were only 2 days left until the ascetic practice, so they had time to devise a thorough strategy. Of course, the young warriors were surprised. However, the resolute Hamubai made it clear that the main thing they needed to do was to set a goal. They had to decide what was more important to them, victory in the ascetic practice or revenge on the first team of water dragons. The very thought excited all the students. These guys were the best in the army of the mythical dragon. They thought that if they avenged these rivals, they would literally automatically win the trial. But the wise Hamubai understood that their skills were still insufficient for triumph. They needed to fight while preserving their strength as much as possible. The later they met the first team, the worse it would be for them. Of course, everyone understood that if they got tired before meeting the powerful enemies, they would have fewer chances of victory. Moreover, there was no guarantee they would remain at full strength. For this very reason, the insightful Hamubai suggested they develop a strategy. Depending on their choice, the approach to the battle would also change. However, the trainees had no idea what to do. If they prioritized revenge, the mentor with a smirk suggested they immediately engage in battle with the first team, even before adapting to the conditions of guerrilla warfare in the mountains. After all, this way the chance to take revenge on the water dragons would be much more realistic. The main target was cousin Tanjin-san and the eldest of this team, and the other opponents also had a high level of swordsmanship. This meant, if they wanted to capture the cousin, they first needed to defeat his powerful comrades. After that, the wise mentor allowed them to confer privately and asked to be called when they had a ready decision. All of them, thinking about the upcoming battle, understood that they were playing an extremely dangerous game. Moreover, the instructor saw how that guy handled the sword. He could immediately defeat 2 warriors. And besides, if they defeated him, in the end there would be 3 from their squad against 4 water dragons. The prudent Dan Mok-un was clearly indignant that even ordinary revenge was not so easy. Perhaps, if they had a month instead of 2 weeks of training, they would have been better prepared, and then definitely won. At that moment, the wise Yen Hamina suggested first of all to determine the goal. If they chose revenge, they had to decide whom to attack first, the entire squad or someone specific. However, to the reasonable Nakwu Jin, this seemed like an obvious overkill. Therefore, he reminded that when the arrogant cousin caused a commotion, it was his senior comrades who stopped the young man. So logically, they needed to set their goal precisely on the cousin rather than fight the entire first squad. And indeed, no matter how much the determined Tanjin-san thought about it, this whole duel started only because of his cousin's rudeness. In the end, they all agreed that they would make this young man their main target, but obviously the others would interfere with defeating him. Therefore, as an option, they could try to lure him out and deal with him one-on-one. They all united to come up with the most effective plan. How they could lure one cousin in order to destroy him. The whole team immediately lifted their spirits, thinking about how they would avenge the humiliation, and everyone decided to express their opinion about the upcoming battle. And so 2 more days passed, and soon the day of the summer solstice arrived. All the students gathered near the mountain. The leader really liked the tense atmosphere among the cadets before the asceticism practice, and he was eager to find out what kind of warriors would emerge this year. The mentor of the fallen dragons found it hard to understand why the students had to participate in these difficult team competitions. It would be much better to arrange something like regular sparrings, since group trials took much more time and effort. However, the dissatisfied leader immediately reminded the mentor that in the future, these children would become the support of the Heavenly Alliance. The asceticism practice would give them experience in guerrilla warfare, which would become the foundation for their further growth. The man still found the competitions illogical, where most of it consisted of desperate skills. The warrior did not understand all the subtleties because he did not participate in the previous war. After all, when he finished the closed training, it had already ended. Therefore, the leader hurried to explain to the mentor of the fallen dragons that there were many cases when the outcome of the war was quite illogical. At that moment, the 7th team of fierce dragons stood waiting. However, no one really understood what would happen now. The informed Pikri Pen hurried to explain that each team would be assigned one instructor as a judge, who would always be nearby. Because this role is extremely important, mentors were selected from the Fallen and Water Dragons, responsible for the 4th-year cadets. When opponents meet and arrange a battle, 2 instructors determine when a warrior is unable to fight, and also judge the winners and losers. Their decision cannot be contested. Moreover, if someone unauthorized interferes with their decision, they automatically become the loser, immediately after the participant is caught violating the rules. But the loss did not scare the brave Tanjin-san at all. Therefore, upon meeting the sharp gaze of his cousin, he swore to definitely take revenge on him. The wise leader, looking carefully at the students, understood that today they had their first ascetic practice. The brutal battles between them would continue until only one squad remained. Therefore, wishing everyone good luck and worthy battles, the authoritative man decided to leave. At the end, he gave the floor to the mentor of the fallen dragons, who loudly announced that from this moment, the ascetic practice begins. Therefore, now all squads together with the judges could head to Mount Monin. The battles could only start 2 hours from this moment. Immediately, the warriors gave a battle cry, after which they immediately began to climb up. At that moment, the prudent Dan Mok-un, hiding his nervousness and looking at the faces of his friends, asked them to reduce the tension and be more confident. However, unexpectedly, during the ascent, they ran into their instructor, who asked the warriors to prepare their weapons. Of course, everyone was surprised that Hamu Bai would also go on the ascent with them, and decided to make sure that he definitely knew the rules. After that, no one resisted, and the observing man led the 7th squad of fierce dragons after himself. Thus, climbing the slope, they finally understood that their main goal was to take revenge on the cousin from the 1st squad of water dragons. The time had come to demonstrate to these rivals what they had learned during a month of grueling training. Very soon, as planned, the young warriors were already lying in ambush, watching the youths walking ahead. However, they quickly noticed the pursuit by the 7th squad of fierce dragons. The audacious cousin did not even see them as serious enemies, understanding that they wanted to avenge that day. However, to their surprise, when they turned around, they saw no one and assumed that they had left. Apparently they gave up, realizing that pursuing them was useless. After all, they were just a bunch of weak fools, incapable of anything. However, the elder thought that perhaps they were planning something, but no one shared his concerns. Knowing their strength, even dealing with one of the water dragons would be difficult. And if they tried to take revenge for the last time, they would simply lose. Besides, their weapons were only bows and shields. With such equipment, they could do nothing. But despite this, the experienced elder was especially wary of the instructor of the 7th squad. What he saw indicated that the man possessed truly excellent skills. But cousin Tanjin-san was not worried at all, and promised his friends that if they even took a step closer, he would teach them a good lesson. They needed to focus on their goal now. They would move forward and fight those who got in their way. They specifically wanted to reach the Fallen Dragon squad, as they also had the best guys gathered. But the bold cousin perfectly understood that as long as the elder was in their team, no matter how outstanding the guys from the Fallen Dragon squad were, they were not even close to him, so they would definitely win. Of course, everyone agreed with his words, but still worried, for each of the Fallen Dragons had studied the secret techniques of their clan. After that, they decided to postpone settling their differences and simply move slowly inward, so as not to stay in one place for too long. At this time, members of the 7th team of fierce dragons carefully, from a distance, followed the tracks of their enemies. The wise mentor was clearly proud, looking at the fact that the warriors' training had not been in vain. Even their curator found it hard to believe that these cadets were from the army of fierce dragons. They were like real warriors at war. Right now, they had taken the enemy's trail and were tracking him. Moreover, they literally moved forward perfectly, covering their tracks. Moreover, they covered up all the traces, even the curators who were walking behind them. Of course, the man had heard that the youths had already trained on this mountain, but he never thought that Kamubai had trained them so skillfully. Therefore, it was very interesting to know what was going on in the head of this master right now. At that moment, all the curators loudly announced that 2 hours had already passed. From that moment, battles were allowed, and everyone immediately scattered. Some wanted to hide for an attack, and others immediately began to attack. And the wise Hamubai, just hearing these cries, smirked, rejoicing that the fight had finally begun. Moreover, it seemed that by this moment his pupils had already found a suitable place for an ambush, so he wanted to watch them with curiosity. At that moment, the young warriors overtook their opponents and hid behind the trees, waiting for them to approach. They all held their breath so as not to give themselves away. But at that moment, the experienced elder stopped. After all, he managed to sense the ambush. Therefore, he immediately ordered to take up arms and get off the road. After that, everyone immediately began to follow his instructions and scattered around the area to take cover. The perceptive Yenha Mina was the first to realize that they had been discovered, and faster than expected. But still, it was not for nothing that this was the first squad. Therefore, she immediately ordered her comrades to go on the attack and armed herself with a bow. Immediately, everyone began to arrange long-range shootings. However, the overconfident cousin was not surprised at all. After all, he knew perfectly well that these were definitely guys from the 7th squad, who hoped to strike him with their pathetic arrows. Shortly before that, when they were planning the strategy, the young warriors decided to first show the first squad of water dragons that they had bows with them. Of course, everyone was quite surprised by this proposal, considering that initially they just wanted to settle scores with them. However, the wise Yenha Mina understood that these guys were not so easy to deceive. They had to appear as just a ridiculous 7th squad. Only then could they lull the enemy's vigilance. Tanjin-san agreed with this tactic. Let the water dragons underestimate them. They needed to make sure that the others did not feel threatened. So they had to demonstrate their worst flaws and catch the opponents on the hook. The brave leader did not know about the others, but was sure that his cousin was very easy to deceive in this regard. And indeed, last time everyone clearly saw that this guy seemed to not think at all about what he was doing. Next, the wise Yenha Mina suggested luring the guys to a place advantageous for them, where it would be difficult for the opponents to use martial arts. Fortunately, there was such a place at the entrance to the trial. There, it would be difficult for the guys to deploy their blue sky sword technique, all because of the many trees that would interfere with using full strength. In the end, the warriors realized that if they simply pursued the enemies, they would definitely lose. But by provoking them with arrows and then luring them where needed, they could get a chance to win. Therefore, the day before, they decided to check the place where they would lure them and prepare everything necessary. Tanjin-san, basically, as the team leader, agreed, because although the plan was far from perfect, he doubted they could come up with a better strategy in such a short time. And now, with attacks of a hail of arrows, they forced the enemies to scatter and try to fend off the incoming projectiles. By this moment, with arrows, they surrounded them and drove them back to back. The angry cousin only began to threaten, making it clear that after such audacity he would not leave them alive and would definitely kill them today. Of course, the other team members asked the guy not to get so worked up, since they still did not know what the members of the Fierce Dragons had planned. But he literally did not believe that they were capable of anything, considering their low-grade skills. In the end, everyone decided simply not to panic and under no circumstances break through their defense. However, the audacious cousin stepped forward himself and immediately ran towards his enemies. He wanted to teach Tanjin-san a lesson, who hoped to take revenge and wished to make it so that he physically could no longer do it. The skillful Yenha Min was glad that everything went exactly according to plan as they expected. The overconfident opponent easily took the bait. In the end, the brave Tanjin-san warned the team that he would act first. However, to the greatest surprise of the opponent, the valiant warrior began to run away from him, as if luring him somewhere into unknown thickets. At the same time, the 4 remaining comrades found themselves surrounded by the other 4 skillful archers. Even the wise Hamubai was breathless with admiration watching this unfolding battle. After that, the insightful mentor decided to ask the accompanying man whom he would follow, considering that one of the members of the Fierce Dragons team had rushed away. At that moment, the experienced elder understood. They needed to join their comrade because without them he would definitely get into trouble. Although it was unknown what the cunning Tanjin-san had planned, Surely a member of their team would act just as foolishly as at the very beginning, due to his unruly character. But the prudent girl tried to calm the elder, since after all they were fighting against the 7th squad of fierce dragons. However, the wise elder felt that they had underestimated their opponents too much. Only while they were talking, the warriors noticed that the enemies standing around them had again disappeared somewhere into the forest thicket. Therefore, everyone began to wonder what they should do now. Ignore the disappearance or pursue in order to deal with each one individually. All their conversations sounded too frivolous to the experienced elder. It was clear they did not take the fierce dragon squad seriously. All 4, except him, were confident that these opponents were excessively weak. The elder, however, feared that if they chased them deep into the mountains and lost the trail, it would become a real disaster. Of course, he could fix it with his own forces, but he did not want to take the risk. But in the end, the wise warrior decided to approach the accompanying man to find out if they could split up, defeat the opponents, and bring them to the judge. The instructor from the Fallen Dragon squad gave permission, but warned that in such a case they must use only unarmed hand-to-hand combat. In the end, the elder ordered everyone to split up and meet here in half an hour to stretch their fists on these annoying cockroaches. He thought the curator would stay here while the comrades dealt with the enemies. However, to her surprise, the girl decided to follow the only female warrior who was in their team. At that moment, one of the guys was already rushing through the forest, chasing his prey. 15 minutes had passed since the start of the chase. He would not have time to return in the remaining time. The main problem was that the young man had been chasing the enemy for a long time but had not caught anyone yet. Therefore, he really began to agree that they had underestimated their opponents. At least it was pleasing that these fools left tracks behind, so it was easier to track them. However, upon seeing the prints on the ground, the experienced elder immediately felt that the opponents were plotting something. At that moment, the perceptive girl also noticed the tracks, and they alarmed her. After all, she was sure that the team of fierce dragons had already mastered their inner energy and could easily use it. However, to run at full strength, one must release inner energy. But for that, the tracks were too clear. That means these prints were deliberately made so noticeable. The girl, looking around, tried to understand where she was and where she had come from. Only then did she realize that the opponents had led them deep into the mountains with their tracks. And the curator was amazed that the student only now understood. All this time, they had been trying to lure them into a trap. Somewhere around this time, the wise mentor stood on the top of a pine tree, observing what was happening from above. At that moment, their judge followed the skillful bakery pen. Initially, the master wanted to ask the disciple to go after Enhamina, but in the end allowed the guys to decide everything themselves. Now their first target was the very eldest of the water dragons and cousin, who was provoked by bakery pen. The skillful swordsman deliberately left and erased traces in certain places. But for the experienced elder, this was simply unnecessary, especially considering that the judge followed him. So it turns out, 4 people from the first squad of water dragons got lost deep in the mountains. Only the elder returned to the meeting place. So now the wise Hamu Bai understood. The guys had excellently learned their lessons while training different roles, so they simply had to achieve triumph. At that moment, everyone already clearly realized that half an hour had passed. However, they failed to catch anyone. From the tracks, it was clear that the opponents used internal energy. Moreover, the overgrown path he was now making his way through seemed very familiar to the elder. The experienced warrior felt that someone was nearby, so he was glad that at least one opponent he could catch. To his surprise, indeed, when he stepped onto the clearing, he already saw the armed Pekri Pen waiting for him with a sword ready. The elder could not believe that the young man had been hiding from him in this place all this time while he was running in circles searching for him. Everything now indicated that the skilled Pekri Pen was simply waiting for the opponent to find him. The noble Pekri Pen was not at all surprised that the opponent found him. After all, he relied on his skills. The main role of the skilled swordsman in this case was to delay as much as possible until the other comrades arrived. At that moment, the opponent admired the young man's talent. He ran excellently, and he had to use internal energy. Unfortunately, the disciple of the water dragons knew only general details about this opponent. The proud swordsman had his own reasons to be here, which neither of them liked to talk about. However, the main thing now was that the opponent was led deep into the mountains during the pursuit. This could mean only one thing. Pekri Pen definitely had some plan, but he needed time. After that, looking back, the elder saw that a judge was watching the skilled Pekri Pen, as well as their instructor. But it was unclear why the mentor had followed all the way here. Moreover, it was pleasing that the instructor could do nothing, considering he was not allowed to intervene. Also, it was comforting that if the noble Pekri Pen suddenly collapsed, he would no longer be able to object or continue the duel since the curator would immediately disqualify him. At that moment, the elder kindly suggested that Pekri Pen escape. However, he was not so faint-hearted as to run in circles. In principle, The Water Dragon's disciple had heard that people from the Shanxi clan do not give up so easily. In the end, the proud warrior drew his blade and prepared to accept this fight. The curator clearly saw that the battle had already begun between them. Moreover, the opponent of Pek Ri Pen had enormous spiritual power, and the wise Hamu Bai mentally urged the disciple not to fear anything, for he was dealing with spiritual power far stronger than that of this youth. But even the insightful mentor was amazed when he saw how lightning fast the opponent rushed at his disciple. The skilled swordsman managed to defend himself from the attack only at the last moment using his shield. After that, he had to rely on the flexibility of his own body to dodge other attacks. In the end, the noble warrior fully realized that his opponent was a true monster in the flesh. Thus, a battle broke out between these two, which mostly resembled the beating of Pek Ri Pen, who tried with all his might to evade. The whole matter was that the opponent was very skilled. However, the power of his sword was still much weaker than that of the instructor. In that case, the brave young man decided at least to try to do something to fight back. Obviously, the opponent was very surprised when he realized that the skilled Pek Ri Pen had already encountered the heavenly sword technique, as he managed to block all his strikes. And considering the age of the Water Dragon warrior, it was difficult for him to use this technique to the fullest. Moreover, there was a narrow space here, which hindered making proper movements and calmly wielding the sword. Only now did the experienced warrior realize that, it seemed, this trickster had deliberately lured him here. However, the noble Pek Ri Pen only laughed at his words about cowardice, for this was called strategy, and it was essential when the forces were unequal. But at that moment they heard loud footsteps. The skillful Pek Ri Pen exhaled with relief, for his friends had arrived just in time. Like shadows, the previously scattered Yan Ha Min and Dan Mok Un materialized, hurrying to aid their comrade. Their strategy became clear: to crush the enemy together and wait for the moment for a decisive ambush strike. Meanwhile, the senior disciple was experiencing bitter disappointment in his own abilities. The Water Dragon warrior was so immersed in the depths of battle that he was blind to the approach of enemies. The situation was truly thrilling. How could he, a worthy descendant of a noble family, fall into such a primitive trap? At this decisive moment, the battle comrades began to praise the brave friend who had held out with iron resilience until their arrival. The young man felt immense gratitude for their timely help, for they had spent countless hours honing this plan. The unexpected appearance of allies threw the enemy into confusion, which was quite natural, since in such a tight space he could not maneuver freely. The appearance of two more blades completely threw him off balance, which the trio had been counting on. The curator was astonished upon grasping the true nature of these offspring's strategy, and he wanted to know who had so skillfully prepared the students. However, Hamu Bai revealed that the young warriors had forged this plan themselves. However, it was too early to give in to surprise. The students were still rushing here, and apparently they were eager to capture the scion of the Onqing clan. For this goal, they were ready to endure any torment. At this tense moment, all three drew their blades to corner the enemy in a hopeless position. The young swordsmen were well aware. The enemy had not a single thought of his own defeat. The whole matter lay in the fact that the youth blindly relied on his own power, and was firmly convinced that he would win no matter what. However, after the very first series of attacks, the heir of the Water Dragon realized his opponents possessed considerable skill. Initially, he was convinced that he could withstand even 5 warriors, yet here only 3 were causing him colossal difficulties. It was obvious that radical changes had occurred in his perception over such a short period of time. Yan Hamin felt growing indignation that the enemy remained unshaken even in the face of 3 formidable foes. Nevertheless, his technique of the heavenly sword clearly fell short of the instructor's mastery. At this critical moment, Dan Mok-un, sneaking from the blind spot, launched an unexpected attack. With such a daring maneuver, he cornered the young man into a hopeless position, forcing him to continuously retreat and repel strikes. Immediately after that, he was replaced by Pek Ri Pen, allowing his comrade to step back for a breather. The attacks of the entire trio worked like a flawless mechanism, where each cog performed its role with mathematical precision. However, the warrior of the Water Dragon clan had to achieve victory at all costs before the others returned. Honestly, the curator was amazed, watching how the scion of the Anjin family could not cope with the 3 youths. Hamu Bai believed that the reason lay in the enemy's confusion. After all, these guys had long surpassed the level he expected to see. It was obvious that the enemy was anxious, not knowing when the others would join. It turned out that the warriors of the fierce dragon had even considered psychological pressure in their strategy. They truly cornered the enemy. Now all that remained was to reveal their true power. At this decisive moment, the trio surrounded the enemy and even forced him to retreat, so they decided to increase the pressure. However, the enemy quickly made it clear that they had rejoiced too hastily and decided to first deal with their daring attacks. For this, he prepared the Blue Sky Sword technique, an ancient martial art. The attack crashed onto the shield of the front-standing Yanha Mina, causing it to shatter into fragments. The strike was aimed precisely at her. The other comrades were gripped by horror for their friend's fate, not knowing how to help. At that moment, the enemy was already rushing at full speed to show true power and deal with them. But he did not foresee that Paik Pen calculated the trajectory of his attack and would approach from below to strike. In the end, the enemy had to retreat, and Yanha Min thanked her comrade for the rescue, although she was annoyed that she still lost the shield. After the Water Dragon warrior demonstrated such lightning-fast evasion, it became clear to everyone, this guy is a true monster in battle. After all, even in the middle of executing the technique, he interrupted it to avoid the attack. But it was noticeable that now he was in a great hurry, fearing the full assembly of the enemy squad. Therefore, the trio decided to continue exhausting him by all available methods. At that moment, the young heir began to realize that he was unable to overcome his opponents, therefore decided to give his all and crush them with a lightning strike. However, at that very moment he felt approaching footsteps. 2 more were rushing to them, apparently from the 7th squad of fierce dragons. And indeed, 2 comrades in arms, looking at the fighting friends, realized that they had arrived just in time. Everyone felt immense joy upon seeing these 2 safe and sound. At this time, the girl from the Water Dragons was completely lost. The tracks had entirely disappeared, and she did not know where to direct her steps. The young warrior was in complete bewilderment regarding further actions, considering that she had lost her way at the very beginning of the ascetic practice. In the training program of the fallen Water Dragons, such situations were not considered, as they were supposed to be tested in practice. The curator was extremely curious how this brave girl would get out of the trap. At that moment, she began to search the ground, hoping to find at least partially erased tracks, and indeed found one of them. From it, she understood that she had walked about 30 steps in half an hour. This was excessively slow and only increased the distance between her and her comrades. One way or another, it seemed that the opponents deliberately scattered them to different sides in order to deal with each one alone. So now they were 5 against 1. Therefore, she did not know whether to continue the chase or to return back. The curator saw that the girl had frozen, apparently thinking over a strategy. But she had no time. An immediate decision was required. At that moment, the student, after a little more thought, darted in a certain direction. The brave warrior decided to return to the original place, which was very wise. The curator in her place would also initially return to the original meeting point by the same route. After all, it would be reckless to delve into the thicket and get completely lost. This way, she at least had a chance to cross paths with the team or find their traces. The curator could only hope that the other team members would make the same wise decision. At that moment, the elder was mocking the opponents who decided to attack one man with 5. While this was acceptable in hand-to-hand combat, it was certainly not in the practice of asceticism. Since they went at him with 5 anyway, it meant he would have to fight with full strength. However, the fierce dragons also did not know how long they could withstand the heir of the Anchin family, so they did not intend to hold back. After that, they exchanged stern looks before making the first move. The curator could not help but admit, it was truly a thrilling spectacle. The dragon's strategy was to scatter the first squad of water dragons and fight against the elder, and this was an undeniable success. Hamubai eagerly awaited the start of the true battle, and the curator, although he did not say it aloud, understood. Such skill was entirely the mentor's merit. Otherwise, he could not explain such radical changes in the fierce dragons. No matter what outstanding training he conducted in the mountains, such changes seemed simply impossible. The young mentor looked remarkably young for an instructor, but he possessed extensive knowledge in guerrilla warfare. Moreover, the warrior of the Water Dragon clan even suspected that he might have been a participant in the previous demonic war. At this crucial moment, the fighter of the noble lineage focused on his inner strength. He had no idea how long it had been since he last felt such tension. Now he was facing only a handful of scum who boldly called themselves fierce dragons. Nevertheless, no matter how pathetic the opponent seemed, it was dangerous to treat them with prejudice. After all, the heir had already failed to defeat just 3 of them with his usual abilities. This meant it was time to use the maximum power of the ancient blue sky sword technique. Therefore, with a deafening battle cry, he immediately rushed towards the enemies like a raging storm. However, Tenjin-san promptly ordered his team to concentrate, because if they failed to block even one of his strikes, victory would not be achieved. Despite this, the guys believed they would win this battle. After all, they had a technique much more powerful, based on 3 sources of power. In the end, the shield bearers took a solid defense, repelling the swift attacks of the enemy. Meanwhile, Bakery Pen concentrated his inner energy for a decisive counterattack. However, the heir's attacks were excessively powerful. They could not withstand for long. Therefore, they gathered all their strength to block this destructive technique. The youth from the Water Clan had no idea why he still had not managed to crush the enemy shields. Only later did he realize. It seemed these brats had placed their own inner energy into them. At that moment, when the heir was utterly exhausted, he felt the approach of inevitable danger. Simultaneously, Yanha-min and Dan-mok-eun attacked him from both sides. However, the enemy only sneered contemptuously, considering them fools for thinking he would fall for the same trick again. As a result, he repelled the attack, and Yanha-min and Dan-mok-eun immediately flew off in opposite directions. But this was the most opportune moment, when the enemy was distracted, for Paik-ri-pen to deliver his crushing blow. Therefore, the young warrior rushed forward, understanding that now the fighter had definitely lost, for he had discovered his vulnerable spot. Nevertheless, the heir thought that Paik-ri-pen acted too naively by sticking his neck out against him without looking back. But Kamube only sighed heavily, looking at his students who had started talking too much. Because in a real fight, this could even cost you your life. In the end, everything happened exactly as the wise mentor predicted. Because of chattering, the guy lost his internal concentration. As a result, under the enemy's onslaught, his sword shattered into tiny fragments, and he himself flew off with a crash from his comrades and slammed into the ground, rolling to the nearest boulder. However, Naku-jin froze in fear. After all, this was the turn of events he did not expect. At this anxious moment, everyone rushed to their friend to help him get up and check his condition. Meanwhile, the enemy's sword was also split in two. The warrior of the Water Clan lay on the ground, spitting blood. Soon he realized that he had rushed too much and exceeded the limit of the blue sky sword technique. Because of this, he paid the price now. His whole body was bound by unbearable pain. At this tense moment, the curator intervened in the duel, decisively ordering to stop the fight. While the opponent's conditions were being assessed, he warned that if they violated the judge's instruction and moved from their places, they would be immediately disqualified. At this time, Yanha-min noticed that their opponent was seriously wounded. Since it was agonizing for him to stand, it meant only one thing: their daring plan had succeeded. But Paik-ri-pen himself fully understood that if he took another careless breath or movement, it would lead to terrible consequences. At this decisive moment, the judge ruled that the warrior from the Water Dragon clan would find it extremely difficult to continue the fight. And indeed, due to serious internal injuries, he simply would not be able to continue the practice of asceticism. Of course, the curator asked that he not force himself. After all, he could participate in the battle next time. However, the heir was extremely upset to end so quickly and be eliminated. He could not believe that he lost to worthless losers from the fierce dragons. Meanwhile, Nakwujin's vital organs were not affected. A shard pierced the muscle and the blood stopped on its own. Nevertheless, it was obvious that in such a condition, the young man was categorically forbidden to make any unnecessary movements. Immediately, Yanha-min began scolding Nakyujin for deliberately putting himself in harm's way, saving her, and giving her his shield. However, the young man calmly reminded her that if one of them left the game, the team would not be significantly weakened. But if Yanha-min left the battlefield, they would lose the commander responsible for strategy. Hamubai was quite surprised that Nakujin was so cold-bloodedly thinking about this. At the moment the enemy's sword broke, shards began flying around the area. Then, noticing the danger threatening the girl, he immediately rushed towards her with his blade, understanding that she would not be able to stop the flying shards. At that very moment, a shard of the sword pierced his leg and damaged a muscle. But Nakujin was right. Yanha-min was indeed vital in this battle. Therefore, he sacrificed himself for the sake of the others. As a result, the curator, having dealt with the Water Dragon warrior, warned that he would be disqualified from the competition. However, he saw that Cadet Nakujin would also find it extremely difficult to continue the contest. For this reason, he was also eliminated. However, Paik-ri-pen thought it was too cruel that a comrade was eliminated not because of defeat in battle, but merely because of a sword shard. Of course, his injury was not serious at all, but he would not be able to move properly, so he would only be a burden to his team. It was truly better for him to leave the battlefield. And Hamubai also sighed heavily, realizing that now, since the kid's plan had failed, they would have to urgently change it. According to the instructions, the captain was supposed to send the eliminated players to the start of the path. However, the commander could not leave the other four here. Therefore, Kamubai decided to accompany them. They definitely would not be attacked. Immediately, the curator handed the mentor a bandage. This bandage meant that the cadet was out of the competition. After that, Kamubai promptly tied these signs on the hands of two students and, holding them, they began to descend the mountain. Watching them go, Paik-ri-pen kept apologizing. After all, if he had done everything correctly, this would not have happened. However, they all understood that at that moment they had relaxed. It was a shared fault, not just Paik-ri-pen's alone, and Dan-mok-eun asked his friends not to get discouraged. After all, they were fighting the strongest fighter from the first squad of water dragons, and Bakery Pen managed to survive his strike and counterattack. It was truly a fierce battle. Dan Mok-un was right in his words. Therefore, Tang Jin-san also suggested to his friends to stop this self-flagellation. After all, the practice was not yet over, nor was their revenge. After everyone calmed down a bit, they decided to find out what their goal was now. And Yeon Ha-min immediately began to tell her friends about the new plan she had come up with a radiant smile. At that very moment, cousin Tang Jin-san was darting around like lightning, because he could not find the enemies who seemed to have vanished into thin air. At that time, the hero, leading the guys, asked to report on their condition so that if necessary they could stop and rest. Everyone agreed with this reasonable proposal. But on the way, only the guy from the water dragon was resentful of the opponents who had so rapidly raised their level. He realized that their instructor Kamubai was probably to blame for everything. After all, at the beginning this team was no different from ordinary cadets of the army of fierce dragons. Only two, born in noble clans, had some rudiments of skills. They were convinced of this when one of them fought near that ill-fated canteen. But they achieved unprecedented changes in a remarkably short time, and since they were radically different from other fierce dragons, it was definitely the merit of their mentor. Suddenly, while he was thinking, the guy noticed that they were walking on some wrong road. It turned out he deliberately turned the wrong way. He thought it was much better not to encounter anyone during the descent. After all, he was primarily thinking about the wounded children. Moreover, he was worried about the condition of the guy from the water dragons. The practice has just begun, and if they run into other cadets, the rumor will spread that there are already dropouts. And he will surely, as the highest-rated cadet among the first year, be extremely ashamed of such an outcome. In the end, the guy only had to thank Hamubei and agree to descend more discreetly. Then Nakyu Chujin was surprised that the instructor cared so much about someone. But at this tense moment, Kamubei decisively ordered them to hurry up and move faster, because two more teams were approaching them. Everyone was amazed because these two did not sense anyone. It became clear that Kamubei truly had an animal instinct. Therefore, the water dragon disciple was determined to find out who this mysterious guy really was and why he had such an incredible talent. At that moment, high above the mountain peaks, a signal rose for the 7th team of fierce dragons. The leader had no idea how someone could be eliminated when the trial had just begun. Meanwhile, the mentor of the fallen dragons rejoiced. After all, as expected, someone from the 7th squad was out right at the start. However, the leader knew perfectly well that nothing happened just like that. Their mentor would never allow any of the guys to be eliminated in vain. Therefore, he reminded the mentor of the fallen that the curator's signal did not necessarily refer to someone eliminated from the fierce dragons. They would find out everything when the defeated descended from the mountain. Nevertheless, the mentor of the fallen was only amazed at the leader's naivety. After all, it was obvious that only someone from the fierce dragons could be eliminated, but certainly not from some other first squads. But at that very moment, a reporter ran up to the two conversing. When Kamubai passed by the instructors with two wounded students, everyone truly lost their speech, and the leader was convinced that he was right, which meant the mentor of the fallen dragons was excessively overconfident. However, the man still could not believe how the best rated among all first-year cadets could be eliminated. He immediately ran up to the young warrior, demanding an explanation of what had happened and whether he really was eliminated. But the young man calmly explained that he fought and lost, and that was how it ended. Of course, the mentor was eager to know what the 7th team of fierce dragons had undertaken. After all, even if the 5 of them had faced him, he simply could not lose. And the leader insisted on postponing the talks for later. After all, first and foremost, medical assistance needed to be provided. The hero immediately turned to Nakwu Jin, demanding that the boy not refuse first aid and heal his wounds. As he was leaving, the leader approached him and admitted that Hamubai had amazed them all. He wanted to find out details about the guy and what had happened. However, the mentor was too busy for these conversations. After all, he needed to return to the students. The head of the mythical dragon, who was already used to Hamubai being ignored, did not even insist. But in the end, he realized that great changes were coming to the practice of asceticism, all because of one person and his methods. At that moment, Tanjin-san had already surrounded his sworn enemy along with the entire team. However, the latter only laughed contemptuously, considering them cowards, since he himself had hidden at first, and now had called his whole team. Nevertheless, he was not against them all attacking at once, because then they would all die immediately. The mentor was extremely surprised that the guys, even after losing one team member, decided to stick to the same tactics, although it would be much harder for them in battle. But still, this guy was much weaker than his predecessor, so the duel was supposed to end more quickly. At this decisive moment, armed with a shield and blade, Tanjin-san stepped forward. Of course, the young man was surprised that the opponent intended to fight alone. He thought that last time the opponent had not been beaten enough. Although I did not suspect that the guy was not very bright, I did not expect that there was absolutely nothing in his head. Comrades also began to worry. Was this really the right decision? However, Pekri Pen knew that Tanjin-san trained harder than anyone else. He was eager to defeat his cousin by his own strength, so all they could do was support him. And Dan Malkun immediately began praying with all his might for his friend, so that he would finally carry out his long-awaited revenge. At this tense moment, the cousin had already taken out his whip, understanding that no matter how much Tanjin-san ignored common sense, he would show him the difference in their strengths. Moreover, it was obvious. The opponent greatly overestimated his skills, expecting that in about a month and a half his performance would change drastically. In the end, unable to endure this disrespect, Tanjin-san, as if nothing had happened, admitted that he was indeed talentless. However, this did not make his cousin particularly talented at all. He decided to prove this by accepting an honest, fair fight. Of course, the cousin was immediately surprised that the enemy managed to repel his strike. And the whole point is that last time he remembered how he hurried and recoiled from the whip, but in the end he flew back. Thanks to training with the instructor, he changed and stopped acting impulsively. Therefore, getting closer to the enemy, he almost trimmed his hair with his blade. But he did not worry at all, only surprised by the audacity of the opponent, who apparently believed he had become stronger and therefore became so daring. Moreover, he was annoyed that the enemy believed in himself after dodging his whip strike just once. After that, the air used the 9-step illusion technique, causing even the air to freeze in place. Comrades noticed how the enemy's silhouette dispersed and began to move as if in all directions at once. It was truly an incredible movement technique, which even Tanjin-san was stunned by. As they thought, it would not be easy with this guy either. He was not boasting loudly about his strength for nothing. But at that moment, Yonha-min noticed that the opponent had prepared a much more treacherous strike. He intended to use throwing weapons. Since Tanjin-san had learned to dodge the whip, it was worth adding attacks that he definitely could not dodge. The young man was furious that the enemy kept provoking him. Therefore, he only angrily deflected the flying blades. To his surprise, while he was busy with the throwing knives, he did not notice where the opponent disappeared. By that moment, the opponent had crept right behind him, and the whip was literally a couple of centimeters from his face. The young man managed to avoid the hit only because he swiftly fell to the ground and instantly protected his body with a shield. However, this technique resembled more a lazy mutt, a movement mocked by martial arts masters. After all, it consisted of a person avoiding strikes by rolling on the ground. However, Tanjin-san was not even frightened by such contemptuous techniques. Although it looked ridiculous, he managed to dodge the attack. And thinking about the beauty of the maneuvers, he would never be able to win. The young man had one problem now. He could defend himself, but at the same time could not attack properly, which infuriated him immensely. Watching this, his cousin laughed mockingly. How much anger there was in the lazy mutt. He was disappointed that the guy came out against him having learned only a couple of pathetic moves all this time. At that moment, Tanjin-san bitterly realized, if he could not repel his cousin's 9-step illusion technique, he definitely would have no chance of victory. Therefore, he rushed into attack, deciding to use the best technique from the 3 sources of the universe. For this, he needed to find the enemy's weak spot. So he defended himself with a shield while charging forward. Of course, his cousin considered him a real madman who would not be able to cope with his technique using the pathetic 3 sources. He considered his opponent a real fool who did not even realize what the 9-step illusion technique was capable of. After that, he threw throwing blades again, then began moving so fast it seemed as if he was teleporting from place to place. But still, Tanjin-san watched the whip strike and managed to protect himself with the shield. However, the attacks coming from the opponent were indeed very powerful. He spared no strength, believing he would soon defeat his enemy. He wanted that this foolish bastard from the Tan family would finally admit that he was simply worthless. After these words, which hurt Tanjin-san, he even got a little confused, because of which he blocked the next attack rather awkwardly. He could no longer repeat such mistakes, because at that moment the opponent continued to press on him, wanting to humiliate Tanjin-san so much that he would no longer dare to look at him. However, the young man was already quite furious at how much the rival was showing off his talents. By this moment he had filled his eyes with inner energy, thanks to which he saw every step of his opponent. At this time the mentor, watching everything, saw that the guy from the Fierce Dragons had only to defend himself. However, he was extremely curious why the others did not intervene in the fight, because he believed that originally their tactic was group-based. But it seemed that all 3 stood aside, believing that their comrade could win. And indeed, if you watch the young man, his movements were quite smooth. He used techniques from 3 sources of the universe, so the mentor expected that this duel could really bring some unexpected turn. At that moment, the opponent got behind Tanjin-san, demanding that he finally surrender and fall to his knees before him. However, the young man, seeing his steps, used this chance to make an interception. Now his blade was only a couple of centimeters from the enemy's face, but he did not want to kill him, so he only struck him in the face with the back of his hand, almost knocking out a couple of teeth. Finally, after this devastating blow, the cousin spitting blood was on his knees right in front of Tanjin-san. He was clearly panicking, not understanding how this worthless person managed to start it all. But the main problem was that the enemies simply underestimated him. Yes, indeed, Tanjin-san could not use the 9 steps illusion technique, but he had studied it, so he knew the principle. However, the cousin could only follow the basic rules written in the manual. Of course, the guy was confident that no matter how well the opponent knew this technique in theory, it would not help him at all. And indeed, the young man knew perfectly well that guessing the direction and counter-attacking on the first try was extremely difficult. Therefore, it took him quite some time to get used to it. Nevertheless, the cousin still could not believe that this idiot had reached the level where he was able to resist him. In this triumphant moment, the comrades were insanely proud of Tanjin-san for passing the trial. Now that he had mastered the enemy's technique, he could attack and finally take revenge. Yen Ha-min believed in the comrade's strength, hoping that he would finish off this impudent fellow as soon as possible. After that, Tanjin-san dropped both the blade and the shield from his hands. Now, finding himself unarmed, he suggested to the guy to continue what they started on that ill-fated day near the dining hall. The young man honestly admitted that he did not want to use either sword or shield for this. After all, since that very day he had been eager to grind the guy to dust with his own hands. Of course, the cousin only laughed mockingly at his cousin, who believed that by hitting him once, he already hoped to win. Convinced that such incompetence would not defeat him, he once again twirled his whip for an attack. However, this time there were radical differences. After all, Tanjin-san clearly saw the movements of his whip. In the end, he vanished and appeared lightning fast in places where the blow would not touch him. But the cousin was extremely panicked by the fact that the guy, who did not even master the basics of this technique, could predict his movements. He was eager to know what had happened to Tanjin-san in such a short time. At this decisive moment, the young man had already grabbed the cousin's long whip, after which he ordered the guy to face reality. Apparently, he still did not understand what was happening now. The cousin's technique no longer worked on him, and he was ready to prove it. Getting closer, he began to beat the unarmed opponent with his bare hands. All his blows were aimed at the face. After that, he accelerated, and while his cousin could not resist, continued methodically beating him. At that moment, he was unleashing all the rage that had accumulated in him over many years while he endured universal neglect. The curator, watching the duel, was genuinely impressed. Tanjin-san's strikes, based on techniques from 3 sources of the universe, were astonishingly precise. Moreover, he continuously strengthened them using internal energy. Apparently, he harbored immense hatred for his opponent, being ready to go so far. The most powerful attack was aimed at the enemy's solar plexus, causing him to fly back a couple of meters with deafening screams. In the end, he collapsed to the ground. All the air immediately left his lungs, and he began coughing up blood again. However, the guy could still stand on his feet, so Tanjin-san decided to finish his revenge completely. He remembered that day, remembered how he could simply withstand all the blows flying at him, and no longer wished to endure those humiliations. Therefore, without stopping, he warned his cousin that today they would bring this matter to a conclusion. All that remained of the cousin's face swollen from the blows was simply to beg the guy to stop. After all, he had already gone too far. And indeed, the appearing judge did not allow him to land a single strike, demanding that Tanjin-san stop. The comrades were surprised that the judge intervened so decisively, not allowing the young man to complete his revenge. But the man coldly explained that the boy had already won, and if he continued the beating, it would simply cripple the opponent. After that, he warned the guy that he was out, and the cousin was even grateful that they didn't let him be killed. Only then did he realize that this mad idiot really intended to finish him off. So he was glad for the chance to walk the earth again. Soon another signal fire rose high into the sky. This was already the 3rd signal, so the members of the 1st Water Dragon squad were quite worried. Moreover, the signal was nearby, so the guys were sure that their friends had already destroyed the unfortunate 7th squad of losers. However, the sister of the first eliminated was of a different opinion. Looking at this signal fire, she felt uneasy. After all, the elder was definitely fine. However, she was not sure about that infantile fool. Of course, the friends tried to comfort the girl. After all, they knew very well how lousy the abilities of the 7th squad were. Therefore, they suggested waiting for their team. He was sure that they would quickly deal with the remaining members of the 7th squad and return. And the judge, watching their negotiations, just smirked. understanding that this time the practice was much more interesting than all the previous ones. At that moment, the fierce dragon team quietly, like shadows, crept through the dense forest. At that moment, the students of the water dragon heard footsteps approaching them from the side, and thought that it was their two comrades. Only when the enemies were incredibly close did it become clear that there were 4 of them. Therefore, all 3 immediately prepared for battle to repel the attack. It immediately became obvious. It seemed that their visitors were not their friends at all. At that tense moment, 4 who had jumped out of the bushes immediately drew their blades and raised their shields, ready for battle. Their mentor carefully watched them from afar so as not to interfere, but to assess their training. Everyone was quite surprised to learn that only 4 of their enemies remained, although they clearly saw as many as 3 signal fires. It remained logical that among the 3 eliminated were 2 from their squad. Min with a radiant smile warned the girl that among those eliminated were Ji-Hu and Tang Jin-san, who had long since been sent back to the starting point by that time. Of course, no one could believe that someone managed to defeat their elder, and they thought that all the opponents attacked him at once. After that, they began to scold them for cowardice. After all, from the very beginning they deliberately targeted their elder to divide them. But even so, they could not believe that 5 of them managed to defeat him. And everyone perfectly understood their surprise. They themselves were not entirely sure their plans would succeed. But Dan Mok-eun asked them not to worry about anything. After all, they were not cowards for luring the enemies into a trap. They were simply sticking to the original plan. They will soon understand for themselves that their skills have improved. Therefore, if the enemies do not pull themselves together, they will be expelled along with the others. Of course, struck by the audacity of these 4, they believed that their comrades were simply unlucky and had nothing to fear. However, for some reason the girl from their squad began to worry. At that moment, looking at the 4 fighters, she truly saw in them the silhouettes of 4 heads of a fierce dragon. At that moment the curator realized that this was, apparently, the last duel between the first squad of the water dragon and the 7th group of fierce dragons. And the hero was proud that by this moment his students were handling the task better than he expected. Definitely their self-confidence and strength of spirit had increased after training on this mountain. But the guys from the water dragon seemed to have never prepared properly for passing this trial. So he was sure, for his students, this would be the easiest victory imaginable. Just at the moment he realized it, the enemies had already rushed at each other to begin this decisive battle. Soon the duel ended, and the losers descended from the mountain. Everyone was whispering that the first squad of water dragons was completely destroyed. No one knew exactly who defeated them. After all, it had to be someone quite powerful. At that very moment, the mentor was talking with his students. Although they had dropped out, they performed excellently in the trial. Therefore, he only needed to warn that there were just a couple of hours left until the end of the ascetic practice, and the first half of the year of study at the institution had already passed. Tomorrow they will return to the academy, where 2 months of freedom awaited them, and at the beginning of September, the second half of the training would begin. Dan Mok-eun was especially happy about the rest. Just by looking at him, it was clear that he was not upset at all about being eliminated from the trial so early. But Yen Ha-min was truly very upset, trembling in her hands. They defeated the water dragons as planned, but taking advantage of the situation, they were sneaked up on from behind and overcome. She was sorry that she had not foreseen this, and the girl felt responsible for everything. Baek Ri-pen agreed that they had rushed. They were too eager to quickly deal with the 3 remaining from the first squad. But it would have been much more effective to hide and pursue them to gain the greatest advantage. And Hamubai was glad that the students were thinking about this. After all, this trial was not just some ordinary fighting tournament. They had to devise a plan of action even after achieving the main goal. However, he was extremely glad that they realized this mistake firsthand. Therefore, he asked them not to be sad and not to hang their heads. After all, in a short time of training, they had significantly improved their skills, which meant they were very talented. Moreover, he thought that if they continued to gain experience and develop, they might not even die after they went beyond the wall. But he reminded them, this was only possible if they did not stop training with the same intensity. Therefore, he wanted them not to blame themselves, to rest well, and to prepare for tomorrow's departure. Finally, the instructor left, leaving them alone, while the students whispered behind his back. They did not believe that this was the very Hamubai. After all, he was not the type to praise without reason. They even thought he would get angry because they left early, but it seemed he was satisfied with everything. Left alone, Hamubai pondered the organization of the lunar orbit. Some call it the conservative force of the clan in martial arts, others, hardened evil. And some say it is an old group, rotting from within. It unites all 5 great families and 10 prestigious clans. About 60 years ago, the prestigious clans and great families brought order to the world of martial arts. They combined their forces into a single organization because of the cult of blood and demons, as well as the clan's internal struggle. Thus, by the power called Eight Brothers of the New Truth, the organization of the lunar orbit was born, and the assembly of this organization took place in the Heavenly Alliance. Now they were discussing that something interesting had happened in the practice of asceticism at the institution of the mythical dragon. Many had heard this fascinating story from their children, and on the agenda was an instructor named Hamu Bai. He had just become the mentor of the 7th team of fierce dragons, which could not but surprise the elder of the Heavenly Alliance. However, one member of the Endless Sky Alliance believed that all these stories were more like a joke, but the representative of the Peng family was angered by the words of this boy. After all, his nephew had personally sent him a letter expressing the opinion that the abilities of this instructor were impressive, and they had heard well about what kind of person Hamu Bai was. He was literally a monster with whom it was impossible to deal. Still, in the Heavenly Alliance he was terribly disruptive, which is why he was expelled. They believed that he simply could not be allowed into the Alliance, especially after this psychopath nearly killed the chief judge. After that, everyone began discussing how the fierce dragons could have defeated the first water squad. They even considered the possibility that Hamu Bai had passed his secret techniques to someone. But everyone understood that this young man, who had not a shred of common sense, was literally capable of anything. But unfortunately, they could not influence the current state of affairs in any way. However, the elder, looking at the quarrels of the others, only asked them not to worry, because what they all feared would not happen. They would carefully monitor every step of Hamu Bai so that he could not cause any trouble. After all, then he would become an obstacle to their great cause. At this time, a real scandal was taking place in the Peng clan house. The younger head fully understood what his son had planned. He was extremely worried that the first water squad had underestimated the fierce dragons and lost. But the man ordered the boy not to disgrace himself with his insignificant skills and to stay at home. Of course, the elder grandson of the head was shocked that his father said such things to him and did not believe him at all. However, everyone still knew this young heir perfectly well, so they did not want to repeat themselves twice and forbade him from going anywhere. In the end, the young man was sent to his room, and he was extremely indignant. But at that moment, the head of the Peng family entered the room, having heard the noise of the quarrel between the two. Immediately, the boy bowed to greet his grandfather, and the younger head bowed, greeting his father. The head wished to know the reason why they were raising their voices at each other. Then the grandson explained that he really wanted to enter the academy and came to ask his father's permission. His parent hurried to explain that the young man had heard news about a child who lost the trial and suddenly decided to enter the academy. The man was trying to dissuade him. However, the young heir also ran up to his grandfather, promising that he could become better by going there. Moreover, he thought he was stronger than that losing boy and hoped that his grandfather could convince his father. It turned out that the head of the family had also heard the news that the boy had failed against the fierce dragons, and he agreed that their boy was clearly much better than that lad. The young man was extremely glad that his grandfather appreciated his abilities properly. The man himself saw no problems for the boy. After all, the head of the mythical dragon academy was the younger brother of his son, so no problems should arise. In the end, the man warned that the very person worked there as an instructor. The boy immediately noticed how the faces of the two changed after these words. Using telepathy, the son explained that Hamu Bai was expelled from the Alliance and was now at the academy. Therefore, he feared that his child would find himself in a difficult situation because of Hamu Bai's character. But still, the chief was confident that his grandson would be able to achieve success there. Moreover, Hamu Bai would not dare to touch him. He asked his son not to worry about anything. After all, if anything happened to his grandson, he would not leave it unpunished, and the grandson would gain invaluable experience. And in the end, after a brief silence, the father allowed the son to act as he saw fit. The young man, looking at these two, had no idea what they had been talking about all this time. But grandfather, with a radiant smile, took him by the shoulder, warning that he could go to the academy. He would arrange everything with his uncle. And the boy bowed with gratitude, thanking the parents for everything. He will take care of himself and do everything to become stronger. And the father said nothing, understanding that perhaps it would be better if the boy truly went through these difficulties on his own. At that time, Hamu Bai was enjoying his wonderful vacation. Because the guys left early, he could rest longer. However, at that moment, all 5 of them tumbled into his room, because they knew the instructor had not gone anywhere. Of course, Hamu Bai had no idea what they had forgotten here. They were on vacation, so they were supposed to return home to their parents. However, all 5 decided to stay at the academy and continue training under his leadership. And at first, the shocked Denise just stood there, blinking. Then he got angry, not understanding why the children were taking revenge on him. A week later, the events moved to the northern borders of Hunan province, near the majestic city of Wuhan, where the academy of the mythical dragon once stood. There stretched a serene lake. On its mirror-like surface, a graceful boat slowly glided, on the bow of which stood our hero. Because of his hapless students, the young man was late by a whole 7 precious days, yet his heart was filled with sincere joy. While the other peers indulged in idleness, his wards tormented themselves with sweat-drenched training. Their triumph in the practice of asceticism half depended on the whims of fate, and the young warriors were well aware of this, therefore they thirsted to improve. The upcoming trials promised to be a real hell. In the second half of the year, the pressure on them would increase manifold. The most important thing during this period was to accumulate inner strength to a critical level. The mentor hastily prepared special pills for them, although he did not yet know how effective they would be. Hamu Bai perfectly understood. Rumors of his deeds had surely already reached the ears of the main alliance. Wishing only to rest peacefully in these lands, he inadvertently brought even greater troubles upon himself. Having reached the cherished island where he had spent so much time in exile, the young warrior respectfully greeted his mentor. The gray-haired sage showed surprise upon seeing that his ward had arrived earlier than the appointed time. However, the teacher immediately noticed. The scent of blood still emanated from Hamu Bai, although much weaker than 7 years ago. This was quite explainable. A considerable time had passed since the end of the bloody war. Nevertheless, this ominous smell dulled too rapidly. Even the mentor believed that the process would take significantly more time. The elder imagined that some radical changes had occurred in the disciple's life, and Kamube himself did not know what to tell the teacher about all the changes in his fate. But judging by the young man's condition, the sage understood that what had happened to him was definitely beneficial. Moreover, in the warrior's gaze there was some unshakable confidence that the heir could not comprehend. After a moment, the gray-haired elder asked the young man to rest well. The journey had surely exhausted him. Tomorrow at dawn, they and the granddaughter will listen to his narration about the past years. When the new day began, a well-rested Kamube went out into the yard, and right there he saw the girl who joyfully rushed into his arms, rejoicing that her brother had finally returned home. She counted the days in agonizing anticipation of his return, and the young warrior could only apologize for such a significant delay, and the elder watched this touching reunion, barely holding back a tender smile. The young man himself was amazed at how the girl had transformed. She blossomed, becoming a truly beautiful young lady. Moreover, his heart was filled with gratitude seeing that his little sister was in good health. Honestly, even after receiving the letter with the joyful news that the illness had receded, Kamu Bai could not believe it. Now he was barely holding back tears of relief. Finally, his anxiety dissipated when he saw her in person. The young man perfectly understood that his little sister must have had a hard time. The illness not only tormented her body but also crushed her spirit. Therefore, he could only sympathize with her suffering. The elder, observing them, noted that with each day the sinister scent of his pupil was becoming weaker. Previously, because of the intense smell of blood, the granddaughter could not even approach him. Finally, the sage asked the couple not to linger outside. Breakfast was ready, and they should refresh themselves. For the elder, it was true happiness to feed his pupil, who had come home after so many years of separation. Already during the meal, Hamu Bai recounted all the twists of his fate, and explained the reasons why he could now visit his native places. The mentor understood. The improvement in the hero's condition was connected to his new vocation. That was why the bloody veil disappeared faster than expected. Of course, Hamu Bai did not object, as he himself realized this. However, he had many concerns related to the 5 wards. At that moment, the little sister noticed that she no longer felt the former fear when looking at the hero, and he was immensely glad about this. Meanwhile, the mentor was interested in how Hamu Bai spoke about his pupils. After all, the young man even made pills of improvement for them, which meant he valued them highly. The young warrior could not help but describe the guys as extremely annoying. At first, he did not even want to do anything for them. However, they turned out to be remarkably obedient and diligent, which radically changed his opinion. The sister was extremely surprised that Kamu Bei had gained students. She wanted to know if they were aware of how valuable the pills the mentor had given them were. They probably had no idea about this. It would be amusing to see their faces when they find out the true cost of the gift. The elder could not comprehend how one could take enhanced pills and still have fun. He did not understand such frivolity, and would not have been surprised if the children thought that Hamu Bai was mocking them. The hero himself was fully aware that sometimes their training really resembled exquisite torture. Nevertheless, he worked hard to ensure that the guys' energy gradually accumulated in their bodies at a level they could endure. After all, in 2 months they were supposed to transform beyond recognition. So if it was worth tormenting them for this goal, he would continue such trials daily. After his words, everyone sitting at the table only began to wonder whether the unfortunate students would cope with this. Finally, 10 days later, on the training ground, the students discussed that after taking the pills from the mentor, They felt something strange during the practice of spiritual cultivation. The same happened to all the pupils who tasted the miraculous potion. Only then did they realize their inner energy was increasing at an incredible speed. The young warriors could only hope that the instructor had not decided to take revenge on them for depriving him of a week of vacation. At that time, while talking with his sister, the young man decided to find out how she felt after recovering. He asked this question countless times simply because he was infinitely glad to see her in good health. 3 years had already passed since her healing, and he bitterly realized that he had arrived to her so late. However, the little sister was not at all upset. During this time, her former brother finally returned to her. He was no longer intimidating as he had been in the past, and Hamubai felt immense joy that he no longer instilled fear in his own soul. He also decided to find out how her training was progressing. Everything was going excellently, but the girl severely lacked practice with other people. At that moment, the young man realized. Indeed, the little sister had spent an extraordinarily long time in this place. Originally, the teacher had brought them to this lake, and the girl had grown up here for as long as she could remember. After his departure, they remained alone together, so they spent 17 years living on the island in complete solitude. Naturally, the young lady was drawn to what lay beyond this confinement. Therefore, Hamubai promised to come up with a way to get her out of here and show her another world. She almost burst with happiness, already imagining how fascinating the world beyond this island's borders must be. The elder, listening to their words, understood. Hamubai was surely deeply saddened that this tiny island was literally the entire universe for his sister. Moreover, the sage was amazed at how the brother and sister had grown up, left orphaned by the war. Therefore, the elder decided that now was the perfect time to bring their place of residence into proper order. Another month passed while Hamubai was visiting the island, and the mentor decided to find out whether he had made up his mind about his future plans. Unfortunately, making a fateful decision was not an easy task for the warrior. He was in turmoil, which was quite natural. The young man was deeply saddened by the fact that this tiny island was the entire universe for his little sister. Now that she had regained her health, the situation became even more sorrowful. However, the wise elder understood that the youth was surely tormented by the fact that the girl longed to enter the academy of the mythical dragon. It seemed that, listening to his story, she began to dream illusions and imagine how the students spent their time. Nevertheless, Hamubai feared that she would stubbornly insist on becoming part of the fierce dragon's army. There was no persuading her. Her enthusiasm was obvious. Considering that the soldiers of the fierce dragon became cannon fodder for the Heavenly Alliance, this was exactly what the hero feared. He simply could not allow his sister to go to such a hell. The mentor himself knew perfectly well what the fierce dragon's army was like, but he was confident that if Hamubai was nearby, he would find another way. After all, even the teacher himself was ready to do everything possible to fulfill his granddaughter's cherished wish. However, Hamubai did not know what to think. The name Forest of the Monsters of the Mountains and the Moon spoke for itself. Even if he were with his students, he could not predict what might happen, and therefore would in no way allow his sister to go there. Suddenly, the mentor suggested going there together with them. Of course, Hamubai understood. If the teacher went, then it was unlikely that there would be a place dangerous for them anywhere in the world. They would be safe, even if they ended up in the lair of the demonic cult. However, he had no idea why the elder wished to fulfill his sister's dream. The sage was well aware that the young man had been absent for so long that he did not understand much. He did not at all know what torments his sister had endured to overcome the curse of the heavens imposed on her. Indeed, Hamubai only now realized that he had known about her illness only by hearsay. What suffering his sister had endured all this time, he simply could not comprehend. It turned out she had endured colossal hardships to regain the health of an ordinary person, while losing 17 years of her life. The mentor wanted her to choose the life path she desired herself. Therefore, he asked Hamubai to think carefully about everything while there was still time before his departure. After that, the elder left the young man alone with his thoughts, so that he could calmly and with a clear head consider all the circumstances. In the end, when they met the next morning, the warrior suggested to the girl to go with him to the academy of the mythical dragon. Thus, a week later, they were already within the walls of the academy. First of all, the hero went to the head of the mythical dragon to introduce these two. Right there, he respectfully bowed before the elder, asking the man to take care of her. Feng Do Yule himself looked at them, mouth agape in amazement, realizing that, it seemed, this charming girl was a relative of Hamubai, most likely his younger sister. However, he had no idea why the young lady was asking to be taken care of. Right then, stammering, he explained that he was extremely glad to meet her and could not imagine that Hamubai had such a lovely sister. He was happy that the young man had a good vacation with his family. The warrior calmly explained that they came here together because his sister wished to join the fierce dragon's army this semester. Of course, the head thought it was some kind of joke, and Hamubai assured that he was completely serious. It turned out that not long ago the man received another transfer order. A girl named Han Sol Bin was supposed to arrive to him. She had been assigned a transfer to this academy, and Feng Do-yul knew perfectly well that she was the assistant to the deputy head of the Endless Sky Alliance, who was responsible for security. He had no idea what made such an influential person forget something here. After that, another young man arrived who brought a transfer letter from Feng Do-yul's older brother and father. In this message it was written that the youth understands nothing and wishes to compete with the members of the first squad of the Blue Dragon. When he learned that they had been defeated in the practice of asceticism, he became interested in the army of the fierce dragons. Therefore they asked that the leader take care of his nephew so that he would not also irritate Hamu Bey. Of course, the leader after this news was even more enraged that all these troubles had fallen on his head. However, the youth only giggled, demanding that his uncle take good care of him. After that, a letter from the Mutan clan with a recommendation was brought to him. The messenger apologized for arriving at such a late hour. However, it was not scary, since the young man came to them with a message from the clan leader. As the head of the academy, he had to properly welcome him at any time. In fact, the leader was hiding the fact that he was shocked to see the student of the current head of the Mutant clan. Although he was from another clan, judging by the genealogy, in strength he was in no way inferior to his father. However, the young man, despite his influential genealogy, asked to be treated like everyone else, as such attention embarrassed him. In the end, already 3 people wished to transfer to the army of the fierce dragon, and the leader sincerely wondered why all these problems had fallen on his head precisely during his leadership. Hamu Bey himself decided to find out why the leader was so shocked by the arrival of his sister. He hurried to explain that yesterday he also had many guests, and today a real bomb had arrived to them. It could be considered a disaster, given the kinship with the hero. However, at that moment, the deputy head of the Endless Sky unexpectedly entered and greeted the hero. He had no idea why the girl was here, so Feng Do-yul hurried to explain that she had been transferred to work here since yesterday. The young lady perfectly understood that Hamu Bey must have been surprised, but she was glad to see him and wanted to know how he was doing. However, the hero, without answering the questions, demanded that the girl explain how she ended up here at all. The thing was that when Hamu Bey left the alliance, she had a very hard time. The deputy head who came to her place did not hide his hatred for her, and although he had 2 assistants, he dumped all the work on her. And the second assistant considered her his enemy, so every day she wanted to tear their heads off. It was so unbearable for her that in the end, she asked for a transfer here, and very much hoped that the head of the Endless Sky would take care of her. At that moment, listening to the conversation, the sister realized that, it seemed, this girl was her brother's subordinate, and the warrior himself had no idea why she asked for a transfer specifically here, since he was no longer the head of the Endless Sky, only an instructor of the fierce dragon. Moreover, he scolded her for lack of manners. After all, it was not allowed to burst into the academy head's office like that without knocking. After that, Hamu Bey reminded the head that such an intrusion into the office could compromise confidential information. Therefore, he thought it was worth firing the person who violated this rule. The girl was extremely frightened that she did not have time to greet the head, and now they already wanted to get rid of her. However, Hamu Bey strictly ordered that the young lady stop considering him the leader. Right now, he was just an ordinary instructor. After that, he simply shouted at her, wondering why she even decided to transfer here. After all, it seemed she hadn't thought about anything at all and just ran away from problems. Listening to their quarrel, the head of the mythical dragon and the sister were simply dumbfounded by this statement. And Feng Do-yul perfectly understood. His difficulties were only just beginning. In the end, to calm these 2 down, the leader promised to take some disciplinary measures, to issue the girl a reprimand or impose a fine, but he would not fire her, as Hamu Bey wished. The leader could do nothing. After all, this young lady was already responsible for her squad. Everything was obvious. Since Hamu Bey's team was fully formed, the recruits should be handed over to another mentor, and he could trust no one but his former deputy. And indeed, no matter how much the warrior thought about it, this girl was the best fit for the role of instructor. However, the leader wanted Hamu Bey to personally train her according to all his requirements. Of course, the young man tried to object somehow until his sister grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to stop arguing with everyone. Indeed, Hamu Bey felt a pang of guilt for behaving so inappropriately right in front of his sister. However, the deputy was quite surprised that the head of the Endless Sky had a sister. The girl herself hastily bowed before the lady and introduced herself as the younger sister of Hamu Bey. The lady was struck by how different these 2 were from each other, and also learned that the little girl was going to join the army of the fierce dragons. She was extremely glad that this girl would be under her responsibility, and assured that she would not let anyone hurt her. Fendo Yule, watching this, realized that it seemed the other students could also be entrusted to this lady. It was still better to keep the restless nephew and the student from the clan closer to himself. Moreover, this lady had determination and worthy skills, so she should be able to handle them. Therefore, he decided to tell her about the other recruits. After that, he told about each one in turn, but when it came to the eldest grandson of the Peng family, a highly problematic guy, the girl became embarrassed, not thinking that such a problematic child could be entrusted to her. The leader, however, was confident that she would handle it best, but warned, it was better not to take your eyes off this brat. In the end, after rummaging a bit through memory and genealogies, the young lady quickly understood. Since this boy was the grandson of the Peng family, he was the biological nephew of the head of the mythical dragon. The leader was ashamed, but he asked the girl to take care of him. Hamubai was surprised that the leader spoke about relatives in such a way. Apparently, this boy really was foolish if his uncle spoke about him like that. The warrior was worried that his sister would be on the same team with these foolish guys. For some reason, he had a bad premonition about this. Another student of the girl was supposed to be the student of the enlightened sage. If you think about it, he was even higher in the hierarchy than the teacher. However, the leader hastened to explain that he cared little about the hierarchy, and the lady should not be worried about it either. After all, the young lady was from one of the 8 new clans. He was outside the borders, so he was not so closely connected to the hierarchical system. After that, he calmly explained to the woman that under her command would be the 20th team. It was the last in the army of fierce dragons. And Hamubai immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this, because if it was the 20th team, they would constantly be near the 7th squad. However, Feng Doyul could do nothing about it. He wished that all the kids would get along with each other. Besides, Hamubai would feel calmer if his sister was in sight. However, the hero very quickly understood the plans of this old man and wanted to kill him right here and now. Because all he wanted was, under the guise of training with the deputy, to dump these troublesome children on him. Finally, September 1st arrived, the beginning of the second half of the academic year at the academy. Soon the children received the news that their instructor, it turned out, was the leader. They also learned that he had a sister. However, they had no idea what was going on and wanted him to at least explain a little. The deputy was shocked that the leader of the Endless Sky had not told the children anything until then. However, Hamubai almost incinerated her with a glance, ordering her not to say anything unnecessary. But the lady was even surprised at how restrained Hamubai had become. After all, he used to use rougher expressions, and the reason the warrior was holding back was that his sister was nearby. The girl herself liked this academy of the mythical dragon. She enjoyed watching what was happening now. And Hamubai's deputy was also quite happy that she had transferred here, and could now observe the hero. At that moment, she introduced herself to the students, explaining that she was the new instructor and was responsible for the 20th team. She said that she used to be Hamubai's assistant, and since he had fled here, to the Academy of the Mythical Dragon, she came to follow him. Of course, everyone was glad to meet this girl, hoping that she would take care of them. However, some were unsettled by the fact that the instructor was now a subordinate of their mentor. Moreover, they were tense because Hamubai had previously been the head of the Endless Sky Alliance, an extremely high position, comparable to the head of the academy. So now they were not at all surprised where Hamubai's power came from. But this raised even more questions. Why was such a talented person driven here? At that moment, the instructor of the 20th squad introduced her team, asking the students of the 7th squad to warmly welcome her protégés. Immediately, the first to introduce himself was a young man from the Mutant clan, who had heard about the achievements of the 7th squad in the practice of asceticism and wanted to learn a lot from them. Everyone immediately gaped, realizing how great a person had joined the army of the fierce dragon. And the instructor of the 20th squad asked the little ones not to be shy. Among them were also students from 10 prestigious clans, so they should not be intimidated even by a student of a respected sage and former best swordsman of the Mutant clan. However, it seemed these words only worsened the situation. All the children finally understood that this person held too high a rank. He would literally have nothing to do in the army of the fierce dragon. The young man himself became embarrassed by their words, asking that everyone treat him the same as the others. However, it was extremely hard to believe that a student of such high rank was not overly confident or arrogant. In the end, the first to dare approach him was Tanjin-san, shaking his hand. The young man suggested they continue communicating without any formalities. After all, they were peers. Tanjin-san was 22 years old, while the newcomer had just turned 19. It seemed Danmok-un was the only one who did not understand the position this young man held in the system. But the outcast from the Peng family could not believe that this guy from Mutin was so famous. Moreover, he was extremely angry that they were on the same team and now he was no longer the main star. The instructor also noticed that this troublesome young man was angry because no one paid attention to him. Apparently, he simply did not expect that someone here would have a status higher than his, and he found himself among truly outstanding guys. However, Hamubai had no idea why the kids were even concerned about someone's stupid origin. At that very moment, the instructor of the 20th squad hurried to introduce the grandson of the head of the Peng family. However, no one admired his status, and immediately, upon hearing his words and seeing his behavior, everyone realized that this young man was a real impudent brat with a terrible character. And Hamubai finally understood why the head of the mythical dragon spoke so disparagingly about his nephew. Finally, it was the turn of the instructor Hamubai's sister to introduce herself. She immediately bowed, confessing that she was glad to meet her brother's students. And everyone simply could not believe that such a beautiful and sweet girl, so strikingly different from her brother, was really his relative. But at that moment, Tanjin-san got angry, thinking that their instructor was clearly overdoing it. He reminded that when he first saw them, he said he did not want to see the mothers and sisters of Danmok-un crying bitter tears in 2 years, so he sent them all home. And yet now he dared to bring his sister here. Therefore, everyone was extremely curious about how he would explain himself, why he allowed his sister to come here. However, Hamubai did not even know how to justify himself, since he himself did not expect everything to end exactly like this. Somehow trying to lighten the atmosphere, the new instructor of the 20th squad decided to take her team away, understanding that the 7th squad needed to talk. The sister was extremely worried that her brother might get into trouble because of her.